X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shadowed minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You see now, watch me right now, punch your things down. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Before I do introductions and tell you guys where I've been, I have to reveal something. Something arrived today that I ordered a while ago, and I've been waiting for a while. And I think you guys are gonna be hyped to see it. I pre-ordered this, and it arrived today, and I might be one of the first people in the world to have one of these, unironically. Prepare yourselves. Oh god, my brightness. The official Plump Corp Records Dracula Flow t-shirt. Possibly the rawest thing I now own. Holy fuck, our boys got the drip. Oh yeah, I do. Hold on, let me adjust my camera. I literally just set it for the perfect gain, too, right before I went live. I guess it got brighter just, like, moments after I switched screens. Well, hello, everybody. It's so good to see all of you guys again. I apologize for my days-long absence. I'll promise you, it's been far more unpleasant for me than it has been for you. So a few nights ago, I was sitting at my computer, and I was getting ready to stream the next morning, and I didn't want to stay up too late. I was just playing some Final Fantasy XIV, trying to level up my Dark Knight so I can play Shadowbringers. You know, the expansion everyone says is where everything gets really good. And I'm about to go to bed, and I thought that I had one last quest, like, job quest to do for my Dark Knight. Because I thought it was like, oh yeah, once I hit 60, I do that job quest, and then it's done, right? And I figured, I'm tired, I'll finish this last job quest, and then I'll go to bed. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I go through the quest, and I finish it, only to find out there's one more job quest available at my level. I didn't think there would be. I genuinely did not know there would be. So I decided to do that too before bed. And about halfway through that extra quest I decided to do, and stay up a little longer before going to bed, I start to hear a noise. A psh kind of noise, but very high-pitched. And I immediately recognize it as the sound of spraying water. And immediately I panic, and I go to run to my, like, downstairs bathroom to see if, like, a pipe has burst, or hopefully I've just left the sink on, or it's the sound of the, like, you know how sometimes the toilet will just make a noise, like, it'll sound like it can't stop refilling itself just until you jiggle the little trigger? I don't even know what the word is for it, the lever. Sometimes you gotta jiggle those things or it'll go all night, right? And so I was hoping it was that, but as I turn around, I see that the ceiling right there is dripping. I'm like, fuck. So I run immediately and I grab a towel out of my dryer. I grab a few, and I pile them up right there so the drip doesn't go on my carpet, because I don't want it to ruin my carpet. And I run upstairs, and I get some bowls, because I don't have any pots or buckets. So I get some cereal bowls to capture the drippity drips. And holy shit, there are houses flood at the same time. House did not flood, thankfully. Reacted well. I am surprised at how good my reaction to the situation was. I quickly figured out that what I had to do was shut off my water to make this stop happening. And it's not it's like a steady drip, not a stream or anything like that. So it's, the bowls are catching everything. I'm like, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. So I go and I find where our emergency shut-off water valve is. I say mine. I'm here alone, by the way. I'm fucking freaked out in this situation because nothing like this has ever happened to me while living alone before. So I find the emergency water shutoff valve, and I notice, funnily enough, it's actually been turned like 80% on this whole time. And so at that moment, I realized that's why my water pressure has sucked since I moved in here. Like, if I turned on the sink while trying to shower, or the washing machine was running while you try to shower, or like you flush the toilet and then try to wash your hands, the water pressure would drop substantially from the thing you go to do next. And that's not normal. That's not supposed to happen. I thought that was some weird thing with the house. Turns out, this whole time, that emergency water shutoff valve, that's not my fault. I moved into this place and it was like that. What are you talking about? Streamers are silly as fuck? What are you talking about? I literally moved into this place and it was like that. So I find the emergency water shutoff valve, and I turn it, and I get the water shut off, and in the morning we get maintenance called, and everything's all good. We're all good now. But then, everything's all good. I wake up the next morning. I'm like, all right. Now I'm ready to stream. The water didn't do any damage, and the pipe is fixed up. We're all good. And then I go outside, refilling my bird feeders, having a great day, and I end up getting into a conversation with my neighbor. Now, I love my neighbor. She is fantastic. She is so nice, but she's very talkative. And she's the kind of person that once they get you into conversation, you will try to, like, naturally say, okay, but I kind of gotta go, like, multiple times, but they'll say, oh, but wait. And then you're, like, back in for another 30 minutes, you know? And that happened to me no less than 5 times. I tried to, like, move the conversation on, mentioning I have to get ready for work. But, you know, it just didn't really pan out. So I ended up, like, really late to go and stream. And then I get a feeling. Hey, Hash, how you doing? I get a feeling deep in my gut. A feeling of evil. It feels like my guts are like my stomach is tightening. Like, without my control of it. Like, if you've ever run, like, a really big sprint or swam, like, a crazy amount, and your stomach gets, like, really tight, and your chest gets really tight, and it makes you nauseous, and feel like you're gonna throw up, that was just happening out of nowhere after I ate my pre-stream meal. Like, I always eat right before stream, except for today, because you're about to find out why. And my stomach just... like, I can feel my stomach deciding that something I ate was evil. Yeah, no, that's what I've decided to call whatever it was that got me sick. The evil, okay? Like, I couldn't muster any more, like, cognizant thought than that, okay? I just, something I ate, no, it was not the shakes, Hash, I hadn't had one that day. I've been too busy to have a shake that day. My stomach, especially in this area, just started to feel, like, super tight. And it was like my body was rejecting whatever I had eaten. And I was like, oh, fuck, I know what this means. I know that this means I'm gonna throw up. I know what it means. I know what happens here. I know how this ends. And so I went, and I went to the bathroom, and I threw up. I was like, okay, are we good now? And my stomach was like, no. And I had to throw up again. And then again. And then again. Until, like, it was just stomach acid that just burned as it came out. There was no flavor, but burn. And this happens to me, like, every couple months. I don't know why. I should probably see a doctor about it, but I'm American and I'm not wealthy, so, not gonna happen unless I'm vomiting literal blood. So, like, really, like, a big problem. But this happened to me once when I got COVID. This has happened to me ever since I got COVID. To be clear, this started happening to me ever since I got COVID a few years ago, and it has been every couple months since I got COVID, never before then. It's not acid reflux, I don't think, Bazooka Horse, but I guess it could be. That could be what it is. I mean, I have tablets that I would take. Calcium carbonate tablets. I wonder where I put them. They used to be on my desk, but I think I moved them to my bathroom, like, medicine cabinet, because I just stopped having acid reflux for a while. You are at that age? Yeah, I guess I am at the age where acid reflux begins happening. Can relate, but I did throw up in the morning daily since high school. Actually, it has calmed down since I got COVID. That fucking sucks. That really fucking sucks. I'm sorry about that. Your mom has something similar because COVID ended up giving her new allergies. God, I wonder what's gonna happen. Like, what we're gonna find out COVID does to you long term. Like, how much life it shaves off of every single person who's gotten it, even if it's mild. Have you tried probiotics? I have, actually, and they do work quite well. That reminds me, for a while I was just, like, eating a cup of yogurt every day, like just a cup of vanilla probiotic yogurt. No, nothing. Well, I'd sometimes mix in some, like, oats and honey with some sugar on them, you know, for a little extra sweetness. But that really did help with, like, my stomach just generally hurting. When in doubt, if your stomach's bothering you, probiotics are a good way to handle it. Acid reflux is the worst. I've had it a lot when I was super depressed in early high school. It's just been a thing ever since I got COVID. It sucks. And you know what also makes it a bit worse is, and I've kind of finally connected this. I pulled muscles in my chest and back from coughing so hard during COVID that still haven't recovered. Years later. It's rough. It's a rough scene. Hey, Xanderhall, I got Rust. Are you still accepting people to your clan? Yes, I am, Ride the Rails. Absolutely. We'll be getting back onto Rust soon. Currently, I'm taking a bit of a break from it because I've been so sick I couldn't play. I was literally so sick for most of the last 2 days. First day was mostly vomiting, and then day 2, oh my god, a jumping spider on my monitor. What's up, little guy? Oh, it jumped. I haven't seen a single jumping spider in my house. That's so cute. I love jumping spiders. They tend to be non-venomous too, so they're super cool. They're super cute. Tiny scary baby? No, jumping spiders are not scary. Let me show you what a jumping spider looks like. They are literally the cutest spider. Oh my god, did they get that big? No way. No, that's a toy. Okay, that's what I thought. I was about to say, there's no way they make jumping spiders that big. Honestly, this looks like it might be the exact one I just saw. A zebra jumping spider? Look at this little guy. They are literally so small, you have to get, like, really zoomed in for this much detail. They do not bite humans. I mean, they might, but they're not venomous. Zan, are you sure you didn't have stomach flu? I might have had norovirus, for all I know. I will say I'm feeling that same feeling again in my stomach, and I'm hoping that's just, like... I'm gonna be honest, I think it's just the fact that I vomited so much from my deep stomach over the last couple days that, like, talking is straining the muscles in my stomach, and it kind of feels rough, you know? I haven't talked this much since I was sick. But hey, listen, I can't take another day off stream. Like, I legit can't, you know? Even if I end up having to take a break to go vomit, it is what it is. Gotta work. Gotta work. I'd have to if it was a normal job, you know? Like, even if I had health problems like this, what would I do if my job wasn't a streamer, where I could make my own schedule? I'd have to go to work even if I was vomiting, like, a few times a month all day. Man, I wish I could see a doctor about the problems I've had since COVID. It's rough. It's rough. Anyway, War Penguin, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very base. Says, funny Trump joke I couldn't find the original post of, so clipped from YouTube, and then a link. Ooh.
I'm building a wall around New Mexico.
So true. We need to make those New Mexicans pay for the wall as well. Why should old Mexico be the ones forced to pay for it exclusively?
Go too. I don't need any new Mexicans when I'm still trying to get rid of the old ones.
Fake news! Not true!
You really think someone would do that? Just go on the internet and tell lies?
My favorite thing is, like, Trump supporters are 50-50 the kind of people who are completely unserious and, like, you cannot make a coherent argument with them, at them, or get one from them because everything they say and do is a joke or a meme and meant to be, like, super obnoxiously, like, insincere. And then, like, when anyone on the left does that kind of humor, the other 50% of Trump supporters that are, like, hyper serious and literal come in and say, I don't get it. What are you, fucking stupid? This is fake news. It's like, yeah, you take things too seriously. The half of the Trump fans that are, like, obnoxious jokesters come in to, like, say you can't joke. And then if you joke, the other 50% that are, like, prude, hyper serious, whatever come in and they say, what do you mean by this? You know this is wrong, right? It's like, this is a very obvious joke. Yes, I know New Mexico is not part of Mexico. God. Yes, I know Trump doesn't think that New Mexico is part of Mexico. Anyway, War Penguin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. And then Pepper T21, thank you for the $5 donation. That really helps. Thank you. So this shit ain't nothing to me, man. Zan's got drip. I don't even know who I am, man. I put my dick in the Dune torment box just to feel something. Waiting on the Rings of Power watch party. I'm frummin'. Yeah, I think we're gonna do... Here's what I'm thinking. Honestly, I do feel kind of icky already. So I'm going to push for my 6 segments of the day. And then I think we'll watch party after segments instead of gaming. And then we'll do New Vegas tomorrow and the day after. Because I'm not going to lie, I'm not 100% certain that by the time it's like, all right, time to start the game, I'm not, like, on the edge of having to throw up. And I can take a break from a Discord call to go throw up for a while. That's fine. I'll do that. I'm cool with that. That's fine. I'll just have, like, my Bluetooth headphones on and I'll listen to the show while I vomit. That's ideal, having something to take my mind off of the pain I'm in. But, like, on stream, much less ideal. Ideal? I mean, if I'm going to throw up, like, profusely, yes. I made the risk of eating before stream. I hadn't eaten in the last day or two because my sick stomach, and I made the gamble of eating before streams. So we're going to find out how that goes for me, guys. We're going to find out how that goes. I'm feeling sick, too. I have a really bad cough. Have fits so bad I end up throwing up. Oh, I'm sorry, Alexia. I know exactly how you feel, except it's not coughing that makes it happen to me. It's just my stomach says there is evil inside of you. You must expel it. But thank you for the $5, PepperT21. And then another $5 reduce from PepperT21. Thank you. It says, what are the Scroll's thoughts on the fact that Tim Pool interviewed Trump? Obviously, it's not as history-defining as critical interviewing Glorb. It is actually on the Scroll. Not going to be covered today, more likely tomorrow, because I already have a bunch I wanted to cover, like, in the Scroll over the last few days. Even while sick, I was writing stuff down for me to cover when I go live again. But thank you for the $5, PepperT21. It really helps. Thank you. By the way, please consider dropping a like and or donating, gifting a sub, or subscribing yourself, because any financial support you guys can send my way helps a lot. Obviously, you know, financially, it's a big help. And then, of course, you guys are also helping to contribute to the financial fund to grow this channel and its production quality, all that kind of stuff, you know, especially getting a new camera for the Quail content and the Quail content. Last time I threw up, it was after having a cigarette, and I don't really want to smoke again. That's actually a very... That's your body saving you from, like, potential future cancer, I'd say. Oh my god, PepperT21, thank you for the $5 donation once again. Says, also, the assassin weed is real. Ghetto Smosh was right?
The word assassin literally means...
No way. No way Ghetto Smosh was right. If you don't know what I'm talking about when I refer to Ghetto Smosh being right here, you are an uncultured swine.
Someone who uses cannabis. The word originates in Arabic from the term hashashin, which means users of hashish, hashish being a type of cannabis extract. So the story goes, during the late Islamic Golden Age, a secretive group of Muslims known as the Order of Assassins came about. They would smoke hashish, get high, and kill all their political opponents. Yeah. And allegedly, they were really good at their job, especially during the Crusades.
I mean, no fucking shit, they were stoned. I know that there's, like, a perception of stoners as, like, lazy and, like, unable to get anything done. But for one, we're talking, like, thousands of years ago weed or whatever, or hundreds of years ago weed. So it's not even, like, that strong. And then on top of that, like, weed really just kind of calms your nerves and chills you out a little bit. So it kind of makes sense that the ancient assassins... in like what was it, Syria? I'm pretty sure Assassin's Creed 1 takes place in Syria, a little bit in like what is now Israel, I think, and then like in Jordan or something. No, not Jordan. Egypt a little bit maybe. No, I haven't played AC1 since I was like 9. Fucking hell! But you travel a lot in that game. Like there's wide variety, because I know you go to Damascus, and I don't know exactly where that is, to be honest. Yeah, AC1, funnily enough, is the, I think it was Jerusalem. Yeah, you go to Jerusalem. I think you might go to, like, really barely southern modern-day Egypt, maybe. That might be part of, like, the horse paths you take to some of the cities. The Order of Assassins literally had their own castle and controlled a pretty big area of Syria, if I recall correctly. Well, that's literally the story of Assassin's Creed 1.
So much so that the term hashashin went to medieval Europe, was Latinized into assassin, and came to mean any skilled professional killer. There's just one problem. Though the Order of Assassins absolutely did exist, there's very little historical evidence to suggest that they actually did any hashish. Instead, the name hashashin was probably given to them by their opponents. Take, for example, the word pothead. That could refer to actual users of cannabis, but it could also just be a general insult, right? And so similarly, when people would call the Order of Assassins hashashin, that doesn't necessarily
they were getting stoned and then they were assassinating Templars. That's what I choose to believe.
really mean they were users of hashish. It could have just meant they were calling them bums or lowlives. But the medieval Europeans took the term literally. The story stuck, and that's why the words hashish and assassin are actually related. The word assassin literally means...
That goes hard. That does go hard. Man, I miss weed. The Order of Assassins literally had their... Yeah, they did. Yeah, that was Masyaf Temple. Masyaf Temple. I don't know how I fucked up the pronunciation there. Masyaf Temple in AC 1, and then you go back there in AC Revelations. I believe that's just in Syria, and then you have to go to, like, In AC Revelations, you travel around a lot too, because you go from Syria to Istanbul. Yeah. Neat stuff. Neat games. I love the Assassin's Creed games. My sub was for 3 months. Wait, when was your sub, War Penguin? Well, I guess I can just subtract 5 and then add 12. There we go. See, now it's fixed. I don't even have to, like, go back and like, I don't know why I was asking, like, how do I see this? I assumed it was a 1 monther, so it would have been 5. Anyway, thank you so much, War Penguin. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based. I really do appreciate that. It really does mean a lot. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Oh, yeah. Fucking hilarious-ass meme. I was gonna make a Twitter post about the fact that while I was sick, I finally watched the Planet of the Apes movies. Not the originals, the new ones. The Planet of the Apes movies that, like, started in 2011 with, I think it was Rise of the Planet of the Apes, I think it was. I'd seen Rise of the Planet of the Apes when I was, like, 11, when it came out. Well, a little after it came out on DVD. And I remember being really confused, because I liked the movie, and the ending felt like... I was young, so I wasn't good at picking up on small story elements that aren't screamed into your face. But I didn't understand how the sequel for the next movie, it was the apocalypse. I was like, what? Like, I saw the ads on... Because I'd seen the first movie, and I didn't really have an interest in seeing the sequel, because I liked the ending of the first one. I was like, what? Why is it the apocalypse in the second one? The simian flu? What? I didn't pick up on the fact that the virus, they gave the apes to, like, evolve them and make them smarter and to cure Alzheimer's in humans. I didn't pick up that had become a contagious virus that had spread and was killing people and would end up killing everybody. I didn't even, you know, the ending of the movie didn't really give you the impression that the apocalypse was coming. So, when the opening of the second movie happened, which I just watched like a day ago, when I watched the opening of the second movie, it was sad, dude. Like, the opening of the second movie is sad. You're like, oh, well, I guess I know what happened now, because I rewatched the first one as an adult, and I could see what was coming. And I was like, oh, this is bittersweet. I'm not gonna lie. So I haven't seen the newest Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes movie. I haven't seen that one. That one's still in theaters. But, I've seen the first 3 of the movies, and I'm not gonna lie. In the second movie, and especially the third movie, I am man enough to admit, I almost cried. As in, I fought it, and if I didn't fight it, I would have actually cried. If I didn't get a grip, I would have actually teared up multiple times at some points in the third movie. Holy fuck are those movies good. Not only are they good, but they're fucking sad, too. Like, very sincere movies. Yeah, I've been monkey-pilled. I watched the Kong and Godzilla movies, and then I decided after that, because I'm sick, like, literally too sick to play video games. If I sat up, I'd feel ill. I'd, like, lay down in bed and just watch the Planet of the Apes movies. I knew Godzilla would win. I feel like that was never a question, right? Because, like, finally watching those movies now, it's like, I mean, right from the get-go, it's framed as, we gotta be careful moving Kong, because Godzilla will come for him. And the implication isn't that, like, it'll be an equal fight. The implication is that Godzilla will come and kill Kong, and that's a big problem because they need him. I don't think the implication was ever that, like, it was an equal fight. I think the implication was that, like, we gotta figure out why Godzilla wants to kill Kong and, like, keep that from happening. Why? Well, I mean, Godzilla is, like, got maybe 50 or 30 feet on Kong, for starters, and is also, maybe even more, and is also a giant radioactive lizard that gets bigger and stronger the more radiation it's exposed to, and it has continuously been exposed to more. There's only one being that kills Godzilla. And they're already building up to it. Like, we know that because they used the oxygen destroyer bomb already. So we know what is going to eventually kill Godzilla. I won't say. King Ghidorah? No. No. King Ghidorah doesn't kill Godzilla. He's, like, close to on par. Who else? Destroya. It's gonna be Destroya. They already set off the oxygen destroyer bomb and almost killed Godzilla with it, just like Destroya's origin story. Destroya is who kills Godzilla and Godzilla Jr. in, like, the original movies. And, like, that is one of the favorite movies of the director of Godzilla x Kong. They're building up to that. Like, the director has already said they're building up to adapting that. Godzilla's like the Saitama of the Monsterverse? Not really. Well, no, not really. No. No, if anything, Destroya is. Because Destroya's whole thing is that he has no limits and he can continuously adapt to every single situation. The original Godzilla vs. King Kong movie, edited for the US, had Kong win by having only Kong coming out of the water when they both fell. Huh. I don't know, I just watched it on HBO Max. I didn't consider, like, as someone who definitely prefers Kong, even if I was watching, like, the US version, I got the impression that, like, no, Kong is no match for Godzilla. They're a really formidable, like, team, for sure, but if they just fight, like, Godzilla wins pretty much every time. Like, Kong might be able to, like, scrape by a temporary win, but Kong can't kill Godzilla on his own. Not even with the power fist and the axe, I don't think. Imagine Kong versus the Mutos? Yeah, no, it's like, just think about, like, the things Godzilla faces regularly, and think about whether or not Godzilla really stands a chance. Like, think about Godzilla taking on King Ghidorah. It wouldn't go well for Kong. It wouldn't go well for Kong. Right? It just wouldn't. Imagine Kong trying to take on one, let alone two Mutos. You mean Kong? Yeah, Kong. Kong gets a power fist? Did I guess I just spoiled the new movie for you, kind of, but it's literally on the poster, so I don't really think so. Godzilla x Kong poster. Yeah, no, Godzilla gets a power fist, and or not Godzilla, Kong gets a power fist, and it goes hard as fuck. Here's the poster. This poster is raw as fuck. Kinda rock, but if it was actually good. Yeah, this is the one where they have gay sex. Godzilla and Kong, yeah. They finally make up and then they kiss. Hold on, I can show a clip. Hold on. Yeah, Kaiju Yaoi. Man, I cannot type, bro. Here. Yeah, they made it woke. It's a silly meme. I will admit, I completely get why people want to immediately make a Godzilla x Kong version of that meme when I saw the scene in the movie, because he does do that whole like Kong trying to communicate with oh, it's funny. It's funny. Let the giant monsters fuck. Let them fuck. Yeah, just show that it's the scene from Godzilla King of Monsters where the scientist says let them fight, only in this one it's let them fuck. Real question is, who would bottom? I really don't know. You guys would have to tell me. I thought Godzilla was a girl. Godzilla is definitely not a girl. Isn't it true that, like, all the, like, the fan base is basically agreed at this point that, like, Godzilla is basically internally monologue voiced by Keith David. I think that's confirmed. I'm pretty sure that is confirmed. Like real. Like canon, you know? Anyway, oh, since I was sick and I was like binge watching movies that are just really popular and like well known and culturally relevant that I haven't seen yet, I also decided to give a crack, first time watch, to the Avatar movies by James Cameron. Never seen them before. The most I've known about the Avatar movies is what I'd seen in advertisements and like occasional cultural references and stuff. Gotta say, Avatar 1 was solid. It was fun. It was cool. I enjoyed it. Avatar 2, The Way of Water, though, was so much fucking better. The recent one that came out like a year ago, so much fucking better. Mogs the first one easily, I would say. Easily Mogs the first one. By a long shot. And this is obviously partially my own bias because I love, like, water environments. Like, speaking of which, I set my XMP profile for my RAM recently. I decided to test some games to see how much better my PC runs games on A, off of an SSD that's like big and fast, and B, with my proper RAM clock speeds and timings. It's good. I ran Subnautica to test it. Subnautica runs so fucking well now. I thought the game was just so terminally badly optimized that you needed a supercomputer to run it, and that even then there would be hitches and stutters. I tested it for like, I went ahead and built like the basic tools and swam around a bit and whatnot. Oh my god, does it run phenomenally on max settings. I might be able to stream it perfectly. I'm gonna try it after getting through the next couple games I want to stream. I would love to stream Subnautica and Subnautica Below Zero and eventually Subnautica 3, which they've said they're working on currently. You better believe I've never wanted to play Subnautica more than after watching that Avatar Way of Water movie. I liked that one a lot more. The story was better, I think. I also think that, like, the villains were just, even though it was the same villain, I thought it was better because, one, the villain was given more depth, you know? Like, an interesting story arc, like taking this, like, super grounded military dude and then putting him, like, his brain essentially into the body of one of the aliens and then, like, forcing him to, like, adapt to the planet in order to pursue his revenge quest, all the while kind of being pulled at to maybe, like, not be bad. It was a much cooler storyline. The bad guys were able to do a lot more to be, like, for cooler action scenes, so, like, oh, it was good. Obviously the movie was visually stunning. I liked it a lot. I thought it was good. I've now seen the Avatar movies. I'm not joking, by the way. Like, I finished The Way of Water maybe 2 hours ago. I finished the second movie. It was good. It was like the equivalent of a just walking out of the theater review. IRL people who side with Ace are sus. I noticed that a lot of ex-military dudes do. Like, a lot of, like if you're like a veteran, if you're like a Marine or something, you're way more likely to watch the Avatar movies and be like, well, I get where the humans are coming from here. Like, and maybe even just relate more to the bad guys, literally the bad guys. I know that, I've seen a fair amount of conservative accounts on Twitter that like to say that, the villain did nothing wrong. Yeah. It's pretty common. It's pretty common. Same goes for, like, Starship Troopers. A lot of people who, like, think the humans are just objectively the good guys and the aliens are objectively bad in Starship Troopers aren't necessarily fascists. A lot of them literally have had the IRL military brainwashing. So, like, the movie didn't need to do any work for them. Like, they just needed to just already have the training they had going into the movie to see things the way they do. Same goes for Eldivers, yeah. I know Marines who look at the Na'vi and think, need the Naviusi Lamau. Okay, let's be fucking honest. Like, 40 to 50% of Marines in real life would experience what it's like to be in, like, an avatar body and like walk around as a Navi and like be in that forest and live like that, and they would immediately go AWOL. Like they would all do the same thing. I'm pretty sure that's what they're gonna build up for the villain. I hope they do. I hope the villain in like the 3rd movie out of 5 I think James Cameron wants to make, like realizes what a shithead he's been doing and has a bit of a redemption arc. A well-done redemption arc is the best way to handle a villain in media, I think. Especially a villain who hasn't done anything like that evil. Like, don't get me wrong, he's a bad guy, but he's not like an internally evil human being to the extent that like when forced to do like the dirty work himself, he's oftentimes not able to do it. I don't think he even was the one who... I'm not gonna say, but yeah. We're talking about the James Cameron movies, not the Avatar: The Last Airbender right now. Reminds me, Zan, why are Terminids so much more difficult than automatons? They aren't. What are you talking about? The automatons are objectively more difficult to fight. Oh, that's why you're referring to Zuko. Okay, cool. Well, thanks for spoiling Zuko's arc in Avatar. A show that I'm literally going blind into when we watch party it. I would appreciate if you guys did not spoil anything about Avatar: The Last Airbender if it's as good as you guys say it is, because I literally know nothing. So if you guys say something like, this character has a redemption arc, you've just spoiled a substantial amount of the show for me. You just spoiled it. You just did that for me, and you can't undo that. Like, I swear, I know nothing about Avatar: The Last Airbender. If you want me to enjoy it to the maximum extent, preserve my, my not knowing anything. Isn't that rare, too? Like, knowing absolutely nothing about Avatar: The Last Airbender, and then you guys are gonna get to see me, like, watch it for the first time. Don't you guys want to preserve that, like, blind reaction you guys get to see in the Discord? I don't know. You guys just kind of ruin it for yourselves. Yasusa, thank you for the, Yasusa 116, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. That's so kind of you. Thank you, thank you. Oh wait, that doesn't count immediately because YouTube is cringe. I forgot. Says, hey, really enjoy your content. I used to be big into the anti-SJW content until like 2022, so glad to be off that stuff. I started watching them in 2016. Damn, you were in it a lot longer than I was, to be fair, but I'm glad you were able to get out. I hope you enjoy your stay here, and I really do appreciate your support. Thank you, thank you. Me too, Tommy Brunel, but I'm trying to get out of that. I'm trying to, like, condition myself into watching things without spoiling it. That, like, I literally used to, like, Google spoilers for stuff that I'm actively watching because I was so impatient to find out what happens next. And I've been trying to keep myself spoiler-free on things and like, fight that impulse. Because I feel it maybe lessens my enjoyment of some media, potentially. That surprises me that you started with the automatons, because, like, when getting into Helldivers 2, it was, like, you know, kind of pitched by a lot of people as the Starship Troopers game, right? So I immediately got in wanting to fight bugs, and having just watched Starship Troopers and wanting to fight some fucking bugs. Anyway, Pepper221, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you, thank you. Kind donation as well. Says, Zan, are you going to play Mists of Pandaria Remix or Cataclysm Classic? I don't know, guys. I'm waiting for the War Within, okay? I'm waiting for the War Within. And if retail WoW goes in a direction I really like, from there, and with that, then I might get back into modern WoW. But right now, I'm just kind of a classic WoW Andy, and if I'm gonna play a modern MMO, it's gonna be FF14. Like, WoW feels like it doesn't know what it wants to be when it comes to retail currently. Like, it really needs to lean into just being a modern MMO, like FF14, and having cutscenes and story, and, like, modern gameplay. They need to, like, allow Classic to preserve what made old WoW good, and then make something new that makes new WoW good. You know? And they need to do what made Classic WoW successful as well, which is taking from other MMOs that are successful and improving on what worked for them and giving it like that Blizzard shine that they were known for back in the 2000s. Maybe Dig Bick Bandit. I hope you appreciate that pronunciation of your name there. Thank you, Pepper T21. Once again, I really do appreciate it. And then Alexia, what a surprise. Thank you for the 3 Tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $15. It helps a lot. I hope Augusta Nora, Sergeant Flux, and That One Luna all appreciate their subs. Thank you, thank you. I certainly do. Suzanne, have you thought about playing Ark Survival Ascended at all? And have you seen or plan to see the animated show? I actually really liked the idea of Ark Survival Evolved because I watched Frankie on PC in 1080p play the first one, and then I got it, and even on my 2080 Ti, I couldn't run Ark 1 without, like, horrible lag, and then when I finally could, like, when the game was finally stable and running well, it felt like it was too late to get into Ark Survival Evolved, so I might play the new one. I heard it's, like, last I saw it was in beta, and it looked a little rough, but also promising. So I don't know, I'm interested in it, though. I'm interested. I do want to get into Ark if, like, it ends up being good and it runs well. I love the idea of Ark. Ark looks really interesting. And the animated show could help to explain the lore, which also seems cool. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate that. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Alrighty. You know what, chat? I'm gonna go AFK really quick just to go grab a Monster Energy. I know, I'm really tempting my stomach there. Funnily enough, energy drinks don't bother my stomach. I feel like there's something that it's something that should bother your stomach, like, rationally speaking. Like, I'm like, in my mind, it seems like the kind of thing that should bother your stomach, but it does not bother my stomach all that much. And I feel a little drowsy right now, so I'm gonna go grab one because I want to be at peak performance for this stream. I'll be right back. Gonna get me a monster. I'll probably use the restroom too. I could drain my bladder. Anyway, BRB, don't go anywhere. Guys, absolutely catastrophic news. I mean, the world is practically ending. Turns out, when I went and got a monster this morning, I did not restock in my fridge, which means all my monsters are warm. So I had to put one in the fridge, and I'm gonna have to wait a little while before it cools off enough to drink. I know. It's the worst. Like, when you're just, like, in the mood for, like, a drink that is not drinkable warm. Like, it's gotta be cold, and you just really want to drink it now, and you gotta put it in the fridge or freezer for a little while. It's rough. Yeah, warm monster is really gross. It's really yucky. These are the end times. It's so fucking Jover. Yeah, I put it in the fridge. By the time I finish 1 or 2 segments, I'm sure it'll be ready for consumption. Anyway, guys, I apologize for the last few days of no streams, as I said. Obviously, a little bit of a personal near disaster in my house. Almost went way worse. Like, I was worried I was going to get water in my computer. It was scary. That ended up being a far easier problem to fix than I expected. But getting sick was rough. It was fucking rough. I was already stressed about the time I'd taken off of stream, breaking up my schedule. I really try to maintain because of that. And then, like, as I'm getting ready for work after eating, like, my right before stream meal gets me sick, and I'm so sick all night. The next day, my throat is raw and I can't speak, you know? So I had to take yesterday off for that. And I mean, I still feel shitty, but I mean, I'm not depriving you guys of content any longer, you know? What do you think of the media having another Dems are freaking out moment when there's many positive indicators out there? A lot of it is just driving up ratings, you gotta understand. Like, this election so far has not been a good one for the, like, ratings and viewership, especially for left-wing outlets. Like, right now, you would expect that, like, every left-wing channel under the sun would be growing right now. Every left-wing channel under the sun is shrinking right now. Well, I mean, mine's growing, I guess, at an okay speed. But, like, everybody but, like, a few people, like me, Destiny, and a few other people that are, like, left-wing or left-adjacent in that range that aren't, like, actively far-right, have, like, either stopped growing or, like, completely halted or completely started losing it. Like, Hassan is continuously losing viewership right now, and it's an election year. And Hassan is losing subs, losing viewership, dropping stats every month. I think a lot of it is the fact that, like, a lot of the people that were attracted to the left the last couple of years by people like Hassan, were trained to, like, believe in these politics, these ideas in politics, like it's a popularity contest. They did the right-wing version, or the left-wing version of what the right does, with, like, everything being culture war popularity contest stuff, where there's no real winning state. It's just all about, like, endlessly shit-talking the opposition with no real goals, policy-wise, or any actual, like, finish line. And people just fall out of that stuff. And the sad thing is, I worry that a lot of the people who fall out of that, like, pointless, hollow, vague, left-leaning rhetoric that comes from people like Hassan or his Orbiter group, I worry that when they fall out of that, they fall out of the left. I worry that they think that the rest of the left is as vapid as, like, the community that they've spent the last years maybe in, and feel they've wasted their time being a part of. I don't know. By the way, guys, has this ever happened to you before? I was, like, coughing and vomiting so much when I got sick that, like, this whole area around both my eyes had become bloodshot. Like, there were little spots of red from, like, popped blood vessels all around in, like, the circle area around my eyes. My eyes themselves weren't, like, blood vessel popped all that much, but, like, the skin around was. Never had that? No. Holy shit. It was rough. When I tell you it was, like, it was vomiting, I mean, it was, like, painful, violent vomiting, okay? Like, it was rough, dude. It was a rough scene. It was not fun. I don't like getting sick. I don't like getting sick at all. I've had coughing fits so bad I basically pass out. That sucks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I came in at an interesting time. I'm explaining where I've been the last few days. I was sick. Anyway, Inca Reonen, thank you so much for the €5 says, spoilers don't spoil shit if it's good. Spoilers don't spoil shit if it's good. I'm currently watching a show where I read the books first, have watched multiple times, and it is still good. That's true, and that is the mindset I've had my entire life up until a couple months ago, but I kind of want to, like, get into enjoying media without, like... I want to enjoy some unspoiled media. I want to make myself like media unspoiled. Because there is admittedly a very special feeling you get, even if you're fine with spoilers or prefer them, there is a very special feeling you get when you are completely blindsided by something and don't expect it. Like, that is an unmistakably better feeling than just finding out what happens in a really, like, I don't know, verbal way, and then seeing it happen. It is objectively better to just have it happen all of a sudden when you don't expect it. It is. It just is. And I'm somebody who used to believe the opposite. So I'm really trying to get myself out of the habit of, like, spoiling shit I want to watch, you know? I used to watch clips of shows and movies, like, random, like, out of context, but, like, popular clips of a show or movie I was interested in to see if I really wanted to watch it. But now, if I have even a vague interest in it, I give it like 15, 20 minutes to get interesting if it doesn't start out like grabbing my attention, and I might fall off of it. But oftentimes, if it's decent within the first 20, 25 minutes, I'll watch it through. I've also gotten interested in shows because of spoilers. That's true. Yeah, I'm in that book too. I'm in that part too, where if it's a piece of media I would have never watched unless I had it spoiled for me and found out some cool shit happens in it, that's also a case where I might end up watching something when I otherwise might not have, and spoilers could be good, to be fair. A good example of this is Chainsaw Man. I probably would have never watched Chainsaw Man if I didn't find out about how, well, I can't say because it's not even been depicted in the show yet. Or Invincible, right? Like, I mean, I was going to watch Invincible anyway, but I'm even more hyped for what happens next, knowing what happens next. Because my perception of where the story would be going, had I not known what's happened in the comics, would honestly, it's less exciting. Is where it feels like, the show feels like it's going in a less exciting direction than it actually is when you know what's going to happen. Like, when you know what's going to happen, man. No Chainsaw, I'm not spoiling anything in Chainsaw Man. The bugs, Mark. Also, Xanderhall, could the Israel-Gaza stuff be another factor for a lot of lefty channels' views dropping, plus how the left is acting about Biden, too? I do think so to a degree. I think that a lot of people are recognizing that leftist channels are... Like, I think a lot of people who got into the left and that follow, like Hassan, for example, hate Trump. And they may be able to look past, like a lot of these lefty accounts and figures equating Trump and Biden, but when, like, the election year is here and they're actively telling people not to vote for Biden and to let Trump win to punish liberals, that's going to, like, disenfranchise even liberal-friendly parts of your audience, inevitably. And so I think that you're going to see these tanky accounts like Mike from PA, Hassan, like, in their whole orbit sphere, you're going to start to see them shrink. And continue to shrink, not start to shrink, continue to shrink at an ever-increasing rate as their fan bases get smaller, but more pure, I guess. Yeah, more like a Bad Empanada, someone who's got, like, what has he got, like a few tens of thousands of subs, but, you know, he pulls a few thousand views per video. He gets decent views. Like, most of his fans don't even know that on Twitter, he's been banned, like, 40 times for sending death and rape threats. Not joking about the rape threat thing, too. He's, like, threatened to rape multiple women. Or, like, hinted at the idea of sexually assaulting them in some way. He does this in DMs, yeah. He's on, like, his... No, it can't be 15th. It's got to be well into the 30s or 40s now. He's been doing this since, like, 2019. He's been getting banned, like, at least once a month, so we're over 50 alt accounts Bad Empanada is in. Yeah, Bad Empanada is, like, actually insane. Like genuinely, like, not a human. Like, I don't have any, like, respect for him like I would another human being. He's, like, actually an animal to me. But, like, no, wait, hold on. I have respect for animals. Like, he's like a slime mold. Or, like, an NPC in a video game. You know, there's nothing there, you know? He's actually one of the worst people in the online politics space. He might actually be more unhinged and a worse person than Nick Fuentes. Because even Nick Fuentes hasn't had, like, meltdowns where he threatens to assault people, you know? And says he's gonna find them and find out where they live. Like, yeah. Don't do slime molds like that? I'm sorry, slime molds are cool. I shouldn't... I was trying to think of things that aren't even, like, alive, you know? Sounds fucking illegal? I think he lives in, like, a country where nobody can get to him or something like that legally. I think he literally lives in a third world country that he immigrated to because internet money that you get, because YouTube pays you in USD, in that country goes way further. So, like, he may be a small YouTuber if he lived where he, like, came from, but where he lives now, he's in, like, the top 1% of the country. I forget what country it is, but, like, yeah. Oh, it's Argentina, yeah. No, that's the move, by the way. If you're a YouTuber, even if you're like, if I moved to the Philippines, do you guys have any, well, I would be murdered in a week, by the government. But like, if I moved to, like, just the Philippines off the top of my head, because I know the conversion rate at like, ballpark, I would be so fucking wealthy. Why? Well, because the localization of prices isn't the same there. So, like, the US dollar goes so much further there. So if you go to the Philippines and you're making money from Google in USD, and you just, like, are now living in, like, a country, like, why'd they murder? Stop asking unimportant, unrelated questions, chat. Stop it. Just listen to the story, okay? Let me make the point. Stop asking unrelated questions. If you moved to a third world country or a developing nation on, like, a YouTube paycheck from Google, that USD goes so much further that somebody who's, like, literally, like, living paycheck to paycheck in America can live in, like, a condo, or not a condo, a fucking high-rise penthouse apartment that's, like, would cost you tens of thousands a month in America. In a place like that, yeah. It's the same situation as non-compete in Vietnam, by the way. Vietnam is not anywhere near as good as, like, non-compete makes it out to be. Non-compete just makes YouTube money in USD, so there his money goes so fucking far, he can just pretend like this is what someone making such a small amount can live off of, right? Yeah, non-compete's whole, like, look how great fucking Vietnam is thing, complete bullshit. It's complete fucking bullshit. Vietnam has some good stuff going on. No, to be fair, they have some pretty good policy, but he's making USD. He can, like, the amount of money, like, they are literally beyond 1%ers by Vietnam standards, making, like, their pithy amount they make through Patreon and YouTube in USD. My parents are considering trying to retire in the Dominican Republic for that very reason. I've thought about that too, because I don't know if I'm ever going to make, like, enough money on YouTube to be stable for the rest of my life. And frankly, my health has gotten worse since COVID. I don't know if, like, where it's going to go from there. I might need to make enough money that I don't have to work a normal job again. But I don't know. Maybe I do end up moving to another country for that purpose, because, yeah, your money just goes further. Dominican Republic is sadly homophobic. Well, I'm not gay, so that wouldn't really affect me all that much for me to live there. It would just mean that I'm another person living there that isn't that way, that could impact the politics of the actual country. COVID is really bad. You're probably screwed for life. Thanks, I appreciate that, Monotypical. Thanks for telling me that. I've never gotten mad at a single person in chat for saying that to me. Ever. Once. For doomering about my health in my chat. And telling me I should just give up. I haven't gotten mad at people for that once. That's your one warning, by the way. That's your single warning. I forgot to add some context about the person who got mad at a mom worry about their trans kids, so I grabbed the link in your stream suggestion to grab this. We're busy right now, but I appreciate the link, One Piece. I appreciate it. I don't think I wasn't talking to you, Lancer. I was talking to Monotypical in YouTube chat. I need a place that's cheap, not homophobic, and weed-friendly. You are going to have a hard time finding a place that's like that. Not a lot of places checkmark all those boxes. I'm sorry I've had COVID before and my health hasn't been the same since. I didn't mean it that way. I meant my experience. I get it. It's just that I'm trying to be optimistic when people doomer. I'm trying not to doomer about my health, because if this is permanent, my life is basically over. Like, I'll never enjoy a vacation anywhere, you know? Like, I'll never be able to travel internationally because, like, I will end up having to spend days vomiting my guts out at some point in the trip, and that's just gonna suck doing while in another country. Like, I'm in constant aches and pains throughout many of my, like, just throughout much of my body, you know? So if this doesn't eventually go away, and it has been getting better, to be fair. Like, the reason why I'm optimistic is that a year ago, it was like every other week. Do you remember how much time I had to take off of stream a year ago because of how often I was getting sick? And then a year before that, when I got COVID originally, how fucking bad it was? It's taken years, but I am getting better. And I do feel generally better. And sometimes it's hard to tell if I'm just getting used to it or if I am actually getting better, but I'm pretty certain I'm getting noticeably better. Especially when I look back at how I was and felt a year ago. Yeah, it's getting better. It's just, I think COVID hurts you, maybe in some ways permanently. That wouldn't surprise me. But in ways that are, like, actively hyper detrimental to your life, like getting sick, I think that's more of a, it's just gonna be years of recovery type thing, you know? Like, you got fucked, you got COVID, like, you got fucked over. Good luck recovering for the next 3 to 5 years, is what it feels like. Like, I feel like in 3 to 5 years, I'll be totally back to normal, unless another COVID infection sends me back to square one. But, yeah, smells copish. Do you want to get banned? Look, you know, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you for that, actually. You're gonna go ahead and get a 1-day mute, Lucky Otter. Go ahead and enjoy that. I already warned you guys about doomering about my health. So yeah, go ahead and keep it up. Graphite J, thank you for the $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. Said, feel better, Zan. Thank you. I really appreciate that, especially today when people seem to just want to joke about my, like, entire life being ruined by permanent health problems. I'm not joking when I say I'm going to start banning people for it. It's really shitty, especially if there's some, like, spoiled-ass Europeans who live in a country whose, like, government cared about COVID and actually, like, didn't experience a 9/11's a day worth of COVID deaths every day because the guy that the majority of people didn't vote for won the presidency. Like, you don't get to shit-talk my health like that. Fuck you. And somehow COVID deniers still exist? Well, the COVID deniers are the ones who got COVID and it wasn't bad for them. The COVID deniers are the ones who have never and will likely never experience the worst of what COVID has to offer because they got COVID, thought, oh, this isn't so bad, and that now they, like, believe that it was all a hoax and everybody who has bad symptoms is just hamming it up. Yep, most anti-vaxxers and, like, COVID deniers at this point are the people who are literally never going to get that, like, karma of they get a COVID infection and it hurts them, you know? Did you get the original variant? I think I got the original Omicron variant, honestly. I got infected 2 years ago, and it was when, like, not Omicron, Delta. It was when the first Delta variant was going around, and everyone was saying, Delta variant, Delta variant. I got, like, the first Delta variant, which is said to be the worst one. Yep, that is really bad. I got the worst one. Granted, I'd been vaccinated and boosted and everything, so it was probably going to be worse, but it was the sickest I'd ever been in my life, was when I got that Delta variant of COVID. And then a year later, when I first moved into this house, I got COVID again. And it was a variant of Delta that, like, is known for being, like, far less severe. And that was, like, a vacation compared to before. I was so scared when I realized I had the telltale signs if I have COVID, and when the test was positive, I was so scared that I had to go through the same thing again, but it was like maybe a third, if not 40% as bad. And it didn't leave any long-lasting symptoms. Don't worry, Xana, some with 2 diabetic patients, I know that doomering about health is completely pointless and often will only further decline health due to anxiety affecting your immune system. Yep. It's why it's literally, my policy is going to be, like, absolutely banning anybody who doomers about my health in chat. I think I'm just going to permaban with no opportunity for getting the ban removed or lifted permanently. anybody who doomers about my health now, because it is actually, like, scientifically proven that that hurts people's health doing it. Like, you doing that and trying to put me into that mindset will make my health worse, and I will physically manifest that. That's scientifically proven. So I'm just gonna ban you if you do that. Like, you're trying to hurt me is how it feels, at least. Yeah. Surprised that healthcare isn't a core issue for presidential runnings despite long COVID being something that is just lingering over all of us. It is. It is. Biden has been talking about COVID and, like, one of the big things Biden just recently did is restocking our national reserves for the next pandemic. You guys know that the reason why we were so underprepared for the next pandemic is that Obama spent all of our medical preparation gear during the Ebola and swine flu, I think it was. Then Trump came into office and didn't restock it, didn't, like, fund the restocking of it. And so we were super behind when COVID hit landfall in America to begin with. Biden, I think, already restocked that, if I'm not mistaken. Are we allowed to doomer about your tech demons? You need a tech sources? Honestly, War Penguin, I haven't had tech demons in a hot minute. One thing that I've done is I like fucked around with my RAM stuff, and getting a new SSD has solved so, like, literally all of my tech problems were tied back to my PC running everything off of a hard drive, like all my game programs and stuff like that off of a hard drive, and my RAM clock speeds not being set. You appeased the machine spirit in your PC? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Inga Reunanen, thank you for the $20 20 euro pounds. I appreciate that. Saying, sorry babes, not mean to send you on this rabbit hole. I hope you'll fully recover at some point. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Very kind of you. I mean, I feel better, like, each passing successive month. But yeah. My mom messaged me, I thought Godzilla laid eggs. Listen, don't think about it too much. I don't think Godzilla lays any eggs in the newer movies, but maybe in the old ones. I think that might just be movie creators forgetting that, that male reptiles and birds don't typically lay eggs. Godzilla's I mean, Godzilla did mutate in the newest movie and go pink. Godzilla's radiation and, like, charged up beam and stuff and eyes are pink now. So maybe Godzilla's a girl now. Maybe Godzilla, like, transitioned because of the radiation. That would go crazy. If the radiation and evolution Godzilla went through to become more powerful for Godzilla x Kong made Godzilla a girl. That would mean Mothra and Godzilla are lesbians. Holy shit. Dude, can you imagine if they revealed all this to be true? Like the Chuds freaking out and calling Godzilla woke? Oh, I can't wait. He can reproduce asexually in some canon? I mean, it makes sense. Lizards can do some stuff, you know? Anyway, Slashy, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Gifted the Summer Star. Very based, very pog. Thank you. Said, okay, now we're doing it. We became friends over the Vivian Paper Mario thing. Nice. I'm glad you made a new friend in chat, and I hope they appreciate their tier 1 sub. And then Slashy getting themselves a tier 1 sub as well. Thank you. Said, we're friends now. She is really cool. Aw, nice. Well, I appreciate the support. Thank you. Let me update the dono goal. Alright, guys. It's time for topics. Fucking pronouns! What are we gonna start with? Let me consult the scroll. Nice try, Slashy. No stun locks. We're starting a segment. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, this is a good one. Okay. Alright, one sec, chat. Prepping for the segment. Alright. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Alright, everybody. So, this is a segment that very well may get me canceled. Just absolutely crushed into the fucking mud. Because I'm going to be talking about, not even in like an overtly critical way, but in a vaguely critical way. A content creator that's like currently one of those people you're just not allowed to criticize. Like, you know how there's just certain people that you're just not allowed to criticize on the internet? Like, if you say anything even close to critical of them, you will get dogpiled. Because they have such a, you know, wide supporter base and a lot of glazers, to be fair. That person is Wendigoon. Now, my opinion on Wendigoon is a little mixed, okay? I discovered this guy. He's a huge YouTuber, by the way. Here's his channel. His name is a combination of Wendigo and, I guess, Goon? I don't know if it's supposed to be short for Gooner. I would hope not. I would assume not, because that's not really his brand, if you know him, like, at all beyond, like, the videos. I assume it's just, like, meant to sound funny. I'm pretty sure that's what the joke is supposed to be. But Wendigoon is a pretty interesting content creator. He makes a lot of videos about a variety of things. Everything from conspiracy theories to real life, like, unsolved mystery horror stories to the stories of serial killers to the, to takedowns of, like, people who have maybe misrepresented a story, right? Like, he's done a lot of variety there. But he also covers a lot of theology. And it's not in quite a critical way or like an objective way, because you see, Wendigoon is a Christian. And not like he believes in Christianity, like, passively, or like he maybe goes to church or prays and, you know, believes, has faith or whatever. Not as simple as that. Wendigoon believes in angels and demons and God, and that the Bible happened literally. When Wendigoon goes on to podcasts, for example, and describes how people think about the Bible, he says some people, some Christians, think that the Bible is just a guidebook for your morals and ideas. And when he talks about certain conspiracies, or even suggests that I've seen the guy suggest at one point that a certain alien, like an alien sighting, could have been angels. And I don't mean that, like, ironically or as a joke. Like, he wasn't joking there, or being, like, funny or, like, facetious, or, like, hey, maybe it was angels or something, you know? Like, I could see him doing that, and I could imagine you could too. No, he was serious. He suggested that one of the more credible UFO spottings could have actually been an angel, because of something in the Bible about, like, angels giving technology to ancient humans or something that could have been what people think were aliens, but it's actually angels. He believes that stuff. God is real, you're a sinner. Well, there's a Wendigoon fan, it would seem. Listen, I don't think Wendigoon's a bad guy, or like evil or far right, but there are definitely some cringe things he believes, just objectively. Like, come on. I have seen how much people glaze for this guy. I watch PKA, the Painkiller Already podcast. These guys, besides like racism and homophobia, don't like much else more than dunking on Christianity or any religion. And they love dunking on Christianity even when someone who believes in that stuff is on their podcast. Except for when it was Wendigoon, one of their biggest guests of all time. When they had Wendigoon on there, all of a sudden, It was all curiosity about Christianity, everyone holding their tongue about making jokes about priests being pedophiles, or about like how ridiculous it is that everything in the Bible is so over the top impossible and people believe it literally. They drop all that stuff as not to offend Wendigoon when they brought him on multiple times. It just really comes off as like not just people that are fans of his content, but like other content creators kind of glaze the guy a little bit. You know, like the standards feel a little inconsistent, right? It's no fun to kick a puppy, lol, so no, it isn't fun to make fun of Isaiah to his face. Is that his name? Isaiah? I think that's it. He comes off as a really nice guy. That's actually really good. I like that that distinction. It's no fun to kick a puppy, so no, it isn't fun to make fun of him to his face. Yeah, like he comes off so nice. And I don't know if it's genuine or not, frankly. I don't know inside of his head. I'm actually inclined to believe it's genuine, to be honest, and I'll show you why. I have a point to all this, by the way. There's a reason why I'm talking about this stuff, and it has to do with the recent discourse. I'm just giving you guys some context on how I think about this. Let me see if I can find it. There was like a reply. Well, I guess I kind of have to give the context for this to make any sense, don't I? Where the fuck is my retweet? Oh god, Twitter sucks now. It really, really sucks now, bro. Here we go. Okay, so a dude who looks a lot like Noah Samson named something Shadows that does also quite a bit of horror content, but he's like also kind of a Hassan orbiter lefty and thus incapable of making a good argument or critique, made a video calling out Wendigoon. And while some of the arguments, such as Wendigoon's numerous friendships with like actual alt-righters, were good points, they were surrounded by arguments that were very vibes-based. Like, the guy definitely has the right idea about Wendigoon, or maybe like an approximating right idea about Wendigoon, but fails entirely to make the argument for why even a like super left-leaning person should see things his way, and thus it just comes off as a really insidious attack video, especially when, like, let's say hypothetically Wendigoon is evil, or something, like secretly evil or something. He's done a if that's the case, he has done a phenomenal job of hiding that behind a very good character. And so if you criticize that character, you're playing into who this supposedly evil person playing a good character wants you to do, which is to criticize that good character and look deranged, right? Yeah, so like even from the perspective of someone who thinks Wendigoon is secretly a bad guy, it wasn't a good line of attack for the guy to go on. The something into shadows, walk into shadow. I forget what the guy's name is. He looks like Noah Samson, and that's all I remember about him, right? Anyway, I will say, though, I don't think Wendigoon is evil, nor do I even think that Wendigoon is really right-wing. For one, to be clear, the Shadows guy made some arguments up, too, so it's like some of the things he said were just outright wrong. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Wendigoon replied to this tweet. Now, or to this video by the guy. Mind you, at the time that he posted this, there was no public pressure on Wendigoon to make a statement like this. Everybody, like a tidal wave, had gotten behind Wendigoon and crashed against this Noah Samson clone-looking dude, right? There was no public pressure or financial incentive at all for Wendigoon to do this, except maybe potentially to enforce the perception of him as a really nice guy. But that could also just be him being a really nice guy, right? You know, the internet makes you really on edge because there's been so many people who have been way worse than they let on, and so now it feels almost as though everyone's guilty until proven innocent, which is not a standard we want to uphold, you know? We don't want that to be how we operate. But I want you to hear this comment, knowing that Wendigoon really has no pressure to have made it, right? Please, no one harass or comment rude things on my behalf. I do not agree with or condone meanness in any way. If you're here to leave a spiteful remark on my behalf, don't. Nothing good comes from anger. I want to apologize for people saying awful things to you on Twitter. I did not know this was happening and don't stand by that behavior. I followed you because I saw your Slenderman video and enjoyed it, then saw you in my recommended follows. It sounds like you strongly dislike me and that's okay, but if I've done anything to cause that, I apologize. If I've ever spoken against you without cause or made any joke at your expense, I am sorry. I did not follow you to harass you, but if that contributed in any way, I wish I could take it back. He apparently follows anyone who criticizes him, which is also a very nice thing. Like, to an extent, ChatGPT-ass post, I get that, but also this is literally how Wendigoon talks. Like, this is how Wendigoon talks. This doesn't come off as a ChatGPT prompt message. This is just how he speaks, translated into words. You don't have to like me, but I hope you do not feel I have ill will against you. There is a lot you assumed incorrectly about me that's to be expected. I try to keep my life private in what ways I can, and my friends mentioned in the video can take up for themselves. I will only point out that your assertion about Brandon Buckingham is particularly egregious because the lie regarding a threat was made up by Sneeko when Brandon called him out on his behavior. Now, Brandon Buckingham, I like him more than most that inhabit the space he's in, but Brandon Buckingham is like a right-leaning shock jock comedian. Like, one of the things he did was like go outside of a Dave Chappelle stand-up show to like kind of piss off the protesters that were upset that Dave Chappelle is transphobic, and they were carrying signs that say jokes are funny. As if any of the protesters outside were arguing that like that Dave Chappelle shouldn't be allowed to make jokes. I think they're protesting the platforming and the arguments he's making. Like, you're allowed to protest an argument without it being against the person making the argument's freedom of speech. In fact, I'd argue suggesting that people aren't allowed to protest that are the ones against freedom of speech. But hey, what can I say? Anyway, Brandon Buckingham, pretty right-leaning. A lot of Wendigoon's friends are right-leaning. And I don't mean just right-leaning, I mean like they want to kill trans people right-leaning. Like, Wendigoon is friends with people who want to kill trans people. And that's where a lot of the left's comes from. But one thing you got to remember is we're back in Gamergate 2. We're in Gamergate 2, and a fundamental thing you have to remember about Gamergate was someone being friends with an actual, open, admitted Nazi could not be used as a mark on their character. Back then, if you ever said, wait, this guy's literally just hanging out with a bunch of Nazis, the response you always got was, guilt by association much? And we are right back, yep, we're right back in the sequel no one wanted, where you're not allowed to criticize people for the company they keep politically. Because right now we're in this era where like the idea of caring about politics enough that it guides in any way, shape, or form your associations or friendships or how you like who you choose to be around. That's like woke and cringe and like kinda cringe, bro. You know what I mean? I never even wanted the original. So true. Sneeko. Although, to be fair, Brandon did own Sneeko pretty hard, but even the right hates Sneeko at this point because he's just so pathetic. I know you wouldn't support an internet figure like Sneeko, but you inadvertently did by not checking the source. I've made similar mistakes most YouTubers at one point or another have, but harmful allegations spread when people parrot rather than decipher data. I have said things in the past that I do not... I've said things in the past that I do not agree with now and am learning to better myself daily, and each day find myself more in the wrong. I am sorry for the things I've said to bring hurt or strife onto any person or people. May God forgive me. I hope you're successful. The Slenderman video was great. That's complimenting the video, one of the videos the person criticizing Wendigoon made. And I hope you don't find myself or my audience impeding your career. And again, if you're here to leave a mean comment for me, don't be mean. Yeah. He multiple times in this comment he left on the video the person made about him. Don't leave a comment if you're one of my fans harassing this person. Don't do it. Just get out of here. Just leave. Disliking and like hate commenting and harassing this person. You're not welcome. I really like that. Even if it's not genuine, that statement means a lot. And I think it's genuine. This felt genuine. So, I'm going to go ahead and say, my position on Wendigoon, what I think Wendigoon is a guy, a normal dude, probably from like a pretty rural area, I think like somewhere in the Midwest, if I recall correctly. Grew up very Christian, became an adult, solidified heavily into that Christianity, and has gotten into a career since that, like his Sunday school job, his day job is as a Sunday school teacher. He teaches kids the Bible. He's from Tennessee, yeah, deep south, right? Like a very Christian conservative area. So at the very least, while I don't think he's hyper-conservative or anything, I think that conservatism is seen to him as a much more normal thing and not like an over-the-top hateful thing. Like, even if it is over-the-top and hateful. Which is why a lot of people on the left have a problem with him. And many might say, oh, well, guilt by association, but I mean, come on, some of these things are pretty serious. For example, a friend of Wendigoon's, or at least I know that this guy is, like, always at the YouTuber gun range. Like, you know how there's the YouTuber range day things? Wendigoon's at every single one because he's basically an honorary gun tuber, but, like, he doesn't do gun tube content, but he's, like, part of that community because he's such good friends with all the gun tubers and he likes guns IRL. This is one of his friends, if I recall correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Wendigoon is friends with this Micah Mayfield guy. I know I've seen pictures of them posing together at the range days, the YouTuber range days. But here's a recent clip from one of Micah Mayfield's videos.
And your optic does not turn on, and you just have a hollow tube of glass that you're putting on a train. Sorry about that, school shooter. And
they shoot together? Yeah. Now, this is not the only one of Wendigoon's friends who has publicly expressed a hatred of trans and gay people that reaches on, like, joking about killing them with the gun they're holding in their hand on video right before they go and shoot it. There's quite a few people within GunTube, which, you know, Wendigoon is deeply embedded within, that are like this. Unfortunately, like, the gun community online is heavily dominated by people like this. In fact, another YouTuber who is, like, both visually similar to Wendigoon, but also has a similar effect of, like, you can't criticize the guy, that I criticized and got canceled for recently, was Brandon Herrera. Now, they didn't really go after me as hard as the guy who criticized Wendigoon did, because if they did, then people might have watched my video and seen Brandon Herrera in his Confederate flag shirt doing the ad for the Confederate, like, society thing. Here, let me see if I can find it. Brandon Herrera Confederate Society ad. Can I find it? It might just be in my video. The left is awful at, like, spreading anything useful as far as evidence to suggest, like, a person is bad that is on the right, and so it can be really hard to find these things. I know I retweeted it, though. Here's the pictures. Can I find the video? Here it is, yep. So yeah, this is Brandon Herrera. Maybe he was younger, maybe he's changed since then, but this is a young Brandon Herrera in a shirt with a Confederate flag on it, doing an ad for a Confederate Heritage Society, quote unquote. 4 years, by the way.
Hi there, I'm Brandon Herrera with Fayetteville Arsenal Camp number 168, and welcome to the SCV. The SCV, or the Sons of Confederate Veterans, is a historical honor society dedicated to preserving Confederate heritage and learning more about our ancestors who fought and died in the War of Northern Aggression.
The War of Northern Aggression. I covered this clip, and Brandon Herrera's fans jumped on me. Many of them clearly not having watched the video because I guess I waited too long to show this clip, like 2 minutes is too long in, and they accused me of having, like, no evidence to suggest or to support my claim. But, many of the other comments were things like, that's not even a Confederate flag, that's the Tennessee battle flag. They come out with, like, the like copium shit I heard from racists when I was 8. When I'd be like, why do you have a Confederate flag on your truck? Do you hate black people? I didn't have any filter when I was a kid. So like if I saw like a dude in a store wearing a Confederate flag shirt, I would just outright ask, do you hate black people? Just full, I didn't know that was like a thing you shouldn't just outright do. Like, cause like, but at the same time, I would also say things like, nah, being gay is fine. If someone makes the choice to be gay, I guess. I don't know how you do that, but if they choose to be gay, they're not hurting anybody. Like, it should be allowed. I don't get why people have such a problem with it. I said that when I was a kid, too. My heart was in the right place, but he's right, but he's out of line, you know? Yeah, Kid Zan W. Speaking of Kid Zan, by the way, here, you guys want to see a Kid Zan jump scare? My mom sent me a photo from when I was like maybe 10 at Busch Gardens at the Prairie Dog area where they have the prairie dogs at Busch Gardens. This is a photo of like maybe 10 or 11-year-old me. So this is what I would have looked like at the time. More or less. This is when I had brown hair as a kid. Big Ouncerton's family? Well, that's a prairie dog, not a head, or prairie dog? No, wait. Meerkat, not a prairie dog, damn it. No, it's a meerkat, my bad. It's a meerkat. I mix up meerkat and prairie dog, like, by name often. This is a meerkat. These are the guys that live in the colonies underground, like it's standing on its little tunnel, and it's keeping watch. This is the watch meerkat. This is the one that like screams if something predatory comes and all the others come downstairs into the hole. He's out on watch, and that's why he's just sitting there still for me to get a nice photo with. But yeah, that's young Zan. That's what I looked like when I was a little guy, just a little lad. Why does your face remind me of Tobey Maguire? I don't know, maybe I'm Spider-Man. I should try to get every spider in my house to bite me until I get spider powers. Surely it can't end like poorly, right? Anyway, that little stun lock aside, you can probably understand where I'm coming from, right? Like Wendigoon, or where a lot of people on the left are coming from, I guess. Where Wendigoon's a nice guy, and he's so broadly loved. But so many people he's associated with are, like, actually hateful, or at least there is evidence that at some point they were. That has given some pause to many people that are on the left, because from the perspective of someone who is left-leaning, someone being well-loved and respected is a powerful tool. There are many institutions who know this. One, for example, just to give like a very broad, well-known example that isn't going to be controversial, Scientology. Think about Scientology. They know that someone being well-loved, famous, and liked means that whatever ideology, belief, or even religion they aspire to or ascribe to is going to be benefited by that. That person is effectively an advertisement. Like Tom Cruise, for example, is literally a walking, talking, living advertisement for the Church of Scientology. Or I should say the cult of Scientology. And the deeper you go into learning about Scientology, the darker and darker it gets, by the way. It's rough. Anyway, something that I find interesting is that logic is almost ignored when it comes to politics. Obviously, if someone is a large, beloved figure and they have a certain set of political values that at least you can glean at the very least, and they are broadly liked, their likability is going to make those politics more likable. Even if that person is an outlier. So let's say that, like, Wendigoon is a hyper-Christian, hyper-right-wing, like, homophobic person, which I don't think he is homophobic or transphobic, to be honest, because I've seen him be kind to trans people, for example. This is something I feel I would be remiss to not bring up, by the way. Like, Wendigoon has said, like, not exactly trans rights or anything, but he's expressed kindness towards trans people. So even if he's not trans positive or trans affirming, he would never, like, call a trans person a slur and be mean to them about it, right? He would never, like, his politics are not based in a desire to gain, like, a negative reaction from people and be cruel, like many conservatives online are. That's the big difference. Like, if Wendigoon is a conservative, he's fundamentally different than most internet conservatives, and that, like, 99% of internet conservatives are conservative for the reaction. They're conservative because they know that being conservative and saying conservative things will piss you off, and it'll get a reaction, and that's what they want. They're desperate for a reaction. But I don't think that's the case for Wendigoon. I think it's just in many ways how he was raised, and in many ways he is a nice guy who doesn't see his politics getting in the way of that. But yeah, a lot of people on the left seeing that, like, big YouTubers like Brandon Herrera have managed to keep stuff like this under the rug.
Dedicated to preserving Confederate heritage and learning more about our ancestors who fought and died in the War of Northern Aggression. The SCV is open to any male over the age of 12 years old who has an ancestor who fought
Men only, of course.
the Confederate Army.
Yeah, I got massively canceled for covering this, by the way. Just so you know. Like, I have no... Like, I know that Wendigoon wouldn't want his fans to harass me for making this video. But I know that many of his fans will do it anyway. That's the big problem. You see, another thing that doesn't really help Wendigoon's case when it comes to the perception a lot of left-leaning people have is the people that defend him, not just his friends, but those that come out to defend him. So, for example, people calling out the fact that Wendigoon is friends with transphobes results in tweets like this getting tens of thousands of likes from his fan base saying things like, Twitter drama becomes less serious by the day, because how the fuck am I going to see countless tweets talking about Wendigoon being friends with whoever the fuck hates pedos? Mind it, they won't ever say that they're transphobic or they hate trans people. They'll say they hate pedos. Because remember, for the last 5 years, the right has done a massive, like, marketing campaign to rebrand trans people in their rhetoric as simply just pedos or groomers. Like, when they refer to trans people, they don't want to have to say transgenders or any of that. They just want to be able to say pedophiles or pedos. So they can just immediately poison the well. And not only that, but apply a label to LGBT people that 90% of society agrees makes someone deserving in, like, a brutal death, right? Like, if you call... I'd say 90% of people in our society agree that pedophiles deserve to be killed. Like 90% of people you pull on the street. There's a reason why conservatives want so badly for trans people and pedos to be synonymous, right? So they've been doing that for a while, and now sometimes they just use it interchangeably. Same way with DEI, for example, like that famous tweet where it's like the DEI mayor of Baltimore, where it's like, okay, the mayor was elected. DEI is impossible to be a thing in an elected position, so you literally just mean black. Like, DEI just means the N-word, right? So they use it interchangeably now. Yeah. Ironically enough, the closest you could get, like, politically to using a political view and pedophilia as interchangeable is conservatives. Like, conservatives literally have a higher rate of child sexual abuse by a massive margin than people who are left-leaning. So, I mean... It is what it is. But a lot of the people that'll come out to criticize you if you, like, or not criticize you, but to attack you if you criticize Wendigoon, I mean, look at the videos that have been made and who's made them so far about this whole situation. Brandon Buckingham, a, like, right-leaning shock jock YouTuber, probably one of the better people to cover this. Bo Blacks, he's a fine guy. Sensitive Society, like, probably one of the newer right-wing grift channels. He's a Leafy clone. Here's an episode of PKA that he was on. I assume this is a Mogul Mail about it. A Wendigoon video. Wendigoon on PKA. Like, some of the stuff that's about... Yeah, Willie Mack show's okay, but you can see the framing, both from people that are, like, left-ish leaning to centrist leaning to right-adjacent to full-on right-wing, are all united in defending Wendigoon and saying most racist leftists... Like, I like Willie Mack's new videos. The video he's criticizing is shit. The people Willie Mack criticizes tend to be shit. They really, really do. I like Willie Mack's stuff, but fucking hell, bro. Like, a lot of the stuff is just ending up becoming... It's literally the lefties are bad channel now. And half the time, I have to agree with a lot of the criticism. More than half the time, I have to agree with a lot of the criticism. It's like, fuck, where's the left right now wherein like everybody is united in making valid criticisms of some of the biggest people on the left that you can't really say anything about, right? It's in a rough place. His Vosh videos gave me cancer and Ebola at the same time. I mean, nothing in the videos were lies. Like, what did Willie Mack's show say in the videos that were lies? I don't recall a single thing being an untruth in there. It's uncharitable, to be sure. Like, he does not like Vosh, and it's very, like, mean and uncharitable, but he doesn't lie about him at any point or misrepresent any info. I don't call a single lie in it myself. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, if you can remind me, but I don't remember anything being wrong. Anyway, like I said, though, I think this kind of stuff worries me. I think the situation... this whole video was far less about me wanting to talk about how I feel about Wendigoon and where I think Wendigoon's politics are, because frankly, I mean, I've already expressed what I think. I think Wendigoon's probably just a nice, like, genuine guy who grew up in a pretty conservative place, pretty Christian place, and it's been his upbringing, it's been his whole life, and that's probably never going to change. It could, but probably wouldn't expect it. And surprisingly, it's not impacted his politics. Or his, like, his beliefs. Like, he's one of the 1 in 1,000 conservatives you'll meet on the internet who's, like, actually a nice guy who's conservative. Like, who doesn't just enjoy shitting on people who are left-leaning or minorities as, like, their go-to source of entertainment, and that's what makes them conservative. Wendigoon seems like the kind of guy who's just, like, grew up conservative. Like Connor Points, yeah. You know, Connor Points is somebody who is conservative that I actually get along fairly well with. Like, I don't agree with everything, but, like, he's a chill dude. Like, he has some pretty good opinions on some things as well. Like, sometimes I get surprised by that. So yeah, maybe Wendigoon's in a similar situation. Maybe, like, he is somewhat right-leaning, but behind the scenes, though he doesn't talk much politics, he's kind of fed up with Trump. We don't know. He doesn't even get into politics all that much when he goes onto PKA. I will say, he kind of looks uncomfortable when they make a racist joke on PK, and I can't tell if that's him not wanting to be on screen as, like, a Holocaust denial joke is made, or if that's him, like, genuinely being upset by it, but he certainly doesn't speak out against it. Anyway, what I think is more important, less so than Wendigoon and what his politics are, is how the optics of criticizing Wendigoon look for the left. Have you seen anybody get, like, convinced that Wendigoon is... not even that this is the claim that, like, the left is trying to make, but have you seen anybody be swayed by the arguments the left is making about Wendigoon that are, like, a Wendigoon fan or, like, center-leaning or just, like, a normie? I've yet to see a single one. The consensus seems to be that even non-Wendigoon fans think the criticism of him is deranged. Because the fact is, the left does not know how to pick and choose its battles. And it's just very self-destructive. And right now, I think, is a perfect example of that. Wait, Xander, what happened with Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door? We're not covering that right now, but we will later. But yeah, I think that I'm a pretty big Wendigoon fan. You need some hard evidence to turn me against. Exactly, right? Like, he's got one of the most loyal audiences out there. Like, to give you an idea, I'm pretty sure even my most loyal fans don't measure up to, like, the average fan of Wendigoon. Like, I lost a good 20% of my active audience because I stopped being friends with Keffels, to give you an idea. Like, Wendigoon could probably actually kill somebody, and most of his fans would be like, okay, but why did he kill that person? Like, but hold on. Why did he do it, though? I need to know why, because, like, you know? Lamau, yeah, but unfriending Keffels was based? Yeah, but I'm not making a comparison of who's doing a base thing. I'm making a comparison of, like, who has an audience that's more, like, reverent, right? Like, I feel that Wendigoon would probably have to, like, do something really bad to get the, like, level of hate that many other YouTubers, including myself, would get for doing something far less bad. I got hate in Voshcord because of you? Yeah, Vosh's community hates me. I got mocked in Voshcord due to being a fan of yours. Yeah, I haven't talked to Vosh since the, like, Keffels thing. Like, since I burned the bridge with Keffels. And ever since then, his community has been exceptionally cruel to me. So I haven't even been to chat or, like, in any of his community. So I don't even know if me and Vosh are friends anymore. I haven't, like, burned the bridge with him or anything. It's just anytime I go anywhere adjacent to his community, I'm, like, I'm assaulted with so much harassment. Granted, I wonder if that had stopped now since, like, Keffels got exposed. But maybe not, because they've hated me since then, too. They only hate you now? Yeah, they really do. It's crazy. But yeah, I think it's just the perfect example of how, like, fucked the left is right now, right? Like, it's not just the left looks deranged. It's that the left is kind of deranged right now. I'm not going to lie. Like, the amount of blatant Biden hate during an election season is kind of deranged behavior, low-key. Why do they hate you, Zan? It kind of depends. It's a variety of things. You'd have to ask around. You get different answers every time. Most of them kind of just... A lot of them think I'm just not good enough at being a politics streamer to have earned the success that I've had so far, even if it's a very minimal amount of success. That's usually the most common reason for why people will just hate you, is they don't get why people like you, and you have some success and they think you don't deserve it. And that, like, boils into, like, either not... It can go from not caring to being, like, disliking to outright hating and wishing to see fall. Because, yeah, that's dumb. You've taught me a lot. Well, to be fair, a lot of those people probably just seen a clip of me. But, yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. But my point is, I think this whole Wendigoon thing is a great example of how bad of a place the left is in right now when it comes to rhetoric. It's why lately I've tried to chill out a lot more with my criticisms. Like, maybe you guys have seen I've been a lot more charitable to even, like, right adjacent content creators and even somewhat more friendly with them, because I'm going to be honest, guys. Like, I don't know if you've noticed, but the left is in no position right now to, like, play powerful. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, the left is in no position right now to be on the attack against literally anyone popular at the moment. Like, if you get into a drama with a right-wing figure right now, that is not good for you. You will not have enough support to balance things out or win in that, you know? We're back in another era similar to Gamergate, and it makes me wonder, does that mean that we're going to have a repeat of 2016? Exactly. Will this sort of, like, cultural swing to the right online result in another Trump win? Very well could. We'll have to see. Anyway, if you enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like. It really does help a lot. It's a totally free way of supporting the channel, my videos, my content. So whether you're watching live, no matter when, where, or what you're watching, consider dropping a like. It really does help a lot, and I hope you thought that my opinions here were somewhat valid. And as a matter of fact, if you're a Wendigoon fan and you've stumbled across this video, and you've never seen me before, like, you're just like a Wendigoon fan who like was looking for people talking about the guy who made a video against Wendigoon, I want to know what you thought. Like, genuinely. Many of you might not have watched this far, but if you did, I do want to know what you thought, because I'm not criticizing Wendigoon here. I'm just kind of, like, analyzing him in a... I'm not, like, trying to character assassinate or anything, just sort of lightly analyzing him from a left-wing perspective. And I'm curious how many people in Wendigoon's community are like, yeah, that's fine, and how many will genuinely jump on you even at the slightest implication of, like, someone not thinking Wendigoon is, like, totally 100% perfect squeaky clean. Like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. You can also comment down below, subscribe, ring the bell icon, turn on all notifications, and maybe even consider following my social medias linked down below. And don't forget, if you haven't already, make sure to join my fan Discord. It's the hub of my fan base, the hub of my community. Totally free to join through the link down below. And we host watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there. I also announce all my uploads and streams there. And we're doing a watch party after stream today. So make sure you join the Discord and get ready for that watch party if you haven't already, because I can't wait to see you guys there. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed, and thank you for watching this segment. Hell yeah, what'd you guys think of that one? I think it came out really good. Xanderhall, it feels as if BreadTube is being divided and conquered right now. I mean, divided and conquered by who? I mean, by itself, really, right? Like, for the most part, like, I haven't had any kind of personal falling out with Vosh or anything. It's just that anytime I go into his chat to say hi, or, like, just chill out or be part of, like, that community at any point, or make myself known, I'm immediately assailed by, like, countless hate, like, messages in chat. And, there was a thing, like, a year ago, maybe, where someone was, like, shit-talking me in Vosh's chat, and I shit-talked them back. Like, I think I just told them to kill themselves, and I got, temp banned. I was just like, oh, okay, so, like, these people can, like, mass harass me, but if I go hard on them, then I'm gonna get banned. And, like, there's nothing that's gonna happen to them for them, like, going after me in the chat. It's just, like, they don't like me, and that's the... You're just too moderate for them, Zan? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's just not pleasant. I just talk in DMs, but yeah, I don't like Vasha sometimes. I think DM's community also hates me since the Keffels thing. I haven't had a good reception in any other leftist communities, to be clear, by the way. Like, I have not had a positive reception in any lefty streamer chat since the Keffels drama. Literally, I'm not going to lie to you guys, I didn't say it at the time because it kind of looked pathetic and sad and, like, conceding defeat at the time when Keffels was still looked better than me. But now I'll just outright tell you what the damages are. Like, pretty much everyone condemned me. At least, like, silently agreed to condemn me in a way during all of that. Like, I had no one in the online left on my side. The only people I recall coming out to my side were commentary and drama YouTubers. Like, funnily enough, Nicholas Diorio sent me a very nice, heartfelt message. Like, hey, man, I'm really sorry about what happened. You know, all that, yeah. Yeah, Demon Mom is chill with me, but her community's been somewhat, somewhat mean to me since the Keffels thing. Some of them have called me incels, some of them have called me, like, pathetic and misogynistic. Same stuff I've heard from Vosh's and Keffels' community, though. I've been more active in Zan's chat than Vosh's lately. Nice. Very cool. But yeah, it is what it is. I think, for the most part, it's the audiences are dividing and conquering the left at the moment. Like, I just genuinely cannot stand dealing with the parts of the fan bases of other lefty content creators that hate me. Or not the content creators that hate me, but the parts of their fan bases that hate me. Like, I can't go, like, stand Vosh's fan base just because of the people in there that hate me and how much they will just endlessly, like, just spam me and shit, you know? So it's just unpleasant. Keffels was banned from Voshcord, right? I have no clue what their relationship is. I have a feeling internally Vosh was like, ah, shit, man, Zan was on the right track, burning that bridge with Keffels a few months ago. Holy hell. Do you know about the Turkey Tom hit piece on you? He didn't make a hit piece on me. He reacted to possibly the funniest hit piece video I have ever seen about me. I thought about covering it, but it's already old at this point. But the thumbnail, it's called something like, is Xander Hall as nice as he seems or something? Or Xander Hall BreadTube's darkest creator or something like that. And then the thumbnail is like, he's not as nice as he seems, and then, like, the thumbnail has, like, an outline, or, like, the silhouette of, like, you know how in, like, a movie poster, like, a serial killer will be, like, a black silhouette with, like, standing behind, like, an innocent, like, victim with, like, a knife raised above them to, like, bring it down on them, you know? Like, but it's just the dark silhouette to hide the identity of the killer. That dark silhouette in the thumbnail is supposed to be me. It was made by a conservative YouTuber, like right-wing chud YouTuber. Apparently the guy has, like, posted about me on Kiwi Farms for a long time. There's someone who's had, like, a long-time obsession with me that managed to make a video go viral, so I probably shouldn't give it attention. Seems like another flamenco. I thought the thumbnail and title were really funny, though, because the implication is that, like, I'm a killer, I guess. If he thinks that, I don't know what he accuses me of, but I assume one of the accusations is that I'm a killer. And that's hilarious. That is actually hilarious. I told y'all Keffels is a cunt, but no one listened to me. I know. Listen, to be fair, I'm going to give you guys... I really should just listen to my immediate gut feeling about everybody. Like, I honestly think my gut is always right about people. Because, for some reason, when Keffels first started blowing up, I just got a bad feeling about her. And it wasn't until she was nice to me that that feeling was, like, appeased, I guess. Like, it wasn't until, like, she did something that actively, like, changed that notion that changed. But my first bit of intuition was that there was something off. If you were in Life is Strange, your gut feeling would be your power. I have... My gut is sometimes very punishing towards me, but other times very helpful. I should trust it more. I've got a very good read on people. I'm in the mysterious lands known as Seattle. You know what I'm excited for, guys? To finally carve out my own, like, area within the online left where I'm not really connected too much to other content creators. I feel like it's good to network, but it can also be somewhat damaging to share too much of an audience. And I'm excited to, like, start going on to some other shows. I've been working on that. Got a little waylaid by getting fucking sick. Not a Fortress arc, the opposite of that. The Fortress arc was like... Well, I don't know... Like, the Fortress arc was we're not, like, debating or talking to anybody. My arc is, hey, can I come onto your show? We can debate, we can interview, whatever it is. I want to get in front of a new audience. And I've got a few people I'm thinking I might be able to get Mutahar on stream, guys. We follow each other. He's been pretty friendly with me. I might be able to have Mutahar, aka Ordinary Gamers, some Ordinary Gamers, on stream to talk politics. That's, like, a big and surprisingly, like, doable get. Man, I gotta order more nicotine, but I keep on missing the mailman when he shows up. Every time the mailman shows up, I'm asleep or I'm downstairs. And you have to be 21 years or older to sign off for nicotine products getting delivered, like vapes. And so, I keep on missing it. And it's like, fuck! Shit! It's been 2 weeks they've been trying to deliver this thing! Every day I miss the mailman! I hate it! Oh, Surus and I are still chill. I don't think Surus's community dislikes me at all. I mean, like, in the like, look back to, like, 2 years ago. Like, the like, array of content creators that I was cool and friendly with back then, I haven't really spoken too much, since the Keffel stuff. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I have not spoken. Yeah, no, I haven't spoken to any other lefty content creators besides, I guess, Riverboat Jack when I raided her, and Surus when I raided him, since the Keffel stuff. None of them have reached out to me, and so I haven't reached out to them. So, I'll let you figure out what the situation is there. I'll let you, like, fill in the gaps on what that means. I should do another crossover with Surus. Crossing over with Surus, like a collab with Surus was one of my, like, early streams, you know? Like, that's... Me and Surus, Surus was one of the earliest left-leaning content creators I befriended. I'd love to see you chat with RBJ sometime. RBJ. I am blanking on that acronym. I'm sorry. Zan VTuber arc? No. No VTuber arc for me. No thank you. But Yashusha116, thank you for the $10 donation, says, I find it wrong that Keffels tried to promote trans people's use of at-home supplements instead of going to the doctors. Vosh still hasn't made a video on her. He is pulling the same thing the right does. No, I wouldn't expect Vosh to call her out. I wouldn't expect it, because he went pretty on... He went pretty high up on the hill to defend her on several of the things that ended up being really bad on her part. Yeah. Honestly, I think the Keffels thing really just, like, fucking nuked the left. Like, and I just, like, figured out who and what she was and burned the bridge because I couldn't stand by it anymore and, like, got so much shit for it. But now looking back at it, it's almost like grabbing a rope before a platform falls into an abyss. And sure, I'm hanging there by a rope now above an abyss now, but everyone else who is standing on that platform is falling. You know? Like, shit. That's how I feel right now. I just gotta climb my way up the rope to safety. Xanderhall, you didn't dodge the bullets, but you dodged the nuke. I dodged nukes, man. I dodged fucking nukes, bro. Xanderhall, when she turned on you, I saw a pattern of behavior from her that I couldn't support. Many people did, to be fair. A lot of people in my fan base did not fall for her trickery, but a fair amount did. Dude, have you seen the comments? Oh my god, dude. Holy shit. I was so surprised by how many people changed their mind about me and her after my video came out about what she had done. Here, let me bring up the comments. Hi, here's like literally one of the top comments with 400 likes. Hi Zan, I watched this on stream last night, so jelly bean. I feel like I need to apologize for fully taking Keffel's side in the earlier drama. Looking into the thread and other videos analyzing it, and hearing what Cirrus had to say in their video where they were told that Keffels asked Cherry to edit a clip misleadingly in order to slander Jack Saint. Yeah, that's also a thing that that was gonna be part of the like nuke as well. Like literally, like when Cherry was working for Keffels as an editor, Keffels tried to get Cherry to falsely edit multiple privately recorded calls to make people look abusive or bad. Like, literally, like, hey, Cherry, I recorded this call with a YouTuber behind their back on Discord. Can you edit it so it sounds like they're being abusive to me so I can post it on Twitter and make them look bad? Like, she literally would actively plan malicious stuff like that out. So if you think Keffels is, like, too ooh-woo or, like, bimbo or whatever to plan something that, like, insidious, I promise you, she's not. She absolutely can and does plan things that insidiously. Misleadingly, in order to slander Jack Saint, it's become apparent that I was completely misled by Keffels around the kind of person she is and the things she's been doing. Not asking you to unblock me on Twitter or anything, but as someone who did unsubscribe from you during that drama, I need to acknowledge that I was wrong and firmly say sorry for the things I said regarding you based on Keffels framing the situation. Best, DJ. I'm still really, like, iffy on whether I should unblock all these people, because the people I was blocking were saying such horrific shit to me. Because you have to understand, anyone here, Hypers in chat, if you were someone who believed Keffels was in the right, chances are, if you believed Keffels was in the right, and you believed Keffels' story, I was an abusive, horrible piece of shit who deserved to be harassed, who deserved to have every little personal aspect that, like, every, like, thing that could be perceived as a personal insult attacked because of how horrible I had been to her from their perspective. So many of these people, even though they're now apologizing, they were literally searching for personal insults to attack me with. Because they had sided with Keffels so hard and they thought I was so awful. And it's like, I get that they thought I was so awful, but also they had... It's hard. It's hard to forgive a lot of these people. There are dozens upon... Well, more like hundreds, because this video has 500 comments. There are hundreds of comments like that. Literally hundreds. A surprising amount of people fell for that, and an even more surprising amount of people figured out that it was all bullshit and came back, so... That's nice, at least. I do appreciate how many people were willing to keep their minds open to the possibility they were wrong. Anyway, Alexia, thank you so much for the 5 Tier 2 gifted subs. Hot damn! Oh my good gracious. I really hope this person, DJ Reaper Skier, Red Eye Fire, Dark Excalibur 42, and Jade Kairuna all appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Said, how much money would we need to raise for you to get a tuxedo mask cosplay to wear on stream? Tuxedo mask. I think I know what that is. I don't know. A lot of money? Donate a lot of money, and I'll wear whatever the fuck you guys want. I'll wear a thong on stream if you guys donate enough money. I won't say how much it is because you guys might donate it, but you know, fucking hell. Listen, your boy needs money. Your boy is not a super successful, wealthy YouTuber. Especially not after the Keffels drama. I'm not gonna lie. That shit did take a pretty big hit to the channel. Anyway, Alexia, thank you so much for the 5 tier 2 gifted subs. As I said, I think that's... Yeah, that's just straight up $50. Oh my god. Goodness gracious. Alexia, thank you so much for the generosity. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope everybody you just gifted those tier 2 subs to really appreciates it. Wow. Is 50 enough for the thong? No, you guys just have to give me millions of dollars, and then I'll put on a thong. There you guys go. I have no shame. Guys, you want to see something cool? Xanderhall, also Cirrus' original Discord is taken over by his ex-partner, I forgot their name, who turned out to be a piece of shit. Yeah, I know about all that. Yeah, I saw that. Check this shit out, guys. You're not gonna believe the name of the company that makes this ammo, by the way. This is 12 gauge exploding shotgun slugs. Wait till you see the name of the company that makes it.
Okay. Jeez.
Tal Fledermaus is for a mature audience. Sort of. Hey everyone, this is Jeff of Tal Fledermaus. Today we have a beast of a slug called the La Bamba. And these come from a company called Gun Runner's Arsenal.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of familiar? Now these things are essentially a 10 gauge slug that you can shoot out of your 12 gauge.
Yes, the gun runners are real. Turns out that copyright was open, I guess, for a firearms manufacturing and ammo company to be named. So, yeah, the gun runners exist in real life, it turns out. Yeah.
Explain that. Now here we have a normal lead Foster slug, 12 gauge, and it weighs 1 ounce. And it's tiny compared to our La Bamba slug. And you see it has a hollow base, but the La Bamba has a sealed base. The La Bamba slug is actually longer and heavier than a commercial 10 gauge Foster slug, weighing in at a massive 1.83 ounces. Federal's 10 gauge Foster slug weighs in at 1.
Alright, now all I need is for these to be made in 210. Or, no, 410. Shotgun shells. I need them to be in 410. And then I need them to be fired out of one of those revolver shotguns. And then you've literally got the Ghoul's gun from Fallout. That's literally what he had. And basically a modified SR-410 shooting explosive slugs. We'll go crazy. We'll go crazy. It's awesome. Well, I'm pretty sure the company was named after the gun runners in Fallout New Vegas, not the other way around. All right. Oh my gosh, Alexia, thank you so much for the 5 tier 2. Oh my god, is that just straight up another $50 dues? Jesus, thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my god, thank you, thank you. That is, you guys are just airdropping, you're airdropping aid into my stream right now like the US should be doing for Gaza. What the fuck? Jesus. Holy, oh my god. I hope Cute Blue Zombie, Exodium, Cobalt Swiftpaw, Crypt Raider, and Toast Malone appreciate the the tier 2 gifted subs all to them. Enjoy those purple name guys, those free purple names. I'm giving you money that I'd spent on Necrons, so I hope you're happy. I have a question, guys. Why are we not airdropping aid to Gaza? I mean, we are probably, right? Like, I assume we're airdropping some, but, like, is there a reason why we're not airdropping all of it? Because the sea routes aren't really optimal. The land routes aren't optimal. Why are we not just dropping crates of food and shit out of parachutes into the higher density areas? It's cost effective? Yeah, like one flight and you could just dump like a shitload of rations. Nope, Rafa will fall? Well, yeah. Yeah, we got a lot to get into with that later. Probably tomorrow's stream. I'm too sick to talk about countless people getting slaughtered on video. Yes, I've seen the videos. Yes, I have. Man, Twitter sucks now. Usually you have, like, on Twitter it used to be you had to generally go out of your way to, like, see videos of people literally dying. Now it's like, open Twitter, rub crust out of your eyes, slowly open your eyes, look at screen. Oh, that's a guy whose leg's been blown off. Oh, the camera's panning and there's a dead child on the ground. Yeah, that's Gaza. Pans around. Oh no, it's Ukraine this time. Okay. Like, just every fucking day you log on to Twitter, you're gonna see some fucking nightmare fuel. This can't be good for, like, human psychology, right? Do humans just get, like, numb to this kind of stuff when they see it a lot, or does it eventually just, like, enough of it eventually breaks you? Because I don't feel like it's broken me, but it's definitely not pleasing, but I feel like eventually, you either become completely desensitized 100%, or just eventually you snap. Like, you go onto Twitter, and you see, like, the billionth dead Palestinian child, and it just, like, you just snap. Would that happen? Is that real? Can that happen? I don't know. I actually don't know. No, you're just getting numb to it? Yeah. That can't be healthy for... I don't think it's healthy for anybody, because it's what everybody who's on Twitter right now is seeing. Like, maybe it's just Elon Musk hates me or something, but, like, it's a rough amount of Twitter right now that's just reporting on war. Uncensored. You look Latinx, thank you. It's actually pronounced Latinx, thank you. Hilariously, when I was working as a lifeguard at Wekiwachi Springs State Park, and I had a proper tan, I'm Italian. So when I get tan, like actually tan, I get a little bit of an olive complexion going, you know? I start to look a bit Mediterranean, and it's nice. But racist Floridians at one point, this guy got so upset I told him he couldn't go down one of the slides with a tube, and he was drunk, I think, and very angry, and a racist fat Floridian guy. And when I told him he couldn't go down the slide with the tube, he responded, just, I don't know, like, it's like he had it loaded in the chamber already, and no matter what I said, he was gonna, like, reply with this. He ended up responding to me, "Go back to your own country." And I don't remember if I replied, "Italy?" But, like, I don't remember what I replied with, but I was just so dumbfounded, like, what? Wait, here? Wait, I'm white. Like, you're not even supposed to be racist towards me. What? Like, how am I supposed to respond to this, you know? Like, it'd be like if a racist guy called me the N-word, I'd be like, I'm not offended by that. Am I supposed to... I feel like I'm supposed to feel disrespected, and thus I should, like, respond in kind with an insult, but, like, I don't... yeah, I don't know. He could sniff it out in you, Zan. Yeah, he could sense my 2.5% African blood, which is why I'm allowed to say it, by the way. I just never do, because I'm that powerful. Wait, stop! Don't shoot! This man isn't black! Who knows what I'm referencing there? Anyway. Oh yeah, go back to England is what he meant, true. He meant to go back to England, because of my European heritage. He could sense it. We Americans don't like you European descent people. You go back to Europe. Yeah, he was actually a Native American guy who was indigenous. I forgot to mention that. He told me to go back to... No. It was a Florida, like, overweight, drunk white guy who thought I was, like, Hispanic and told me to go back to Mexico, pretty much, is what that meant. Because I was tan from sitting at the top of the slides all day. I randomly found this subreddit as I was looking for some liberal threads, and then looking at the post, I was curious whether it's serious or nonsense. Is this a meme? No, this is the most accurate meme ever. What do you mean? What? This is absolutely true. Far left. Claim, like, and if you want to say, like, liberals consider, like, tankies the far left, and they think that, like, any leftist that isn't a tanky is just a soak dem who wants to be edgy. Like, I promise you, talk to any liberal who doesn't have a problem with your politics if you're a leftist, they think that you're a soak dem, and they just maybe don't say it out loud. No, like, the people on the far, like, the tanky types, which is what they mean by this, claim to support LGBTQ rights, but ignore when they were sent to the gulags. Yes, China, fucking Russia, fucking every country that is vaguely communist-looking in aesthetics that hates and discriminates against LGBT people they stand for despite claiming to support LGBT rights, 100% accurate, wants to kill the bourgeoisie. I mean, how many people that are like tankies say that they want to kill anyone who's bourgeoisie that doesn't agree with revolution? Which is the majority of the bourgeoisie. Like, I'm sorry, like, you can't fucking slaughter people as part of your public political vibes, okay? It's not a good thing. Wanting to kill people publicly as, like, your political movement is not good optics, nor is it particularly mentally healthy, I think. I genuinely think that leftists who base their politics around hatred of the rich and of the bourgeoisie are not doing themselves a favor. Yeah, there's plenty to hate about them, and it's fun, but that should not be the core. It's not good, and you shouldn't want to kill them necessarily, unless, I mean, there might be some exceptions that are just, like, particularly bad people, but, like, death is not the solution. If you think death, like a murderous revolution is the solution, you're LARPing. Come on. Supports Russia, pretends to both sides bad, that's Hassan in Russia. Blindly blames everything on capitalism. Yeah, like, blindly blaming everything on capitalism? Absolutely. Liberal, actually supports LGBTQ rights, wants sensible economic policy that benefits everyone, supports Ukraine. Unfortunately, right now, supporting Ukraine is something that is hard to come by on the left. Supports nuclear power, something hard to come by on the left these days. Wants dense, walkable urban infrastructure. People on the left want that too, but you never hear many leftists even talking about it these days. Taco trucks in every corner. Based. Fucking true. And then the far right wants to persecute LGBT people, will destroy the economy to own the libs, supports Russia, refuses to get the vaccine. All these are true. Yeah, no, this is a completely true meme. If you think this meme is cringe, then you need to kill the part of you that thinks that meme is cringe, because that is the part of you that makes your politics like unproductive and look bad. Kill that part of you. Kill it. Nuclear is unpopular on the left. A lot of leftists don't talk at all about the climate. Guys, when was the last time Hassan or Vosh or insert a large left-leaning political figure talked about climate change? I'll tell you when the last time was. I was the last person who did it a couple weeks ago. The video got less than 3,000 views to this day because no one in the online left, even in my community, gives a fuck about climate change. Certainly not about advocating for nuclear power. If you can't virtue signal, most people in the online left don't care. Vosh always does. As a passing argument, sure, but not as a topic that's discussed. No, I promise you guys. I know, because it doesn't get any views or make any money. No one in the online left cares about watching anything climate change related, because it makes them doomer. Even if it's positive. Kyle Hill already tackled the idea of nuclear being safe? Damn, Alexia. No one else ever needs to talk about how safe nuclear is ever again, I guess. It's been done. I'm joking, obviously. But, I don't know. It's just, I feel that climate change is such a high priority issue. I wish it could be talked about more. Like, I wish big YouTubers who can financially afford to upload, like, a dud video every once in a while would talk about climate change and, like, take the hit, you know? Because I can't afford to, like, frequently talk about climate change and have, like, such a dud upload for, like, that many upload slots, right? It'll literally noticeably impact my income in a way that could hurt my quality of life substantially. So I wish that YouTubers who literally make more than they like need would like talk about the stuff that's not as popular to talk about, but still needs to be more often, because like I want to talk about that shit. I literally can't afford to. I would do a climate change segment every stream, if I could. Oh yeah, I saw that segment. He talked about, I liked Vash's recent segment where he talked about, how deranged the right is about, factory-grown meat. His arguments there were good. People in chat were being deranged about lab-grown meat, and, he was arguing with them, and I liked that. I liked that video a lot. I thought that was good. What the hell? I got a piece of leather on me from my chair. I think the leather on my chair is starting to rub off. We updated our nuclear power plants from the 1980s to the early 2000s, and they are still safer than nuclear in the past. Oh, they keep getting safer. They keep getting safer. The problem is that you have to remember, other countries that cut corners on their nuclear programs are going to have an impact on the way that we look at nuclear. All it takes is, like, India building a power plant, for example, or, like, I don't know, just think of a country building a power plant. The USSR did this big time. Russia could do it. Build a power plant super badly, cause a meltdown, get a bunch of people killed, cause another Chernobyl, and we've got another 30 or 40 years of people being terrified of nuclear energy. Because when nuclear energy is done well, at a high standard, it's literally the best ever. But when it's done at a low standard and corners are cut, it can be catastrophic. But it's extraordinarily safe. Like when done properly. Like, not when there's not actively like, hey, let's not do it right. Let's save money. When that decision is not made, it is so unbelievably safe. We literally have nuclear-powered submarines, by the way. Our submarines, like our military submarines, are nuclear-powered. There are nuclear reactors on board, I believe, actively powering them, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong? That is what a nuclear submarine is, if I'm not mistaken. That is how they are powered, if I'm not mistaken. More people die from falling vending machines than nuclear power plants? Well, I mean, yeah, obviously. Yeah. If we built a ton of power plants here in America, they would never melt down. But all it takes is one power plant on the other side of the world melting down because of a completely different, like, administration cutting corners, and now we don't want to do it here. And there's no support for doing it here. Not in my backyard. Anyway. PepperT21, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, Zan, should my mop remix panda be Horde or Alliance? Ooh. Alliance. I say Alliance because in Mists of Pandaria, the Alliance were the good guy faction. Like, for that expansion. They usually are, but especially that one. Like, Garrosh, like, that would be like playing Horde and BFA. You're basically, like, torturing yourself. Like, why? Why play Horde and BFA? Why would you do that to yourself? You know? Like, anyway, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Gemini Firefly, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I appreciate that. Very kind of you as well. Thank you for the $10 dues, presumably. Says, admittedly, I was one of the idiots that believed Keffels during that drama. Sorry about that. Glad you're still going strong and making awesome content. No problem. Listen, I appreciate it. Thank you for the apology. It is what it is. We'll move on. We are continuing to grow. As a matter of fact, I'm actually growing at a faster rate than a lot of the online left right now, so that's kind of cool, isn't it? Isn't that cool? I think that's nice. Lefty Jenna, thank you for the $5 dues. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Says, TBH, no plausible way 2024 is a repeat of 2016. More liable to be akin to 2008, if not even closer to 1964. Trump is simply way too badly fucked, and the rest of the GOP isn't in much better shape. I want to believe that, but at the same time, we were very sure Trump could not win in any scenario or any case in 2016. Trump winning was a fantasy in 2016. Just be reminded of that, okay? Just keep that in mind. Anyway, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast. You guys have been so supportive today. Thank you, guys. Really. It really means a lot. Thank you, thank you. Scapegoat, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Zan, the Texas GOP is trying to make it impossible for Democrats to be elected statewide by forcing majority vote in scarcely populated red counties right now. Yep, I heard about that. I'll be covering it. Don't worry. Thank you for the $5, though. I appreciate that. My God, you guys are going crazy. You guys are going fucking wild. Thank you for the $50, Pepper T. Or no, not 50, my bad. Thank you for the $25, Pepper T21. Thank you. Oh my gosh, that really means a lot. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted subs to Bardmans, Azari, Glowworm, Ali, Pallister, and _rock_. I hope they appreciate their free blue names. Wow, thank you, thank you, thank you. Said Vosh straight up said last stream that liberals are the moderate wing of fascism, and that Trump would be better on Palestine. Guys, I mean, the left is shrinking. The online left is failing right now. The only direction to go is to either become more amenable to liberals or to go far more towards the tanky side. And like, based on what I'm hearing from you guys, and maybe your drama stirring, to be clear, just in case this clip goes out there, I'm not like making this accusation up, I'm just hearing shit from chat. Maybe this is just drama mongers giving me a false perception, but it seems like Vosh might be drifting towards the marketing more towards tankies on the left, rather than the only other way, which is like recognizing that liberals are the more popular left-leaning group, and you can't actively try to antagonize and demonize them if you want them to move over to your more progressive thoughts that you have. I don't know. Like, liberals aren't the enemy. And the idea that Biden would be worse on Palestine is genuinely deranged. Like, actually deranged. Are you more on the realist and pragmatist side of reality? I mean, yeah, no what? How's that even a question? What? Yeah, of course I'm a fucking pragmatist and a realist, and I'm a harm I'm pro good things and anti bad things. If given the option between a good outcome and a bad outcome, or even two bad outcomes and one is slightly less bad, I go for the slightly less bad outcome. I'd rather be shot in the ass than shot in the heart. Oh my God, Zan would like to be shot? That guy's fucking crazy. That's the response that like lefties would have with that line of logic. If I said I would rather be shot in the ass than in the heart, their reaction would be, so you want to get shot? Like, dude. Zan, they are drama stirring. Vosh said today that Biden is as bad as Trump. Zan, they are drama stirring. Vosh said today that Biden is as bad as Trump is on Palestine, and that he lets Israel do whatever, not that Trump would be better. Okay, well that's not very far off though, to be fair. Also, that is deranged. Saying that Biden is as bad as Trump. Has Vosh acknowledged that Biden is the one that has been pushing for all the ceasefires that have been suggested? Like, even Hamas's ceasefire suggestion that was like super favorable to Hamas was supported by Biden, because Biden has just been like, whatever gets the ceasefire done, whatever makes the fire cease, get it agreed to, get it fucking done. No, because he doesn't care. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. It's just... I need to see Zand versus Vosh debate. I mean, that could... Like, we could debate about this. Fuck. Could be good. Could be good. I was agreeing with you, Sander Hall? No, I wasn't calling you out, Lancer. I was talking about, I don't know. Also, look at the light coming through my window. I need to buy some curtains, guys. Look at this. My blinds are as shut as they get. This is as shut as they get. They are fully shut right now. This is just the sunlight blasting through the cracks. Let me see if I can get my gain any lower. Yeah, this is as low as I can get it. Unfortunate. Bro is glowing. Bro is indeed glowing. Anyway, thank you for the support so far, guys. Especially those of you guys who are donating, but also to you guys who are just Dropping likes. Every single thumbs up really does go a long way, and I really do appreciate it. God, so many more donos. I really appreciate it. We got to get to segments, though, in a minute. So I'm going to read up these last 2 donos, then any more of them, I'm going to put on pause on reading just until the next segment is done, and then we'll read the rest. So feel free to keep donating, especially because I'm probably going to have to put a onesie on for the rest of the stream in a moment, considering how much you guys have been donating. But, yeah, thank you guys. I really do appreciate how supportive you guys have been today. It really means a lot. Anyway. Alexia, thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs to Gloria Zero, Axelati, Ashroom, and Sunny the Martian. I hope they appreciate their new blue names. Thank you. For the extra $25 reduce as well, Alexia. Thank you. You are just absolutely oiling it up today. Said, you just keep the quail as pets, right? They're too cute to eat. Oh yeah, I'm never killing or eating any of them. They're going to be, I'm going to try to just get hens if I can. And I'm going to be eating their eggs. So yeah. Technically, I'll be eating quail in sort of a way, but it'll just be their eggs. The quail are going to be pets, and they're going to lay an egg every day once they're 8 weeks old. And I mean, it's going to be so many eggs. Why throw them away? I can't incubate them and let them hatch, so... Just going to have a bunch of free eggs. Just a lot of free eggs. Just a whole bunch of free eggs. Anyway, yeah, no quail will be harmed. Don't worry. I'll take good care of them. They are going to be my pets. And then PepperT21 with an additional 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I hope that Crick Chirp, Dr. Robert, or Bobbert, Hootie, Blue Silver Paladin, and the Morbid Palace all appreciate those tier 1 subs. Thank you. Says, don't mean drama monger. I'm just saying you feel like the only leftist who isn't willing to throw me under the bus had a breakdown last night, so I thank you. I get what you're saying. Thank you. Yeah, it does. I have to imagine it does kind of feel like that, right? Like if you're part of a marginalized group right now that like genuinely is affected by who becomes president. And right now, like, even Vosh is saying that Trump and Biden are like, the same or just as bad on any issue during election year. It's gotta feel like you're kind of getting your rights are being thrown under the bus in such a pivotal election because right now it's so unprofitable to support Biden as a leftist. Like, it just gets you so no claps, no donations, no money, no positive support, no views. My pro-Biden videos get some of the least amount of viewership. That's true, PP Girl 420, but it's rough. It feels like he wants to have his cake and eat it too, you know? He doesn't want to be a Bernie or Buster, but he also doesn't want to simp for Biden so hard that the people who despise him don't want to support, like, don't want to follow him anymore, and that he loses that audience, right? I feel like he's in a rock and a hard place right now, too. Anyway, that's just my perspective. I don't know much of what's going on. That's just my outside view. I've just got the binoculars. I'm sitting on a cliff just looking down at what's happened and trying to figure out what's going on, you know? Anyway, Guardian Jupiter, thank you for the $20 donation as well. Holy crap-a-moly, you guys are so supportive. Thank you. Says, thanks for covering things that are actually positive. I had to disconnect from other YouTubers because it's just Israel, Gaza, 24/7 and nothing else. Not to say that's not important, of course. Yeah, there is a certain level of, like, there's a current tragedy that must be covered incessantly at a given time, and it's like, yeah, I get, it's a little like, fad-like, right? You know? Like, at a certain point, the entire left is like, all BLM mode, right? Like, the fucking, like the fist emojis in their bio, and then it was, like, pro-Ukraine mode, and now it's, like, Palestine mode, and they've got, like, all these, like, things have been switched out for each other, literally, in their bios and in their, like, names on Twitter, but these atrocities are all still happening currently. It's just that the one that's currently the current thing to care about is the one that they're, like, repping at any given time. Unironically, I support the current thing. Dude, this chapstick, like, the last bit of it got ripped out of the chapstick tube, so I just decided to take, like, the bottom part of the tube with the last bit of chapstick, put it into the cap, and now it's like a makeshift last little bit of chapstick. It's such good chapstick, too. It's minty. So I don't want to just throw it away. So I'm using it until there's nothing left. Well, Slashy, that's just the dumbest thing you've ever said in the world. I'm not gonna lie, Slashy. Like, I've been proven so objectively right by just everything that came out of the U.S. pullout of Afghanistan, and nothing that I said there was wrong at all, by the way. Like if you disagree with me, you disagree with women's rights. You just like the Taliban. Are you pro-Taliban, Slashy? Because that's the only thing you could disagree with me on, is the idea that, like, the Taliban taking over Kabul and the rest of Afghanistan is bad. So are you pro-Taliban? Are you in favor of, like, the recent, like, full taking away of women's rights? Because that's the only thing you would disagree with me on, right? That's the only statement I had, was that if the US pulls out, it will result in countless women losing their rights, something that the majority of Afghans are not in favor of, the US pulling out without ensuring the Taliban can't take over and take their rights away afterwards. The Afghan people are currently protesting, including many men and boys, refusing to take their high school or college diploma because women are no longer allowed to get one, and so out of protest, they're refusing to take theirs. So what the fuck do you disagree with me, Slashy? Elaborate. Like, what human rights, like, atrocities are you in favor of the US just kind of allowing to happen here? I'm really curious. Come on, Slashy. You got anything? Alright. I'm against the interventionism. Cool. In that case, enjoy your 1 hour mute, because you are cringe and annoying, and I don't want to be reminded that you're still in my community for the next hour. I want to be able to forget that I've got people that dumb in my audience. No, I just muted Slashy for an hour so I can forget that they're that dumb.
I think that the US should allow horrible human rights atrocities to take place, even when the majority of people in that country don't want the US to stop keeping those human rights violations from taking place, because I don't like interventionism, because it's bad, because that's what you're supposed to think. Fucking, I can't stand those people, I'm sorry. Anyway, War Penguin, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Very kind of you. Thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Bad Dragon Love 69, the best name in chat. Girl Dick Chick, another great name. Are these just the 3 best names in my chat? And Derpsternium. And then, of course, Twiz and Arc Reactor. Not as good of names, unfortunately, as Bad Dragon Love 69, Girl Dick Chick, and Derpsternium, but thank you for the tier 1 gifted subs to all of them, and I hope they enjoy them. Thank you. Says, I can't directly gift subs due to, I assume, a site bug. I'll trust fate. These subs will find the right home. Interesting. Is there like a bug happening with my site right now I don't know about? Really bizarre. Well, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let me update the dono goal. Ugh. Every day I see someone in my chat that's like part of my community, which I see as sort of like a little island of like sanity from the rest of the online left. Sometimes I see them say something like truly deranged or dumb or counterproductive or cringe, and it's just like, man, I think the entire left is fucked. Like, if it's even in my community, you've got people who are like, you were wrong about Afghanistan, as like the Taliban are like dragging mannequins out of stores and chopping the heads off, like women mannequins, out of stores and chopping the heads off and burning them in the street, and like burning any women's clothes that are now illegal because they've made certain women's clothes illegal since the US left. Like, thinking it is okay that that is happening. Like, the response is always, Zan thinks it's okay for the US to do imperialism for women's rights. And they always put the women's rights in quotes, like, either they don't believe that women's rights are taken away by the Taliban, which is like, okay, so they're pro-Taliban, or as if women's rights are like a nothing thing. Like when it comes to the like tiers of issues they care about, women's rights are like way down here, and America bad is like the top of the list, you know? Yeah. I have associated that did Doctors Without Borders from the mid-2000s to present and have been in numerous war zones. I've associated that did Doctors Without Borders. I have associates that did Doctors Without Borders in the mid-2000s to be present and have been in numerous war zones. Nice. Yeah. Zan, I've had to take worse than that, but I also didn't type it in chat and will not be. Good. Good, because I will literally silence you, because I don't want my community to be known for dumb takes, you know? It reflects poorly on me when you guys are stupid, you have to know. I'm not saying you guys are stupid, I'm saying when one out of like a million of you guys or something are dumb and say something dumb, it reflects badly on me. So I have to silence you myself. Intel Fox 51, holy crap! Thank you for the $50 super chat. Says donate goal equals onesie. Bet, I vibe with that. I will say, not if it's a super chat or through YouTube. I don't count on the dono goal YouTube donations because I don't get those for at least a month. It might be 2. Like I don't even get to see that money. Like I don't even get to touch it. I don't get to spend it on any food, rent, or anything for months. My pay I got from YouTube like however many days ago was 2 months ago pay. I got that like horrible month, like the horrible months after like the Keffels drama where I'm still receiving those AdSense checks, by the way, guys. Those horrible like fraction of what I normally make per months. That's the paychecks I'm still getting right now from YouTube because it's so behind that even if I made like $1 million on YouTube today, I would not be a millionaire for 2 months. A month at best. That is a downside with YouTube, but in the long run, it's a big help, which is why I really appreciated Intel Fox 51. It really does mean a lot. Bro paid $50 for nothing. I mean, I try my best to send people to the website, okay? I would literally be screaming non-stop at every person who is new in YouTube chat, come to the website, do not donate through YouTube. Otherwise, I've made the message up there. I've done everything I can to make it so people will see that I don't really read YouTube chat, and that YouTube chat is like, it's appreciated if you donate there, but like the website is the real chat, and it's where you want to be, it's where you want to support me. I've done the most I can to direct people there, right? I've done the most I can. I mean, in favor of a better outcome for the people the Taliban has brutalized since the US pullout, I mean, in favor of a better outcome for the people. I mean, like, there's nothing we can do to, like, undo what happened. Like, we can't reoccupy Afghanistan at this point. That would just cause more harm than good. You know, like, we might as well just stay out of there now, I guess. But it would have been better to stay, at least for a while longer. The polling, by the way, agrees. Like, the Afghan people have been polled, and they agree with this. So, like, your perspective is different from that of, if you disagree with this, the U.S. military and the Afghan people by majority. So don't you dare try to pretend like you're advocating for the people being oppressed when you say that like the U.S. should pull out, because that's not the case. You are in favor of helping the oppressors if you are in favor of the U.S. pulling out. Anyway. I will say it is funny how the Taliban hate the desk jobs they have to work now, because there's no, like, fucking war they're fighting, you know? Anyway. Oh my god, Alexia with another 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Jesus Christ. Okay, we gotta move on to segments. This has taken a while. I appreciate the support, but good gosh. Good gorsh. We're doing segments immediately after this next dono. Actually, I'm gonna use the restroom, grab my monster from the fridge, and then we do the segments. Says, punish me, Zaddy. Okay. Thank you for the $25. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Let me update the dono goal, and then I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to grab my monster energy. And we're going to get onto that segment grind. We are getting on that segment grind. And afterwards, we're doing a watch party. So make sure you're in the Discord server if you're not already. But I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm going to grab a monster. Be right back. And we're back, guys. I'm actually regurgitating it off camera, Xander Hall exposed. Nah, thankfully no vomit and no nausea. No nausea. Feeling good. Feeling good. The only, like, feeling I have of discomfort still is, when talking, my throat's still sore. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. I might sound a little off. My throat is sore. And my, like, muscles in my stomach and sides from, like, the vomiting and the coughing and all that, very sore. So I've definitely got some, like, soreness around, for sure. People are still upset that the postal dude isn't transphobic. That really does make me chuckle. Not gonna lie. Makes me chuckle. I love that the postal guy isn't transphobic. Postal dude? The guy you play as in Postal. It's an old game. Ooh, there we go. Monster Energy. Hold on. Why isn't the little cap thing, like this thing, green? Usually these are green, right? Have they changed something about the can? Huh. Interesting. Usually they have like a thicker, labeled green, like, opener tab thing. Yeah, what is this? Some fake bootleg monster? What happened? Have you heard that Trump was booed at the Libertarian Convention a few days back? And he's coping about it hard? I saw that, yeah. It was pretty funny. Okay. We are not stun locking any longer. We are going to do another segment. And I'll read donos after the next segment. Don't you guys worry. Make sure you're already in the Discord if you're not already. Or you're in the Discord if you're not already. Because we are going to be doing a watch party tonight. I hope you're excited. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, I know what story I'm covering next. This is a fun one. This is one that, we get to go from doomering about the left to bloomering about how good our current representative is. As progressives, assuming you'll accept him as your representative. Wait, no way. Yahoo Finance made a video about
Student
this? No shot. Hold on, we're watching this. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everyone. So we've been talking a lot about the fact that Biden is better than Trump. And it's easy to say that, but I think actually talking about the ways in which Biden is better than Trump and the actions he's taking to prove that are probably going to be a lot louder speaking than words themselves, which is why I focus so much of my content lately on talking about Biden's achievements, and this is going to be another one of those videos. If you're a lefty, or a progressive in America, chances are one of the forefront issues you care about, something that's extremely simple, theoretically speaking, for a president to solve or fix, that is very popular to solve or fix, is the issue of student loans. There are a combined, hundreds of billions, if not maybe trillions of dollars in student loans cumulatively. If you took all the student loan debt in America and combined it together, just an insane amount of student loan debt exists out there. Some people have more than others. Trillions? You think so? I know it's at least hundreds of billions. So with that in mind, it really does seem, I don't know, it seems like not a lot of people are talking about this. Not enough people are talking about this. It's supposed to be such a popular idea. Cancel student debt. Eliminate student debt. So many people deal with it. It would save so many people money to not have to worry about student debt payments. Well, that's something Biden started doing about a year ago. Maybe a little more, actually. He tried originally to cancel all student debt in one clean swipe. Just snapping his fingers, signing an executive order. Next day, no more student loans, you're free. Unfortunately, Donald Trump is the one, there's a cumulative $1.77 trillion in student debt. That is dropping quickly due to what we're about to talk about now, but that was at least the number at some point, maybe currently. Anyway, that's what I would have guessed too, like at least a couple trillion is what I was thinking. But minimum would have to be in the hundreds of billions. Biden is having the government pay it back, right? I heard someone at my job say it was just getting Thanos now. There are ways in which they're going to reimburse, I'm sure. I don't know all the details about it. All I know is that as far as like the American voters are concerned, it means their student debt is going away. And it's not happening in one big swath. Biden has been doing it in chunks. Like how a shark would like eat an entire whale carcass on its own. Biden has been like slowly chipping away at that 1.77 trillion in cumulatively held student debt. And he's already done massive waves of student debt cancellation we've covered so far, but the most recent one just came in a few days ago. Biden forgives $7.7 billion more in student loans. Can you qualify? This is another $7.7 billion wave of student debt cancellations. Whenever he does these big waves of student debt cancellation, it's billions of dollars, by the way. It's not like pithy millions or pithy like tens of millions or something. It's billions of dollars per student debt cancellation. He's taking big bites, to be fair, but it's just a big number he's got to reach, but he's taking big bites. Okay, I would have asked the guy at work, but I don't like talking like, it's all good, it's all good. Anyway, I've got a Yahoo Finance video here called Biden Forgives $7.7 billion more in student loans. Can you qualify? Obviously, if we can qualify, well, I can't qualify. I don't have any student loans, but some of you might, and if you can, you'll want to know. And I think it's important to talk about this. This also reminds me that Biden expanded VA benefits to those that were victim of burn pits and like a bunch of other stuff as well. Like Biden's just on such a roll. It really sucks that like I kind of feel like the only progressive talking about it, you know? I know I'm not, but it feels like it sometimes.
Loan borrowers are probably feeling pretty cheerful this morning after President Biden announced more cancellations of student loan debt. The Biden administration was going to erase another $7.7 billion in federal student loans for 163,000 borrowers. And for more on this, I'm joined by Yahoo Finance senior.
160,000 Americans, over that, but 160,000 Americans just got their student debt eliminated for a cumulative $7.7 billion of debt eliminated. Forgiven is the term for it. The debt has been forgiven.
Senior columnist Rick Newman. All right, Rick, what do we know about this?
It adds to the student debt relief that Biden has been doing on a piecemeal basis since the Supreme Court last year struck down his plan to...
No. Not 160K Americans are debt-free so far. The newest wave that Biden just did was 160,000 Americans having their student debt canceled for a cumulative, across all of them combined, $7.7 billion of debt forgiven.
Forgive up to $20,000 of student debt for most borrowers. So this has been coming out in dribs and drabs. The big picture here is the Biden administration now says they have put forward debt relief for about almost five.
What's the limit, like, on how much you get, like, canceled in this wave? Like, if you get your debt canceled, it's up to 20,000 in this wave, I think he said. I know a lot of people who've had their debt entirely canceled, but a lot of people have much less than 20,000 in student debt. Not trickle down, not let the free market handle it, direct. Wait, what did you say that was trickle down? Hold on. That might have just been a bad use of that term.
Basis, since the Supreme Court last year struck down his plan to forgive up to $20,000 of student debt for most borrowers. So,
oh, no, that was... Wait, never mind. No, that was the previous idea that the Supreme Court blocked. Biden eliminated all their debt, I think. I don't think there is a like, threshold of how much, like, if you got your debt canceled, how much of your debt got canceled. I think it's maybe all of it. Like, if you got lucky in this wave, all your debt's gone, even if you had, like, 80 to 100K in student debt. You're just a big piece of that 7.7 billion number, I guess.
So this has been coming out in dribs and drabs. The big picture here is the Biden administration now says they have put forward debt relief for about almost 5 million people. There are more than 40 million people who have student debt, but Biden has been going after the things he thinks he can do on a legal basis that will survive some legal challenges that are out there. So a lot of people may...
It really sucks that Trump managed to keep so many Republicans in power that they can block Biden from being the best Biden he can be. All the while looking like the Republicans are not, like, in any way connected to it, like it's all Biden's fault, right? Yeah, I don't know. It's rough. I saw a tweet today from Demon Mama. I didn't, like... It's not necessarily, like problematic. It's just something about the essence of it was, like, somewhat upsetting. I think it was something like... Liberals are already preparing for Biden's probable loss in November. When he loses, they'll blame us for their mistakes. Something like that. It was like, Biden's going to lose in November, and when he does, the liberals are going to get mad at us for not voting for him. As if it's our fault that Biden didn't do anything, like, didn't do what we wanted, was like the essence of the tweet. And it's like, I mean, but where's the coverage of this stuff, you know? Like he's actually doing so much good. And, like, the areas in which Biden is lackluster are due to the latent Republicans from when Trump put them into power. Like appointed them. It's just, another Trump victory is so fucking bad.
They have sort of stopped paying attention because this is coming out in a piecemeal fashion. But what people need to do is go to studentaid.gov and look for loan forgiveness on there, and then go through the steps to find out if you qualify. In general, what Biden has been doing is...
Holy shit, I had a coworker that got $44,000 of student debt forgiven. Holy hell, that must have felt nice, huh? Like, how big were those monthly payments, do you think? That's so much saved money a month now. Like, I do have to imagine that the more Americans get their student debt canceled, I think Biden's chances of winning get a little higher. People will notice no longer having to pay that monthly payment. People will notice that, like, they don't have to do that anymore and their debt got canceled. They will notice that, and they will know who is behind that if they care to look into why they no longer have to pay their student loans, which is, you know, a little bit important. Listen, guys, there is one thing that most other lefty content creators online don't have that I do, okay? And that's having once been a conservative, all right? I've been politically where many on the left have never been. It's given me some perspective into how, like, certain areas of politics think and where certain similarities exist that put me off of, like, certain left-wing ideas. And one of them is like the hyper populism. I'm not a big fan of the hyper populism. Not a big fan. But I get to be more anti-populist with each passing day.
This is not debt relief for people who just graduated for the most part. It tends to be targeted at people who have been paying back their loans for some period of time. And there are a whole different range of programs where you can get debt relief based on if you qualify through your income.
Oh, yeah. By the way, this is not even, like, the only way to get your student debt relieved or canceled or forgiven, by the way. Obviously, Biden is doing these waves of debt forgiveness, but obviously whether or not everyone's student debt gets forgiven is going to rely on the results of the upcoming election. So he has set up other programs and has funded, and, you know, there are programs you can seek out to even help if you've yet to have your student debt canceled or forgiven with Biden's current plan. I'm not American, but my theory is if Biden wins again in November, I think the online left will become a lot less toxic now that they can get someone else in. Yeah, like, we basically just got to get Biden elected. The problem is, though, once again, there'll be, like, a beloved by the online left, like, borderline socialist candidate that's, like, you know, the next Bernie that the entire online left will get hyped for. There'll be this, like, false perception that, like, socialism and this, like, radical progressivism is more popular in the Democratic Party than it really is, just like every time before when Bernie ran. And then Bernie will lose, and everyone will be like, how did he lose? How did he lose? And get so bitter and upset about it, there'll be a whole new don't vote for the person who won the Democratic primary over our guy. They won't be Bernie or Busters, they'll be whoever it is in Busters, right? It'll always be a problem with the left where, like, if the ideal guy doesn't win, then a bunch of people will just decide they're not going to participate in the election at all.
Worked in the public sector, other things like that. So there are a whole range of programs. Nobody can keep track of all of them. So go to that website, studentaid.gov, and find out if you qualify.
This is one of the most, like, substantial policies Biden's made, I think, that will help his reelection, by the way. Not his best policy by far. I mean, he's done policy decisions that will actually potentially save the planet, looking back in hindsight. The coal, eliminating the coal industry by 2030 thing, which will eliminate 80% of our carbon footprint per year, is fucking insane. Unprecedented. Literally, just, like, we'd catch up to China. And then some, I think, with how much they've been eliminating their carbon output and their carbon footprint. Climate change is like the White Walkers. It's like an existential crisis separate from every... Like, it doesn't matter who you are, what your politics are, what your identity is, or even really how much money you make after a certain extent. Climate change is going to ruin your life. Maybe end you one way or the other, depending on who you are or where you are. Climate change is going to fuck shit up, and it doesn't matter if you're so wealthy you can afford to live in a vault like from Fallout. That's still gonna suck compared to if climate change didn't happen. It is an existential threat to all humanity. More so humanity in areas that don't have the infrastructure to handle the extreme weather, but, like, you've seen what's been happening in America. Like, entire, like, towns in Florida are going to be wiped off the map by freak hurricanes. It's already, like, happening. Like, it's already happening. It's happened all up the East Coast. The droughts are going to get worse on the West Coast to the point where it's like a blazing hellscape. We might eventually have to move the majority of American civilization inland. To, like, inland and to the north, maybe along the Great Lakes would be, like, the most habitable area, like in 100 years, 50 years if climate change continues unabated, but I don't even know where, really. It'd be a nightmare. It'd be an actual nightmare. And so the fact that Biden cares about climate change alone is such a massive boost over Trump that the conversation should end right there about who's better to vote for with any, like, progressive. Just right there, the conversation should be over. And not just over, but, like, it should be understood that criticizing the better guy in a way that might lead people to not want to support the better guy is, like, actively harmful to, like, the future of humanity. And it's what upsets me about a lot of the left right now is, like, I mean, like, just the Biden's position on climate change alone is so much better than Trump's. It's like the conversation should end right there. We don't need to talk anymore. We could, but we don't need to.
Does this seem like it's moving the needle among voters as we get towards November? I mean, we're still, a ways off from it at this juncture, but we're closer than yesterday, Rick.
Man, I have no idea, Brad. A couple things to say about that. First, there are basically polls.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention the tornadoes. They're getting worse, too. More common and just worse. Just insane. Like, I assume you guys have seen the videos that have been coming out lately. Like, the tornado season this year has been one of the worst we've ever had. Genuinely. Twister 2 could not have picked a better time to come out.
Every day, and let's remind everybody, the polls that matter are the ones in 6 or 7 swing states that are going to decide this election. That is Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada. The latest polls show Trump and Biden, the two likely candidates, are very close. Trump basically has a small lead at this point, but it's still far out from the election. Even though
Trump, it's been going back and forth, but generally Trump's held the lead. To be clear, though, you have to remember, most people who are just kind of meh on politics are more likely to vote for Biden, but those are not the kind of people who are going to vote in a poll this early before the election. But the people who support Trump are so loud and outspoken in their support of him, they will seek out polls like this to make it look like Trump's chances are better. Apparently, Tornado Alley will be shifting east. Ooh, scary.
The media have to talk about it all the time. A lot of voters aren't really thinking about who's going to get their vote if they happen to be undecided until September or October. So we're still a ways out, but this election, like the election in 2020, is very likely to be decided by So it is very important to both candidates that they literally go after every voter they can. And I think that means we'll probably see more student debt relief coming from the Biden White House before we get to know.
I wish that living in one of those purple states didn't suck a massive cock so I could, happily move to one and become a blue vote there, Like, Georgia. Like, if Georgia didn't suck a massive, sweaty, dirty asshole, I would move to Georgia and, become one extra blue Georgia vote. 0.01101% chance closer to a Blorgia, just with my vote, right? Or maybe Michigan or Minnesota or something, right? Minnesota might go purple, yeah. There's also a matter of moving to a red state to make it purple, But unfortunately, the Republicans are actively making states where they have even a little control so unpleasant to live in if you're a minority or left-leaning that they leave. And then the vote gets solider red, stronger and stronger red as progressive people and those that are marginalized move to states that aren't going to impose on their rights. But at the same time, you're leaving that voter population and no longer having a voice politically in that place, basically ceding that land to control by the Republicans. And when it comes to national elections, that matters. Even when it comes to the House and Senate, that matters. They're going to have representation in D.C., whether we like it or not. Is it just me or is the audio glitched the fuck out? Chat, how's audio? Is audio good? Chat, audio check. It's fine. Okay, Glitchy Fruit must just be having a glitch. I'd recommend refreshing your page, Glitchy Fruit. Anyway, another reason why you should vote for Biden, as if we needed more. I mean, I like that there's more. I like that Biden continues to be good and do good, and continues to provide me with reasons why I should vote for him. But man, he's given us the hard sell. It's still not enough for a lot of lefties, though. I don't know. I think, like, in 4 to 6 months, when the election comes around, I don't think Israel-Palestine's going to be as relevant. It's already kind of losing steam in terms of online discussion and mainstream coverage, as, like, any topic ever does in the news. And it's losing, like, the profitability to virtue signal or grift off of for, like, people like Hassan. And I think as that happens, the anger at Biden over Israel-Palestine is going to fizzle out. I think a lot of it's going to fizzle out as people stop caring, as, like, the timer on how long people tend to care about a thing online runs out, you know? Happened for Ukraine, happened with, like, the BLM stuff. Like, when was the last time you saw, like, anywhere near as many people expressing how pro-BLM they are as they were back then? Like, obviously I talk about how BLM was good, and I even reference that time frequently. But it feels like people just move right on to the next thing, you know? So vote. Vote blue, down ballot. All the way down ballot on everything. Not just the president, on every referendum, on every bill, on every single representative. Down ballot, you vote blue. And then, like, on the issues, on the specific issues that are being voted on, because you might be able to vote on, like, a particular bill or a law or a referendum. Do your research if you don't know what Bill S2 420 is, right? If they don't know what that is, and they don't explain it very well on the ballot, Google what that bill is, do your research, and vote accordingly. Get a mail-in ballot. Highly recommend getting a mail-in ballot. You can sit at your computer and vote on the mail-in ballot, and then mail it. And if you have any questions, if you are confused about a thing on your ballot, just fucking Google it. If you see a person on your ballot, and you're like, which Democrat should I vote for? You can Google their names right then and there. And if you've never heard of them before, and see which one of them has, like, the best looking thing, you know? Mail-in ballots are so much better. So much better. So please vote. Seriously. And hey, if you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like, because every single thumbs up really does go a long way, no matter when, where, or what you're watching. And don't forget, follow my social medias, linked down below in the description. Comment, subscribe, and ring the bell icon to see more from me. And of course, make sure to support me financially if you can, and if you want to. It really does help out a lot. You can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Streamelements, or Patreon, or buying merch in the Streamlabs link down below as well. Though don't forget, I have a link to my Discord down below too. It is the hub of my fan base, my main, like, core to my community. We do watch parties, game events, and call-in streams there, and I announce all my uploads and streams there, so I highly recommend you join. I'm actually hosting a watch party after stream today there, so make sure to join now if you haven't already. I hope to see you there. We're gonna be watch partying Rings of Power. I'm so fucking hyped. I haven't seen it in a while, and I liked it. And I haven't rewatched it in quite a while, so I'm down. I'm ready for a rewatch. And I know a lot of you guys haven't seen it. You guys get to find out if the woke Lord of the Rings show is really as bad as everyone says it is.
It's not. It's actually pretty good. I wouldn't say it's Peter Jackson Lord of the Rings good, but it's better than your average TV show. Better than I would say it's better than It's better than a lot of Game of Thrones, I would say. It's better than a lot of Game of Thrones. Not all of Game of Thrones, but a lot of it. So far. Anyway. Come join the Discord. I hope to see you here. I hope you enjoyed. And as always, thank you for watching. Zan, do you have a favorite gun tuber? I like gun content, but I feel weird watching Brandon Herrera. They're all connected, so it doesn't matter if, like, one of them's good. They tend to all know each other, unless we're talking, like, Tactical Girlfriend and some other people that are, like, very small left-leaning gun YouTubers in the grand scheme of things. But as for larger gun YouTubers that seems quite chill, he's actually, I think, literally dying right now.
Like when I heard his health described, the words were, he's not long for this world. But he's been uploading occasional videos lately, and that's Paul Harrell. Paul Harrell is great, dude. I don't know what his politics are. They're probably not great. He's buddies with some awful people, that's for sure. But, he did one of the best videos I've ever seen on gun safety. I always show this video to anybody I'm going to take to the range to shoot for the first time. Paul Harrell, negligent discharge. I'm just going to play a bit of this video so you can see what I'm talking about. It's just basic informative stuff, and the guy he's not LARPing, is the vibe I get. I like this guy. Unfortunately, he is, like, probably not going to be alive next year. He is, more and more of his videos are being done by different people. When he shows up, he's got crutches. He's an older guy, and his health is declining. It's sad. It really is rough, but, you know, life fucking blows sometimes. I like Paul Harrell. Thankfully, even if we lose him, all of his content, all of his advice, all the information that he has provided will be available on the internet, hopefully forever, you know? So, like, he'll be immortalized in his videos, like, until the end of time. Yeah, like Bob Ross, right? Be able to turn he's like, yeah, this guy is literally the Bob Ross of guns. Watch this shit.
Hi, we're out on the range today, so please bear with gunfire you hear in the background, although fair warning, just about all I'm going to do today is talk. And what I'm talking about are the most common types of and most common causes of negligent discharges. Now, this has to be prefaced.
This video is so good, I show it to every person I have taught how to shoot. Every time I'm taking a friend or a family member who hasn't shot before to the range, well, we watch a lot of stuff, and I tell them a lot of things, and I teach them a lot of things, but this video is one of them. You are just making up mispronunciation there, Bad Dragon Love. I did not say Persian. You're just making that up.
With three things. First, the recognition of the obvious double entendre of the term negligent discharge. So, everybody get your jokes out of the way. Ha ha ha.
Oh yeah, Hickok 45 is great too.
Secondly, I have to point out that I do not have any statistics in front of me. I'm just going on.
Oh, he has cancer? I didn't know what he had exactly, but yeah, fuck. Yeah, he has cancer apparently.
Of what I have observed on the range or in the field over the years. And if I did have statistics in front of me, I would consider them virtually useless because when someone has a negligent discharge, they very frequently lie about the conditions under which it occurred. Oh wait, more double entendre. He said discharge. Third, we have to ask the question, what's the difference between an accidental discharge and a negligent discharge? Well, different people would define it differently. The way I'm going to define it here today is that an accidental discharge is when your firearm goes off when you didn't want it to. A negligent discharge is when your firearm goes off when you didn't want it to because of something you did wrong. Let me see if I can illustrate that point. Now, here's a Colt government model. And the way some 1911 platforms are constructed, when you put your magazine in and then pull your slide back to chamber around and then you let that slide go forward, there is a chance, albeit a slight one, but a chance that that gun will just go off. Now, if that happens when you had it pointed in a safe direction at a time in a place where it was okay for the gun to go off, then you haven't done anything wrong. That was an accidental discharge. What makes it a negligent discharge is when you put your magazine in, pull your slide back, and you have negligently left your finger in the trigger guard, and then you let that go, and it chambers around, and sometimes that inertia will pull the gun forward onto your finger and it goes off. That's a negligent discharge because you negligently had your finger where it shouldn't be. So now that we've seen the difference, let's get started on what
Your trigger guard is not the place to have your finger when you are pulling the slide back on your gun. It will almost certainly go off. It almost certainly will. So yeah, I like his videos. They're good GunTube content. I like it. His videos are very chill, laid back. I'm really sad he's sick. But I would advise that you watch some of his stuff if you're looking for someone who's not, like, awful that does gun content. Suburban Time Waster, thank you for the $5 super chat. I really appreciate that. Says, wish I could stay for the watch party, but I've got a lot to do tomorrow. Still, I'm glad I got to stick around as long as I did. Bye. Have a good one, Suburban Time Waster. Thank you for the support, and thank you for the kindness. Hopefully you have a good one. Zamir Patois, thank you for the €2 pounds. Says, the English money is for rugs and bookers. Oh. Bugs and rookers? I don't even know what drugs and hookers? I don't know. Well, thank you for the €2 pounds. I appreciate it. I assume you had to say it like that so that YouTube wouldn't censor you or something? I have no clue. Anyway. Slashy, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Are you still muted? I think you're probably still muted for a little while longer. You've probably got like 15 minutes left on that. This is an apology for having a cringe take. I am bringing so hard. I am going to change my take. Ban me next time I ever say it was a good thing. Thank you, Slashy. You have repented. You have repented. Your Lord forgives you. Christ. No, in all seriousness, though, the Afghanistan thing kind of triggers me in particular because, A, like, I've been proven correct by it, like, so blatantly. Like, you kind of have to make excuses for the Taliban to think I was wrong. And I got so much harassment from just the most deranged parts of the left whenever I dared to be right about that. So, rough stuff. Rough stuff. So what I'm thinking, after beating New Vegas, we might stream... What do you think of Subnautica? Like, now that now I can, like, crank all the settings and have perfect performance, what do you think of Subnautica? 1 and Below Zero as the next game we play through and beat after New Vegas. Destroy All Humans 2 next. I kind of want to start Destroy All Humans 2 from the beginning when I play through it, because it's been a while since, like, I played it. I feel like I might as well start from the beginning, because, like, it's like memories, like very like hazy memories of playing through the remake, and so I want to wait a while, like a little while longer, like a few more like beaten games, and then we'll come back to Destroy All Humans 2 and play through all of it like from beginning to end with no interruptions, because I prefer to be the way that I play through a game, you know, like no interruptions, no extremely long breaks that just make it so nobody who is like watching each stream gets to follow it, I guess. That sucks, NLO. I'm really sorry to hear that. It runs pretty well for me, but it is a bit of an advanced graphically game. Like, it's pretty. Yes, start from the beginning as the next game. But as the next game. Start from the beginning, but as the next game. I don't know what that means, but I assume next game will probably be Subnautica. As in next game we play, but start Destroy All Humans 2 over? Okay. No, next game we're doing is Subnautica, and then Subnautica Below Zero, and then after that we'll probably do Destroy All Humans 2. Yeah. Man, I can't wait for this election season to be over. I'm hoping it lasts longer, because for one, election day is like when it happens, so you're kind of dreading that, and then two, election season is when my channel does admittedly do better. Like, the second the election is over, my channel's gonna go into like a 2-year-long hibernation. Like, growth is gonna slow down substantially, viewership is gonna drop a massive amount, just like when Biden first got elected. Like back then, it's gonna be a massive slump for like 2 years. So I basically gotta grind like crazy over this next year, because this year has the highest potential for like growth, relevance, everything for the next, until 4 years from now. Yeah, there's about a 2 or 3 year lull. There's like 2 years of build up till the election, but in reality it's more like a year and a half, maybe even just a year. Like, it's not even that hype right now. Also, I feel like lefty content kind of got shadow banned on YouTube.
Is it just my imagination, or I wouldn't be surprised if we are shadow banned, to be honest. Like a lot of lefty accounts. We do talk about controversial issues, and we don't make a lot of money for YouTube off of it because viewership is so low compared to like your average Nazi channel on YouTube. So it's very possible that I'm shadow banned. Very possible. I'm shadow banned on Twitter. Like Twitter outright notified me I was shadow banned. It's not even like really a shadow ban. It's more like we have let you know that we have suppressed your account due to reports of was it abusive activity, I think? There was no abusive activity or any reference. It was just like, woke up one day to see that my Twitter account has been permanently shadow banned, and now I don't get any, like, engagement on my tweets. But yeah, Elon Musk has ruined that site. There's not much of a reason to be on there, you know? It's kind of helped, I guess, soften the blow of losing Twitter. Like, it's a bit more like, what's even the point? Like, I don't even want to get on Twitter now, you know? Like, I use it so much less because it sucks so much. So, yeah. Hi, Night Moth. How you doing? Twitter was always a shithole. It wasn't this bad, though. It's gotten so much worse. Anyway. Oh, Perry Icefire, thank you for the additional $5 dues. Thank you. Extremely kind and generous of you. Said, OP character check, please. A mostly demon/angel hybrid. Oh, so you made a character and you're checking to see if it's OP with me. Demons are weak to celestial power, but takes less damage from a demonic power. She can't die unless both demon and celestial powers are combined. That doesn't sound too overpowered. That just seems to make sense. If it's the kind of thing that, like, logically makes sense and, like, with the rules set up in your world, people won't question it. It doesn't have to be, like, real life logically it just has to make sense in the logic of the story, and people will be fine with it. That's, like, think Mad Max, right? Where Mad Max is just fucking crazy, but, you know, no one calls out how weird and crazy it is, because that's the point. Where is it on its sleeve? Those are the rules of that universe. Everyone is weird, and things behave crazily and over the top. And just, you would be surprised if things weren't like that, right? I get small right-wing channels recommended all the time. Don't really get lefty stuff, though, on YouTube. Anyone else seeing that? Yeah, I've not been recommended, like, a new lefty channel in, like, a year. I've not been recommended a new lefty channel. It's always conservative content that's recommended to me politically, yeah. Yeah. And I imagine, yeah, there's probably tons of small lefty channels out there trying to grow, but, like, we don't make YouTube a lot of money. It makes sense they would suppress our content covering these controversial issues because they aren't rage-baiting, clickbait, like, grift titles that are going to make YouTube a bunch of money. Yeah, like, Russell Brand, for example, is, like, making YouTube a ton of money. He could literally go on to his, like, show tomorrow and say the vaccine is going to kill everybody, don't take it. And YouTube won't do a thing about it because they aren't going to ban or suppress or demonetize one of the biggest political creators there is. It's one of their big cash cows. Hate clicks are one of the biggest income sources for Google from YouTube. So yeah, kind of makes sense when you think about it. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Perry Icefire. I hope the advice helps. Or not the advice, the OP check helps. Alrighty, guys. So since we've surpassed $300 in the dono goal, you guys know what this means. I gotta go put on the onesie. I'll be right back, okay? Don't go anywhere. I'm gonna put on the onesie.
Comes back 2 seconds later. That'd be funny if I could just, like, quick change. That would be ideal, but unfortunately, a last look at the Dracula Flow t-shirt for people that know. My official, pre-ordered Dracula Flow t-shirt has arrived. Damn it, it's all covered up. Hold on. Oh, gotta wiggle my way out of this thing. You guys gotta check out my shirt. Look at this thing. Dracula Flow. This shit ain't nothing to me, man, is what it says in the bottom. Flip the camera so we can... It just says Dracula Flow. Plump Corp Records, Dracula Flow. It is the... I pre-ordered this. Surprisingly affordable to pre-order this. I mean, it's not like... It's a shirt, you know? It was literally total, I think it cost me $45, including shipping. So I pre-ordered it. And for all I know, I might be one of the first people in the world to have Dracula Flow merch. At least official Dracula Flow merch, so I'm happy. I'm thrilled with this. I still don't have a blowhigh, and that feels wrong that I don't somehow. Well, you should get one, Brock. You just gotta go to an IKEA, or order one online, I think. You can just get one online, but I got my blowhigh at IKEA. Ugh. Before, like, the trans thing, blowhigh were already, like, was already a meme. You guys know that, right? Like, the blowhigh shark, the IKEA blowhigh shark has been a meme for, like, over a decade before it became, like, the trans shark, because I think it has, like, a thing you can hide, like, hormones in or something like that. I think that's where it comes from. Same with the IKEA bear. Oh, there's a bear. Anyway, nice. I'm a Giga Chad, chat. Look at me. Mewing in a onesie. Who's up mewing? Anyway. Alright, everyone. Now that you've got me in the onesie, let's do some segments and not acknowledge the onesie a single time at all, so that when the segments go out, people are like, why the fuck is he wearing a onesie? That's what it's all about, guys. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Alright, let me mark off that topic on the scroll. The scroll of truth. You guys are gonna like this next topic. All right, guys. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. So, I haven't actually covered this guy in a while. It's been maybe like 3 or 4 months. This guy, when I originally discovered him, was like well under 50,000 subs. He'd made a video where he was getting dunked on massively because he was crying about female demons being in Doom Eternal, like the more recent released Doom game. This is a while ago, but that was what he was complaining about back then, and he was getting dunked on. But then, out of nowhere, Asmongold started reacting to his videos. It was usually the ones that weren't like super extremely anti-woke like grift garbage. So the perception that many people got from Asmongold's streams reacting to the videos was that maybe he's like a cool guy that we should go check out. And so they did. And so now Yellow Flash 2 is now sitting at nearly 500,000 subscribers. I believe this guy was also the dude who got like dunked on because he kept on saying that Miles Morales isn't Spider-Man. Like, this guy literally named himself after the Flash and insists that Spider-Man is Peter Parker and Peter Parker is Spider-Man, and that's how it works. And that, like, the dude literally named himself after the Flash. Aren't there like 4 or 5 different Flashes? Like, I'm not even talking like, oh, the name gets transferred or whatever. I'm talking, are there not runs of the Flash where he is literally not Barry Allen? Like the guy is not Barry Allen who ends up being the Flash. Am I wrong? I don't know. I don't know a lot about DC. I just think it's silly because I know that, like, the Flash is known for having a lot of different actual people use that name. Technically, this guy's one of them, and yet he can't really get his mind around the idea that 2 people could be Spider-Man. But we all know why he says that. It's because he's black. I mean, you actually will notice he seems to have a particular gripe with black people, I think. Like, I think Yellow Flash 2 might be, like, mostly racist. You'll notice that, like, a lot of his content is specifically upset that black people are in something. He also does, like, the, Rings of Power hate. He also does that thing that all these YouTubers have started doing. Have you noticed that, like, they all make thumbnails like this now? Where it's, like, a really lazy, either AI generated or ripped straight from Google Images picture, and then, like, the default black line that's left over on, like, a 1920 by 1080p Photoshop, like frame. Like, like, a third of it, or a quarter of it is left empty, and then there's, like, the black background, and then they put text over it. What in the quartering fuck is this channel? It's just another one of these grift channels. Pretty successful, too. Asmongold blew this channel up big times. Woke media furious. Stellar Blade gave Culture War gamers a win. Sony forced to listen to us. Yeah, this guy's friends with Grums as well. Oh my god, I have to show you. Do you guys want to see what Grums' VTuber avatar looks like? The, like, ex-WoW guy who got, like, kicked from the, got kicked out of Blizzard because he sucked so much and has been denounced by every single game developer that he's ever worked with. Oh, can I find it? Oh no, I didn't like or retweet it, did I? Oh, I suck. Oh, I need to start doing it. Here we go. Today I learned that this is Grum's VTuber avatar, so I need to share the pain. Just gonna let you guys suffer for a moment. Looks like JoeCat. Well, funnily enough, this is one of the people that was harassing JoeCat. Like, Grums is one of the people that was, like, ringleading the JoeCat harassment campaign. No shot? Really? Yeah. Yeah. Like, these are not, like, good people, obviously. These are not good people at all. Anyway, they're still freaking the fuck out over Assassin's Creed, but the video that I really wanted to show you guys was the Paper Mario one. These are the guys who are all about, like, localizers are ruining anime and, like, Japanese games that get, like, translated to English because the localizers are woke, and then they change words in the translation to mean other things. Now, with Paper Mario, there's a character who's, well, explicitly trans. Her name's Vivian. This is her in the thumbnail. It seems like they've edited Mario with a hammer about to crush Vivian with the hammer. Yellow Flash has in the thumbnail, like he's, like, winding up the hammer at Vivian like he's gonna hit her with it, I think is the implication there. Man, they just really hate trans people. Anyway, let's go ahead and check this out, because as we know, it's not really arguable as to whether or not Vivian is trans. The entire Paper Mario fan base, anytime someone says, wait, Mario kissed Vivian, I didn't know that. Anytime someone, like, says that Vivian isn't a woman, all the replies are just the villain from Paper Mario with a speech bubble that, like, points upwards at the tweet that they're replying to. Beldam, yeah, I think that's the name. So it's just anyone who says Vivian's, like, not anything, anyone who says anything transphobic about Vivian or Paper Mario just gets replied with just a bunch of pictures of the villain Beldam and a speech bubble. Like, this is some shit the villain from Paper Mario would say. Yes. You guys are so awful that you guys are actually arguing the perspective of the villain in the new Paper Mario game because you're so fucking mad. Or not new Paper Mario, in the remade classic Paper Mario game that is getting remade and keeping the original Japanese translation of these lines, which was changed in the original English dub, yet what they claim to be upset about is localizers changing things from the original Japanese version, right? The reality is what they have a problem with is, like, anything that they view as, like, bad or woke. In this case, it's a trans person existing.
Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door comes out tomorrow, and
I really love that in this thumbnail it says heads will roll, as if it's like, man, Nintendo's gonna pay for this one. I fucking despise Nintendo, for the record, by the way. The only thing about Nintendo that I think is in any way, shape, or form worthy of praise are their first-party exclusive games. Like, the games themselves are good, but once again, I have to circle back around to saying fuck Nintendo because their entire profit model is off of selling you overpriced, underpowered hardware, locking you into buying their other products, and then forcing you into the long run, potentially even paying more than like a high-end PC gamer ends up paying to play video games. It's just over a longer period of time, so you're getting like bled for possibly tens of thousands of dollars instead of it being over like one day. It's over like 5 years, right? Not 10,000, but you know what I mean. Like, it'll be thousands of dollars you'll spend, but it'll be over a longer time than if you go for like a PC or even like PlayStation or Xbox, which do the same thing. Their entire Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft's entire monetization strategy for selling consoles is that they sell a console, and the console itself is fairly priced for the power. Not the case for Nintendo, but Nintendo consoles can typically run what they're made to run, so as long as you're sticking with Nintendo games, you're probably fine. But they sell you a console that's a decent price for the power, but from there, you have to pay insert company for a bunch of other shit. Controllers, games, online access, other, like, literally any additional thing like a controller. If you want 2 controllers, that's an extra $60. Every game is $60. What is it, like $15 a month to have, like, online on the console that you paid for the game that you paid for, on the internet you pay for? Storage space. Oh my god. Storage space on consoles is a fucking nightmare, and you can pay for more, but that's what they get you with. Like, how many games do you want to have installed at once? Well, if you want more than 3 or 4, you better get, like, external drives. That's going to cost you. That's how they lock you in. So fuck Nintendo. Fuck these companies. I am not defending these corporations. I'm simply pointing out how ridiculous it is that this guy has spent the last 2 years getting big off of claiming that, like, he's against localizers changing the original translation, and now he's mad that the localizers aren't changing the original translation. Well, but the copium's going to be if the original translation doesn't claim that Vivian is trans, I'm guessing. It's going to be like I only believe in 2 genders, except here's a bunch of different versions, a bunch of different genders that the Japanese recognize that they actually meant when referring to Vivian. By the way, there are only 2 genders. Like, it'll be something like that, I bet.
It is making headlines today. Thought we would take a look at some of the things going on with this game.
I forgot. This is one of those YouTubers that films all their videos drunk. The quartering, yellow flash, no bullshit. A lot of these, like, right-wing grift tubers are alcoholics, and they film or, like, record all their videos drunk, and they're really slow talking, and, like, they kind of slur half their words. Like, you can hear it too as he's speaking. You know what a drunk person sounds like. The quartering especially. A lot of these guys are, like, actual alcoholics that record most of their videos drunk as fuck, or at least tipsy.
Taku's celebrating, certainly, but Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, loved game. People dig these Paper Mario games. That's why they still make them. There was one that came out on the Switch, I think 2 years ago. Didn't care for that one, to be honest. And I've actually played all of them but this one. This is the only one I haven't played, and I hear it's...
Bro hasn't even played the original game and is going to have such a strong opinion only when I haven't played. Is there more Paper Mario, by the way? Is there just like Paper Mario 1, or Mario 2, Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door, or is it just that one? Smoking gun right there. There's like 5. Yeah, there's a lot of them. How's that a smoking gun that he hasn't played Thousand Year Door? I mean, it's silly that he has such a strong opinion if he hasn't even played the original, and now he's like supposedly genuinely upset. But like, was Thousand Year Door the most popular one? I haven't played any of these. I'm not like a Nintendo guy. I'm a PC gamer through and through. What's the tell there? Is it like saying that you're a Fallout fan and never having played New Vegas or something? It's like, okay, yeah, all right, man. Thousand Year Door is number 2 and definitely the best in my opinion. It was the second one they released and the best one. Okay.
It's really good, and I was looking forward to playing it until all of the strange things that were starting to be leaked on this game made it my way, and I saw that they were...
Oh, no. Okay, so I'm assuming this guy is going to, like, use fake leaks as well. Something that's made, like, covering these guys a lot more obnoxious is, at least back in the day, that I mean like a year ago, it felt like these guys had at least a little bit of an attachment to the truth, right? Like, they had to take the truth and then twist it. Here, though, Grums was so blatant in his grift and managed to push the bar so low that everyone's copying his method of just literally making things up now. Like, here is a photoshopped image of what supposedly a game looked before an update. Then here's the original image of how the game actually looks. Here's what it was like now. We won, guys. Or look what they did, guys. Like, Grums has done that. Grums has photoshopped or found a photoshopped image of Camel Toe on Eve and Stellar Blade and claimed that that was a real outfit where she had camel toe. That wasn't real. And they claimed that the removal was like Sony censorship. So what they've started doing is they will cover 4chan leaks. You know the whole like, what was it that was nothing but a 4chan leak that they were freaking out about recently? Oh yeah, the claim that Assassin's Creed Shadows was originally going to be a completely different game and then got rewritten to be woke. That was a 4chan leak, quote unquote. Literally, a guy on 4chan claimed that he has access to leaks and claimed that. And then they were like, now, this may have been posted on 4chan, but, you know, we got to take this stuff seriously. And they have run with that for literal weeks. So we've actually gotten to the point now where if someone says that their dad works at Ubisoft on 4chan and says they're going to do this and that, that might actually become the narrative that is followed. They have genuinely fallen this far. Fun fact, the original name for the first Paper Mario was Mario Story because it was meant to be a Mario game with narrative storytelling. Huh.
Changing scenes. Like, there's one scene in particular that I did a video on a few weeks ago. There's a scene where a bunch of Goombas catcall some other Goomba girl, and that's been changed. Some people tell me that they actually changed that in the English version. They don't do that in the Japanese version, so I'm not sure what to believe there, to be honest.
I'm sure you don't know anything or what you should believe on any of these things. It's been 1 minute and 24 seconds, and you've done nothing but ramble about nothing. Does this guy get to making an argument at all, or is he just stretching out to the that 6-minute minimum for mid-roll ads?
But this is friendly for the LGBTQ plus community. So here's something that I just found out about yesterday, and that's a scene in Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door involving this ghost Vivian. Okay, I don't know anything about Vivian. Never played this game. But I...
Don't worry, guys. It's the Paper Mario fans that are the tourists, though. The Paper Mario fans that are defending this and saying they're going to buy and play the game because they
Like Paper Mario? They're tourists, guys. The gatekeepers that refuse to buy and play this game, they're the real gamers. Everyone else is a tourist.
I hear that it's actually kind of ambiguous. So if you follow anime, manga, a good example of this would be if you've ever seen Naruto, one of the first.
Oh, I forgot this guy's a weeb. All these people are massive fucking weebs, too. So, like, you know that outside of the internet, they are just the biggest fucking losers. Like, no one who is obsessed with anime and makes a living off of complaining about minorities in video games and children's media isn't a fucking mess in real life. Oh, man, I wish I could be a fly on the wall of these people's fucking bedrooms just to see and smell what's going on with them. Oh.
Villains that they fight, one of the characters is like a femboy. There's a lot of very in-between characters and a lot of stuff over there. And that doesn't mean the character is trans, but for some reason...
Oh my god, he did it! He actually did the argument! He did there's only two genders, but also, in Japan, they've got a lot of, like, in-between type stuff. But that doesn't mean they're trans. He did it. He actually did there's only two genders, but also... other cultures have it's actually fucking crazy. Like, the only way to try to claim that this character, because the interpretation is so clear of the direct English to Japanese, because this is the direct translation. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. And the entire story arc of this character is about her being trans and the constant explicit statements that she was born a boy and is now a girl and is now a sister. What are they called? The sisters something? I forget what the exact name was. But yeah, like, her sisters are mean to her because they don't see the Shadow Sisters. Yeah, they're kind of mean and exclusionary towards her because they're transphobic. And that's framed as a bad thing. So not only has this character always been trans, but the villain of the game has always been transphobic. And the argument has always been that the transphobia is like a villainous behavior. I mean, it must suck, like, to have to cope like this with the fact that, like, children's media presents people like you as, like, actual cartoon villains. But that's what you chose to be. You chose to make a living off of spreading hate. Just own it, you know? Just say you don't like minorities or trans people, just loudly, with your whole chest. YouTube doesn't care. They're not going to ban you.
Reason. Anybody that decides to dabble in the opposite gender's clothing is trans now. There is no femboy, which apparently is what...
Oh my fucking god. Are we actually at the point now where these chuds are gonna start, like, trying to claim femboys or something? Like, are we at the point now where it's like, you don't understand femboys, there's a lot of things in between, gender is complicated, and it's actually it's a spectrum, okay? It's a spectrum. That doesn't mean it's someone who... They're not trans. Hilariously, though, the original Japanese constantly refers to brother, then sister, she, her, once brother, now sister. Like, over and over again. Like, that explicit wording of was once a boy is now a girl. There's really no other way to interpret that unless you are just high as fuck on the copium, dude.
This character is supposed to be like a feminine guy. Though Jonas J. Campbell is saying that the character was originally a girl. I'm not sure, but this is the translation that we...
Jonas J. Campbell is just a random guy who paid for Twitter, got 46 likes, who uses a picture of Ewan McGregor in a suit as his profile picture because it looks vaguely like a conservative pundit. Like, with that small image. But it's Ewan McGregor. Like, you guys can see that, right? Like, this guy's some random nobody. Oh, wrong thing. Hold on. You guys can see that, right? That's not a person. That's just some guy who shitposts on Twitter and paid for a blue check mark. Like, why are you saying this guy's name like he's a somebody? Jonas J. Campbell? He's a Twitter shitpost account that paid for a blue check mark, got 46 likes, and uses Ewan McGregor as a profile picture. No one knows who this guy is. Come on.
We have here in the new remake. Truth is, it took me a while to realize I was their sister, not their brother. Now their usual bullying feels heavier. Now, this is not what the character actually says. This is localizers fucking around again.
Yeah, what's the original translation? Show us the original translation.
We actually have the translation thanks to Packer Girl, who's been sharing this. So the original Japanese text right here, if you translate it, says a former member of the Shadow Trio. He may look like a girl, but he's actually a boy.
Guys, I read this entire chart. Do you want to know what this chart is? These are translations of character lines. That quote is from the Shadow Sisters bullying her. This is not like a pop-up that happens on screen to indicate to the player, by the way, not actually, this is literally a line from a character that has been translated, the character who is transphobic. Here's another line where they are being transphobic. Again. 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 Now, if we actually look at the lines that aren't cut to make it look like there are no lines referring to the character being trans. Paper, Mario, Japanese, translations, Vivian. Someone sent me the whole chart before that's like clipped from. There's a lot of posts from a few years ago where people are like, yeah, no, I know I'm late, but let me explain. I just found out that Vivian is trans. I didn't know this originally. Yeah. Here, where's the, where's the chart? Fuck, it's that exact chart, too, that's cut there. Oh, is that it? Yep, here it is. Here it is. See, this is the part that they specifically cut up to here. An ex-member of the Shadow Trio. She used to be a man, but now she's a woman and proud of it. My God. My fucking God. One of the Italian translation was always... Why did they cut off the Italian translation? That's weird. Wait, why did they cut off that in the original version? The Italian localizers, this is supposed to be a transphobic character's line. Apparently back then, the Italian localizers made the transphobic character not transphobic. It's Vivian, a member of the Shadow Trio and youngest sister. No, wait, brother. Oh, they accidentally didn't misgender. Oh, I love that. It's Vivian, the youngest sister. I mean brother. That's Vivian. She's the youngest member of the Shadow Trio. That's Vivian. She's the smallest of the trio. Well, he's the smallest. That's Vivian. She's the youngest sister of the Shadow Trio. We are the Shadow Sisters. What, Vivian? What did you just say? We're the Shadow Trio. Vivian, you nincompoop. What are you blabbing about? It's Shadow Sirens. What are these three sisters? Aren't you a man? I don't see three beauties. I see two. But then there's you, and you're plug ugly. Oh, I'm sorry, sis. It was an accident. This is Vivian's line. You can see Beldam is the one who's saying, like, the transphobic shit. See? Like, Beldam's like, what? We're the Shadow Trio. What are these? Where are these three sisters? Aren't you a man? You're plug ugly. Like the transphobic character, Beldam, the villain. And then Vivian's like, has like the most like trans woman personality ever. And it's just like, I'm sorry. I just want to exist and be respected. Like just like the most like, she's just chill. She's just trying to vibe. You can just get the vibe from all her lines, you know? Geez, I hate being... What a line, holy shit. Yeah, it's just interesting to me, even, that, like, the image used in this guy's video deliberately cuts off right here at the Spanish dub as well. Like, hey, guys, look, all the original translations say that Vivian is a boy, but just happened to cut off right here where one of the translations, even back then... And this isn't even a correct translation, but it's just funny that that's what they decided to cut off because it's not convenient. Says, an ex-member of the Shadow Trio. She used to be a man, but now she's a woman and proud of it. The most, like, this is a line that just completely cuts the narrative that they're trying to paint, so they had to cut it there at Spanish, you know? So yeah, this is what I was talking about when I said, like, they're just lying. Like, they will literally lie to your face
and hope to God you don't know about this chart and you never find it and look. Similar to like when Blair White cut off like at that last line right before it said that trans women can get cervical cancer and should get pap smear checked for it. Because like if they've had bottom surgery, it's possible and they get checked for it. But Blair White cut that out because it didn't support her narrative that trans women are going crazy. They think they can get cervical cancer now. So yeah, it's just evil. It's evil. It's lies. They don't have any attachment to truth or reality. It's all about making money. And it's all about a short-term thing, too. Like, you may think, isn't lying like this really bad in the long run? Like, couldn't it just, like, collapse your career? I think most of these people know that they're going to have very high highs and then a very low low. Like, they're going to blow up, reach a huge peak, most likely, and they're going to fall. And I think in their perspective, it's all about just maximizing the amount of money they're making now until YouTube decides the next grift right-wing channel's going to take their place. That's really what it's all about.
And then the original English from the original game said one of the Shadow Sirens, Vivian, suffers from a bit of an inferiority complex. So pretty far from what they put in there now. So I'm guessing the character...
Also, this isn't even a translation of the same line. Like, does he think that, like, this is the English translation of this line? Because that's not what that is.
Says a former member of the Shadow Trio. He may look like a girl, but he's
That's like these are characters speaking about Vivian, and the line that's supposedly been changed is Vivian speaking. So how is pointing to this line or any of these lines that aren't Vivian lines relevant to that Vivian line? Also, still hilarious that right below here is like the translation from Italian that's like explicitly pro-trans. Exactly, she consistently insists on affirming her femininity in front of her sisters. Cross-dressers don't do that. Yeah, I mean, like, cross-dressers, like tend to specify they're not trans, right? Xander Hall, that line he just read was censored version in the first game, censored for the English-speaking audience. For the new version, undid the censorship. Yeah, they're mad. It's never about being against censorship. It's never been about being against incorrect localization. It's always been about this perception that, A, the Japanese are honorary whites. Like, you guys have to remember that. Racists believe that the Japanese are honorary whites. This goes back to World War II, okay? Like, white supremacy, or not white supremacy, but, like, racial supremacy, big part of Japan back in World War II, and even before, well before, too. And so, even though it's less of a problem these days, though I'm sure it's still somewhat pervasive, that perception has made, among other things as well, such as like the model minority perception, has made a lot of conservatives and a lot of racists view the Japanese as like the one exception to minorities bad. That like they only love white people. The Japanese, they're like honorary Aryans. Exactly. Yeah. And then of course, this also ties into the fact that a lot of gamers nowadays, they kind of, like, a lot of the online right-wing gaming community is about behaving a way that makes you a laughingstock in public IRL and making it normal and even something to be proud of online, right? So being, like, an overweight, balding, middle-aged man complaining about, like, a game company removing a non-existent camel toe from, like, a Gooner game skin is the kind of thing that'll get, like, the shit knocked out of you in public. Like, people won't be able to keep themselves from beating you half to death because you'll be such an easy target for bullying in, like, the real world. I'm not joking. But these people go online, and no one can, like, beat the shit out of them for being such a fucking nerd. So they really live it up, right? With the whole, like, we're winning the battle against the anti-Gooners. We're, like, they do this shit that, like, is just pathetic. But online, it gets claps, cheers, and applause. In real life, they would be social outcasts. The internet has offered people like this not just a ability to build a platform like never before, but the ability to make riches, a great living off of being what was once just the most pathetic weirdo you could find, because they can all gather together. Same thing has happened online for pedophiles. Used to be like anti-vaxxers, flat earthers, pedophiles, all these groups that are like used to be pretty unanimously agreed upon to be like bad and like just the perfect punching bags, like great like targets to punch at, you know? Nowadays, they've got so much support, you can't really do that without like a pretty good chance of equal to greater pushback from the group you're making fun of. Make fun of flat earthers, you might have the whole of the flat earth community come after you. Make fun of anti-vaxxers, good fucking luck. That's the Republican Party line now. Make fun of fucking like weeb racist anime fans, they'll come after you. Make fun of fucking pedophiles or lolicons now, they will come after you and ratio you. The internet has made, like, once again, I have to show you this meme. I've never felt more like this meme. The internet, especially like if you go on Twitter right now, this is what Twitter feels like. How many times have you seen this go down on Twitter since Elon bought it? And the majority of what's pushed and supported is like some conservative insanity, right? And it's not even like politics takes either. Twitter is so bad now, it's like a post will go viral that's just the most unpopular take. Right? Or like somebody will make a take that's extremely popular and agreed upon, and it'll get ratioed to hell. I'm 14 and this is deep. Yeah. Fuck. So let me think of an example. I saw a tweet the other day that was like, which of these games has better graphics? It was literally just a question. It was just 4 game screenshots. It was just a simple question. Which of these games, in your opinion, has like the higher quality looking graphics? It's a simple question. Now, obviously, graphics aren't what make a game good, but I think graphical fidelity in games is a fine conversation to have. Like, just because graphics don't make a game good doesn't mean that graphics matter so little that talking about them is pointless or like a bad thing, you know? But the replies were all just shitting on this person for starters, and the rest of the replies were saying, I don't care about graphics in bad games, and getting like 10,000 likes. The games in question were The Last of Us Part 2, God of War Ragnarok, and then what were the other two? Hellblade, and what was the other one? Horizon Forbidden West. Like, these are games that outside of like very niche circles of people online are enormously popular and successful, and yet Twitter has become the place where like these unpopular takes are given the perception of popularity, where all these people who've pissed in the pool can point at like the normal person who hasn't and laugh and feel like they're part of the popular crowd. Because remember, this is not the world, this is just how it is online, you know? Outside of the internet, all these people are the ones getting pointed and laughed at, but in this little pool that they can gang up on. And that's kind of what the internet has become politically lately. My stream dropped out for a second there. I hope we're good. Anyway. I feel like that gets the point across pretty well. This guy's like such a lying grifter, I don't think there's any point in watching the rest of the video, because skimming through, he literally doesn't change the page at all. Oh my god. Yeah, the entire video is him never leaving this page with the cut, like, 4 translation lines there from the transphobic characters in the game, and then he immediately, let's watch his plug.
Link in the description. It's a fun community that I'm trying to build over here.
I wonder how long he does the plug for.
It's looking like they might be, so I don't know. Let me know what you think. Is Nintendo going down the DEI hole? What are your thoughts? Also, if you would, please
remember, guys, DEI just means the N-word.
Like, subscribe, share the video. Make sure you're still subscribed. Hit that notification bell, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Make sure to check out my locals. There's a link in the description. It's a fun community that I'm trying to build over here. If you don't want to support me on YouTube, you can come over here. None of that money goes to YouTube. You also can just come over here for free. But if you are a supporter over here, I do plan on doing an extra live stream once a month.
God fucking Christ. Oh, these people. Not to mention, this weekend was the worst box office opening weekend in, what was it, 40 years, I believe. Like, theaters have been slowly, like, dying out, like, to an actually shocking extent as of late. There's been a lot of conversation about it. I want to show, like, another way in which these grifters lie to you and like to misrepresent things. So Are you guys aware of the Mad Max prequel movie, Furiosa? This movie, from everyone who's seen it, especially the Mad Max fan base, is receiving, like, unanimous praise. The movie is so well reviewed that even, like, the Chuds shitting on it, like this guy, they can't claim that people don't like it. They can't claim that the movie is bad. Even the Quartering had to, like, walk back saying the movie was bad because everybody who saw it was like, bro, I'm a fan of you, but I saw this movie. It's not woke. It's not bad. It's, like, literally possibly the best Mad Max movie. It seems to be the consensus, and Mad Max isn't even in it. That surprises me. I'm skeptical, but the consensus of those who've seen it seems pretty, like, broad. But unfortunately, every movie that's come out in the last year, but especially this year so far, has done, like, shockingly badly. I actually looked into it. Godzilla x Kong, the new Empire, the newest Godzilla and Kong movie, has not broken the amount of money made by Godzilla 2014. I'm not joking. Godzilla v. Kong has made less money than Godzilla 2014 in box office sales. Godzilla King of Monsters did better, as did Godzilla v. Kong and Skull Island. Maybe Skull Island did slightly worse, I'm not sure. But I know Godzilla v. Kong, Godzilla King of Monsters, and Godzilla 2014 all did better than Godzilla x Kong The New Empire. And mind you, Godzilla x Kong The New Empire is like one of the biggest movies of this year. Like, huge. Was the biggest movie of this year so far, possibly. That gives you some perspective on how fucked the theaters are right now, right? Like, it's bad. And so Furiosa is unfortunately another movie that's getting hit with this, and the right is, of course, jumping on this, saying that, like, the people are tired of female protagonists. It really does suck that, like, as movie theaters die, these people are getting, like, the perfect opening to say, look at how much these woke things are failing in the box office, because everything's failing in the box office. Lolly thumbnail. Yeah, no, these guys... Like this guy's literally buddies with Rev Says Desu. I'm pretty sure this guy has defended Lolicon in one of his videos. I'm pretty sure this is one of Rev Says Desu's friends. Like, yeah, a lot of these people also have a lot of crossover with, like, the Lolicon pedo community. Yeah, no, we're genuinely looking at, like, some of the worst like parts of the online space when we look at these grift channels. It's genuinely pathetic. Anyway, though, if you want to support the channel, hell, stick it to these conservative channels that, like, to give you an idea, though, oh man, it sucks. This one video has gotten more views in a day than my channel has in 2 days. You can see the little drop down, 25,000 views in 48 hours. So if you guys want to change that, if you want to make it so these, like, little nobody, like, chud grift channels aren't literally mogging my channel and most of the online left, then drop a fucking like. Subscribe, ring the bell icon, so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. They probably won't anyway, so I recommend you join the fan Discord, because that's the only way to be guaranteed notified when I go live or upload. And make sure to comment down below to boost the channel and the algorithm. And of course, down below you can find my social medias, follow them if you want. And don't forget, if you want to support me financially, directly, you can afford to and you want to, you can donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch through the Streamlabs link down below. And don't forget, I also have a Discord server down below. That is my fan Discord. It is the hub of my community. We're actually hosting a watch party there after stream. So I hope you join. I do watch parties, call-in streams, game events, and announce everything. So join that. I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. What do you guys think? I feel like that came out pretty good. W Segi? Hell yeah. Which Segi we just finished? I had to go for a bit. The Paper Mario segment. All right. I know exactly what we're going to cover next after I read some more donos and talk chat for a minute, but first, I need to use the restroom. Drinking a whole can of Monster will, break the seal. Anyway, I'll be right back. BRB. Don't go anywhere. Well, I figured out why my audio might have been being weird. My fucking rolling chair was like rolled on top of my cord for my mic this entire time. Literally the entire time. So that's bad. I don't know how that happened. I need to do some cable management eventually. But yeah, so if my audio sounded weird, I have been sitting on it with a rolling chair wheel. Like, basically, like, trying to cut it in half, so hopefully that very expensive mic is not broken, or I'm fucked. Powerful. It is hard to get the onesie on and off in a timely manner to use the restroom. Not exactly the easiest thing, but I speed took it off and put it back on. Alright, guys, I am back. Loverworm, thank you so much for the 2 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. So kind of you. I hope Asmodeus Bell and Intel Fox 51 appreciate the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you. Really do appreciate that, by the way. Thank you so much for the $10. Wait, yeah, 2 tier 1s. Yeah, $10 dues. Thank you. Really does help a lot, thanks. No white names ever. Also, a screenshot of a mod pack I made. I didn't make the mods myself. Not that good yet. Ooh. Neato, let's see this. Oh, cool. You got a cool-ass giant dragon? Oh no, you're riding it. It's in the air. Cool. Neat. Looks pretty close to vanilla. I definitely see some modded stuff in here, like structures and whatnot, for sure. Unless you built all that. I guess you could have. You could have built all this. But I imagine some of it is modded structures. Nice. Dope. Good shit. Thank you for the support. All right. Let me update the dono goal really quick to reflect all you guys' amazing generosity. And then it's time for the next topic on the list. I got a game recommendation, Sailblazers. It's a survival building game where you create your own shops and sell anything you want. Nice, okay. That sounds fun. Hold on a sec. Bruh. Oh, the lights just flicked off. I fucking hate lights on a set timer that you can't disable. I hate anything that turns off on a set timer you can't disable. My fucking PlayStation does it. I sleep with my, like, I turn on my PlayStation 5 and I turn on, like, YouTube or a streaming service and I leave, like, the TV on to, like, play while I'm sleeping because I've got tinnitus and I like to not have to hear while I sleep. And I wake up and it's always off. Or I'll wake up in the middle of the night and it's always off. And usually, like, I'll wake up, have to use the bathroom, and I want to fall back asleep. But I want to listen to something while I fall back asleep, you know? And so I get up to, like, put something on. And the act of, like, sitting up and having to open my eyes and search for the controller to, like, turn the PlayStation back on and get the TV back on, it wakes me fully up, and I'm, like, up for the day, you know? And I could have slept a little while longer and gotten some more sleep. Your PS5 has a sleep setting activated? Really? I thought it was on the TV. I turned that off, and the TV, like, did nothing change? So I guess it's in the PS5 settings. I haven't fucked with the settings at all. I just use it, you know? Like, I was lucky to get one for such a good price. Like, they had PS5s on such a good sale before I left for Seattle. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? This is the cheapest I've ever seen a PS5 go for. I need to get this now. Like, I really wanted to play God of War Ragnarok too, so I was like, fuck. I'm never getting an opportunity this cheap until we're on the PS6 generation, so I grabbed it. It was like in the 300s. It was like 380. And delivered. They delivered it from Walmart. Your PS5 is connected to your TV as well. Every time I switch my HDMI to PS5, it turns mine on. If anything, just check the settings and run off the sleep mode. Oh, really? Turning off the TV or turning on the TV will activate your PS5? Because for me, turning on the PS5 turns on the TV. Like, automatically. So. Cool. It's a little bit like a computer monitor where you boot on your computer and it suddenly, like, turns on the monitor. My TV does that with the PlayStation. Interesting. Cool. Well, thank you for the advice. I'll have to look into that. Okay. All right. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right. So, you guys might not have seen this before. I've actually not seen anyone else talk about this that's, like, mainstream, so chances are I'm completely exposing this to you guys for the first time. But Donald Trump's campaign sent out a mailer in Texas, as in, like, you would receive this in your mail. And this is what it is. The only thing I can describe it as is a threat to any Texan who doesn't vote for Trump. You get this in the mail. Election, please don't make us report you to President Trump. We are sending an official list of Republicans who failed to vote in the upcoming runoff to President Trump. Public records show that you have not voted. President Trump will be very disappointed. Voter alert. We see you haven't voted yet. Your voting record is public. Your neighbors are watching and will know if you miss this critical runoff election. We will notify President Trump if you don't vote. You can't afford to have that on your record. Our Republican values are at stake in this election. Border security, property taxes, and parental empowerment. That means, like, parents being able to keep their kids from transitioning or whatever. Vote early before the deadline this Friday, May 24th at 7 p.m. Or vote on Election Day, Tuesday, May 28th. Notice, we will contact you after the election to make sure you voted. Holy fucking shit, dude. This is completely real, by the way. A political mailer sent to residents of multiple cities across the Lone Star State is going viral for alleged voter intimidation. The mailer includes an ominous threat to notify President Trump if registered Republicans don't vote. Quote, your voting record is public, your neighbors are watching, and will know if you missed the critical runoff election. We'll notify President Trump. The political piece of mail has been delivered to separate
separate ends of the state and has been met with shock and outrage from viewers alleging voter intimidation. Redditors report receiving it in Victoria and Denton, southeast of San Antonio, and the northern part of Dallas-Fort Worth, respectively, showing a wide geographic distribution of the letter. Maya Say reached out to the Office of the Secretary of State but did not receive a response. The Texas Ethics Commission General Counsel James Tinley told Maya Say in an email, the TEC is generally prohibited from commenting on or even confirming or denying whether a complaint has been filed and does not have jurisdiction over claims of voter intimidation. A logo for the America First Conservatives Election Department is seen on one side of the mailer, but a search for the organization was unable to tie the letter to a specific organization. America First makes me think Nick Fuentes has something to do with this. A pre-sorted postage marker can be seen in one of the images floating around and includes a permit number. Maya Say reached out to the United States Postal Service in hopes of identifying a sender. A USPS representative was unable to provide an immediate answer. The sender is likely safe from criminal prosecution from the state, as the Texas Election Code says retaliation against a voter, the state's legal term for intimidation, requires a person to knowingly harm or threaten to harm the voter by an unlawful act. The threat to notify Trump is just too vague to qualify. So they pretty much perfectly rode the lines of legality here to threaten a bunch of people, like, we will tell Trump, and you cannot afford what will happen if we do, if you don't vote for him. But at the same time, it's just so vague, they can't do anything about it. God. Oh, hey guys. The reason why I think this is important to talk about, and the fact that, like, Trump is getting more and more overt with his fascism, is that, like, more and more I'm seeing even, like, left-wing people that I tend to like and agree with trying to claim Biden and Trump are effectively the same on Israel. Well, that's just wrong and deranged, like, hilariously so. And I've got a Sky News segment here about this. Donald Trump warns that he will throw out anti-Israel protesters if elected. I, funnily enough, have not seen Biden even come close to saying anything like that.
Now, we've spoken a lot about weak leaders, politicians and university bosses who refuse to crack down on...
Also, Sky News, I'm pretty sure, sucks. So the fact that they're calling out Trump on this really kind of shows how far he's going.
Pro-Palestinian encampments. In the US, Donald Trump has taken a tough stance. He's reportedly telling a group of Republican donors that one thing I'd do with any student that protests, I'd throw them out of the country. You know, there are a lot of foreign students. As soon as they hear that, they're going to behave. I asked Kristen Tate how that hard-line stance is going down with Americans.
I mean, the fact that this is considered hard-line, Chris, just shows you how radical ideas have...
Oh, wait, never mind. They're just full on, they're simping for it anyway. Oh, God, I legit thought that this title, Donald Trump warns he'll throw out anti-Israel protesters if elected. I was expecting this to be negative coverage of Trump with how, like, harshly worded it is, but no, they're like, yeah, he should throw out any anti-Israel protesters. That's not a radical idea. We've let these people who don't agree with Israel get too far. We can't allow people to protest Israel. Okay. Yeah. Hey, guys. But guys, Biden and Trump are basically the same. As Trump says, he will literally have you deported if you protest Israel. It actually is, like, hilarious to me how bad and overt Trump is getting. And how, as he gets worse and worse and more overt, it feels like the online left, funnily enough, is getting more permissive. Like, it's just silly. Did you see the right, like, losing their shit as well to defend Trump with, oh, I have to show you guys this. This is our, like, Trump update segment, you know, just looking at what Trump's been up to. Have you seen the, apparently the right has canceled Robert De Niro. Let's see some of the tweets about this. Crooked Joe Biden just announced that he will speak for a change at the end of the trial against me. This is Donald Trump's, like, this is one of the accounts that's like Donald Trump daily posts from Truth Social. It's just copying and pasting a post from Trump on Truth Social. Yesterday, he sent his mentally challenged servant, former actor Robert De Niro, to create a little chaos in front of the courthouse and to influence the trial. Because Trump's going through a trial right now, and Robert De Niro went to the courthouse and made fun. Also, guys, anything I look up about Trump right now, YouTube is giving me every top result is Sky News Australia. Like, I thought it was a fluke that Sky News Australia is what came up for that last story. I just searched a completely different thing. And the top story about the Robert De Niro thing is also, like, the top video has 6.6 thousand views. It has less views than the other videos, but the top one is from Sky News Australia. Once again, chat, YouTube is suppressing even mainstream left-wing outlets and boosting fucking Sky News. Okay? Is YouTube trying to cover for Trump? Well, Trump presidency means more money for YouTube, so yeah. Yeah. Here, let me see if I can find something that covers the De Niro thing without it literally being far. Oh, nope, Fox News is the top recommendation here. Holy shit. You've got to scroll for a bit. You've got to scroll for a bit to find something that's not a right-wing news outlet like Sky News or Fox. To get to, like, the first one that came up is NBC. I found NBC News. Holy shit. YouTube must have done something recently to suppress, like, non-right-wing results. God damn.
Let's go. Straight up. To the left.
Yeah, the current CEO of YouTube is a crypto bro and friend of Elon, by the way.
Are you on
This is the trial outside of the courthouse. Trump's currently, not currently right now, but just probably got out of court like a few hours ago. He was in court today, I believe.
We step to the side right here. You're not going to intimidate. That's what Trump does, to try to intimidate. We have to fight back.
Is that Giuliani?
We're trying to be gentlemen in this.
No, okay, I thought that was Giuliani from behind. I don't know why, but I got Giuliani vibes from this guy, just the back of his head.
World, the Democrats, you are gangsters.
Yeah, that's totally like Rudy Giuliani's hairline, right? Like that looks like Rudy Giuliani from like the eyebrows up. Okay, I'm not wrong.
You are gangsters. You're a little punk. You're a softy. You're a nobody. You're probably softy. You're trash.
Jesus Christ. Do you guys get what I mean when I say that all the mainstream media organizations, left and right, their best interest right now is in Trump actually winning? Like, if Trump can win the election and we get 4 more years of Trump insanity, that lull I told you guys about never goes away. Instead, it ends up being like a 4-year-long, like, escalating peak. Because, like, if Biden wins, it's pretty bad for my channel and my income. I don't think I'm gonna, like, lose my my job as a creator, to be fair, but it would definitely hit me kind of hard. If Trump wins, though, I have a lot to gain personally for my income, my viewership, all that. And yet, you know, I still advocate you guys don't do that. But I need you to remember that when it comes to people that are telling you not to vote, to let Trump win, or to not vote for Biden, remember, left and right, everybody's personal best interest that is an outlet for media within politics, their best interest is a Trump win. They will make more money and be more popular, grow faster, get more views and subs with a Trump win. 4 years of Trump is what created the popularity of BreadTube initially. Under Biden, it all fell apart. And that'll continue to happen, that same cycle, I'm guessing. The fact is, I'm hoping for a Biden presidency because I know that another 4 years of Trump means the world is over. I don't care if I'm going to make more money if in like 10, 15 years, like, you can't live anywhere without everything flooding, or a hurricane hitting you, or a tornado hitting you, or a fucking volcano erupting. I'm sure that somehow climate change is going to affect volcano eruptions. Like, there's not really much of a point in, like, personal success if you can't do anything with it because humanity is dying out. I don't know. They're closeted Trump supporters. Not really. It's more so that, like, if you're someone who's just very motivated for, like, short-term gains, and you're somebody who's, like, a journalist or, like, a media figure, even me in the political space, I'm just outright telling you guys, I make more money if Trump wins. If Trump wins, I'll be upset about it, but at the same time, the silver lining will be I'll make more money, I'll be more successful, I'll be more stable. But then the entirety, the black filling in of that silver lining, of that dark cloud is everything else, you know? And I'm being I'm putting that at the forefront here. I'm telling you guys, like, the people who are telling you not to, like, support Biden, they're going to make money off of you not supporting Biden. Think about that. That's all I'm saying. Just think about it. God. So desperate for the smallest bit of juicy new Trump news. Oh yeah, some of these people are Trump supporters screaming as well at I think Robert De Niro, I think they're literally screaming at Robert De Niro right now, calling him a traitor because he's against Trump. Jesus.
Thanks for watching.
Is it literally just the video of them screaming at Robert De Niro? Man, everything YouTube is suggesting is like... Everything that YouTube suggests is like right-wing outlets. You have to scroll for a minute to find stuff that's not. Robert De Niro uses platform to caution against Trump outside of courthouse.
He gets in, I can tell you right now, he will never leave. He will never leave. You know that.
I love that, like, the left gets the Godfather in, like, the culture war. Sure. I'll take it. Sure, the left gets the Godfather in the culture war. That's fine. I'll take that in, like, the fucking divorce settlement. That is the left and the right. Yeah, sure. You know, we'll take Robert De Niro, the Godfather. That's cool. Yeah, well, that's a lefty thing now, I guess. The Godfather is woke.
He will never leave.
Two-time Oscar winner Robert De Niro showed up outside Donald Trump's Manhattan trial today on behalf of the Biden campaign. It was interesting. He said, "We are not here for what is going on in that courtroom. We are here because all of you media are here." He spoke alongside former police officers Michael Fanone and Harry Dunn, who both risked their lives protecting the U.S. Capitol on January 6th. The three of them all talked about...
I love how conservatives love cops, except for the cops that kept them from, like, killing and capturing elected representatives on January 6th when they, like, ran through the Capitol. Like, the police, the Capitol police that stopped them there, the thin blue line, fucking cops, we love cops thing, it doesn't apply to them. They kept them from overthrowing the country. They don't get the treatment. It really is wild seeing, like, you will see Trump supporters go from on, like, literally in the same breath praising the police to, like, saying the January 6th Capitol Police should be fired and or arrested for helping Biden steal the election or whatever. It's like, okay.
The way the Trumpist movement and Trump himself have used and stoked violence to get their way. Near the end of his remarks, De Niro was interrupted by a pro-Trump protester, which of course led to the world's most...
The fact, yeah, the left has Godfather and Taxi Driver now because of this whole, like, Robert De Niro is woke, we hate him because he criticized Trump. Wah. Like, they've literally just seeded some of the most literally me content in the world to the left, I guess. I mean, I don't know how much of an impact it's going to have politically. I just think it's silly, you know? Taxi Driver and The Godfather are woke now. Let's go.
New York City moment possible.
Paid sellout for the DNC. A paid sellout.
Jay, get a stick. Get a stick today.
A paid sellout.
Let's go. Straight up.
Are you on FCC?
To the left.
Are you on FCC?
We step to the side right here. Step to the side. You're not going to... That's what Trump does to try to intimidate. We fight back.
You're washed up.
Trying to do
You're washed up.
This is the clip we saw before, yeah. Fucking hell, dude. I mean, based of Robert De Niro, I guess. The Trump supporters are really molding right now. Like, have you seen the breakdowns outside of the, not the Capitol, the courthouse? Oh my gosh. Oh wait, I saved it. I remember I saved it in my other... Yeah. Trump was innocent. Was trending on Twitter earlier today. And these are some of the funniest fucking tweets you will ever see. This is from an account that's... This one's, like, a good tweet. This one's from a making fun of Marjorie Taylor Greene account. Donald J. Trump supporters break down in tears outside of New York City courtroom. America knows Trump is innocent. MSM won't show you this.
Jesus and Lord.
God, God help. Thank you.
Bible, only Bible is guy.
Remember, these people are gonna vote.
Yeah. Jesus.
We need you. You need you help. God, we need you help.
Is it just me, or do these women look like social media personalities? I don't know. There's just something about these women that look like they're filming a video for Facebook, like some kind of grift we don't even know exists. It feels like these women are a part of here, like this group that are holding the flag together. I don't know. Just something fishy to me. My gut is telling me something. It's always right. You guys know how it is. It's all I can say. My gut's telling me something's up. They are evangelicals. No, I feel like they're playing something up. You know? That's not unheard of, by the way. Oh my god. It's not really related. I guess it's kind of related because the whole, like, Trump cracking down on anti-Israel protesters. Or, like, protesters of Israel. Did you guys see this insane clip of a guy trying to play victim at a, Palestine rally? So this guy was, like, harassing pro-Palestine protesters, and people started, like, just following him and, like, shit-talking him. Not, like, attacking him or anything. You see all the video. You'll be able to tell. And then he does this. I'll explain what he's doing and why he's doing it once you've seen the clip. But watch this. This guy is a Zionist dude.
Stop the slaughter. Free Palestine. You're just a white man. Free Palestine. From the river to the sea. Leave me alone! Don't hurt me! Don't hurt Palestine me! Palestine will be free. Leave me alone! No! Don't hurt me! From the river to the sea. Don't hurt me! Film this. This is so fucking hilarious, dude. Don't hurt me! Don't hit me! Please don't hit me! Please don't hit me! Please! No! Please don't hit me! We have an actor here. Please! Oh God, no!
Did you hear him scream, "I'm Jewish, oh God, no! Don't hurt me, I'm Jewish, oh God, no!" Like, anti-Semitism is a real fucking problem. In fact, I believe that Jewish people have been, like, the record-keeping, like, most hate-crimed group, like, that there is, period, I believe. Like, I'm pretty sure Jewish people were even getting hate-crimed more in America during COVID when that massive spike in anti-Asian hate crimes, like racist against Asian hate crimes, like, spiked up to a huge degree, and it was a big problem. I'm pretty certain, like, consistently, Jewish people are at the most consistent threat of being hate crimed, more than, like, literally any group. Maybe trans people are above, but I don't know. But, like, I think of any ethnic or racial group or religious group, it's Jewish people are the most likely to be hate crimed. Jewish people have been hate crimed since Jewish people... Obviously, historically, like, the most frequently enslaved and, like, genocided and murdered and oppressed group of all time, right? Like, for sure. But it's just interesting to me how, like, you can know that's a problem. I assume this guy, if he's a Zionist and maybe even is Jewish, he knows it's a problem. So, like, try to weaponize that very real problem falsely. It's so shitty. It's like when a woman, like, falsely, like, knowingly falsely accuses a guy of, like, rape or sexual assault to try to, like, take him down. It's like, not just the fact that that's sick behavior to begin with, but like, a woman knows how bad it is to like, yeah, it's like with Jussie Smollett too. Like, he should know how fucked up it is to fake a hate crime when they are very real, and that type of thing only like hurts people who get really hate crimed. In the same case, like, that ends up hurting women who are actually raped. It's like, you should know. You are a part of the group that is a victim of that thing, you know? It's like, the fact that you knowingly are doing this almost makes it worse, you know? Like, I don't know. But yeah, what you'll notice, by the way, you're probably wondering, why did this guy just out of nowhere get down and start pretending like he was scared? I mean, he knew he was on camera the whole time. Well, notice what changes as his demeanor changes. Really mean, angry, like confrontational. Watch him. He looks, he hears something, the sound of some like squeaking brakes, and looks. Now look at the reflection in the glass at what he's looking at. A bus. A big-ass passenger bus full of people is pulling up at a stop right there. They don't know what's happened. They don't know the context, and he sees them pulling up and realizes a whole new audience of people with no context where I can make the scene that I want them to see. And so as they pull up, he starts playing the victim. This is a very common conservative strategy, by the way. How often have you seen conservatives, even on the internet, utilize this like basic strategy of, oh, there's a new audience without context watching the situation unfold? Let me completely flip everything about how I am, my argument, my behavior, everything to play to that non-context having audience. Yep, that was tactical. Yeah. I mean, I imagine you guys, like, he's doing that for show to that bus of people to look like the victim. It kind of reminds me of this video here where it's like, obviously not the same, but this feels so performative in the same way that guy was. Please save me, Donald Trump. Save me, Donald Trump, please. Please save me, Donald Trump. Good God, Jesus, please, Donald Trump, come down from the heavens and save me. Have you guys seen that video? The please say, I gotta find that. Please save me, Donald Trump. This was back when Biden first got elected, I believe. Donald Trump, please save me original. Okay. Is this it? Here it is.
You can hear us. Please, Donald Trump. Please save me. Please save me, Donald Trump. Please. I'm asking you. Please save me. Please save me. Please get these people away from me. In dear God's name, please stop these people.
Don't you want Biden to win again so we can get more of this? Don't you want to see more conservative meltdowns and crying and screaming and pissing and shitting and coming? Don't you guys want to see that? We need this to happen again.
Please, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump, save me. Save me, Donald Trump. Save me.
No, that's part of the
Thank you.
Yeah, it's Amazing Grace. Holy shit. What are they speaking? I don't know what they're speaking. Is that Chinese? Well, isn't Chinese like... Well, no, there's like 4 different types of Chinese, isn't there? Like, Chinese isn't a language, really. Like, China has like 4 or 5 languages. So there's like Mandarin. I think there's... I think Cantonese? There's more than 2. There's like... I'm pretty sure it's Mandarin. Oh my god, have you seen that one? Have you seen that one? This reminds me of the best video on the internet. This reminds me of the best video on the internet.
只有我守着安静的沙漠。
Oh god. It gets me every fucking time, dude. It gets me every fucking time. Yeah, he threw a block of ice down on the guy's head for some reason. I don't know why he did that. The guy just sung back. It was so mean. Anyway, that's like just one clip that came out of this. Here's an unironic tweet, by the way. President Trump is innocent, not guilty. The charges are rigged. The whole thing is rigged. Election interference. May God bless our president. Hashtag election interference. And then they attach this video. Oh my god. Jesus came bringing us peace, but our world chooses to live by the sword. In the name of Christ, stop the genocide. I assume he means the white genocide. I assume he's not talking about, like, Palestine, right? Like, I mean, we know what Trump's position is. Come on, show us what the last bit says. Say free Trump or something? Well, this is not a normal cross. That's not a normal cross. What is this guy doing? Is he like... I think they're trying to, like, spirit bomb Trump. Like, unironically, I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to, like, spirit bomb Trump, thinking that their, like, collective faith will save him. Like, holy shit. He looks like a wizard. He's literally casting spells. You have no power here, Gandalf the Grey. Brother Nathaniel is a longtime fringe right-wing figure, Zan. He's been around forever, if this is him. How would you even recognize him? I mean, I guess I would if I ever... Like, this guy looks memorable. He looks like, This is Far Cry 5 shit. People gave Far Cry 5 so much shit at the time, like, oh, this isn't realistic, and it's like, no, dude. You've never been to the American Midwest if you think this is unrealistic. Like, you're a city boy if you think that Far Cry 5 did not accurately depict the American Midwest.
Posting my whereabouts, I have people like this guy. Like this guy.
I've been to Missouri a few times. It is my least favorite state. Missouri is my least favorite state by a long shot. I finally settled. Arkansas takes second to most shit state, second place, but Missouri is truly the worst. Hell, it's even in the name, Misery. I actually fucking hate Missouri. Like, I think that if you live in Missouri, like, you need to get out of there. And if you defend it, then, like, I don't like you. I don't know what else to say. Fuck Missouri. Literally the worst state in America. Like, we could introduce, like, we could make Hitler's Germany a state, and I'd still like it more than fucking Missouri. Mostly because I'm pretty sure somehow, even if Hitler's Germany was a state, a part of the United States, there would be more Nazis in Missouri. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm not. Pretty sure Missouri is about the size of Germany, too. Jesus. I mean, Florida's right there. You guys don't know. Guys, Florida has cities. I need you to understand. Missouri has, like, one city of note. Maybe two. Besides that, it's all fucking country. Georgia has a few bigger cities along the coast. Like, Missouri is pretty much landlocked. Like, it's mountain hillbilly land, right? Like, it's so fucking rural and hillbilly, you can't get fucking signal, okay? Yeah, Missouri's full of fucking state prisons, too, like state federal penitentiaries. Like, it's so shitty. It's where we decide to build, like, all of our prisons you're likely to go to if you get federal charges in anywhere in, like, the bottom, like, the southern eastern quadrant of the country, okay? Missouri fucking blows. And if you think I'm wrong, go walk with, like, shorts go walk in the woods in shorts in Missouri and see how many ticks you get on yourself, and then enjoy the Lyme disease, okay? Like, fuck Missouri. I hate Missouri. All my homies hate Missouri. There's nothing good about it. I could do a whole segment about how much I hate Missouri. But yeah, the Trump fans are going off. I mean, this is clearly like some bot account, right? Like, there's no way this is a real person. 58,000 likes. Trump lover. Do you believe Donald Trump is innocent of all charges? 100% innocent. And the one photo where Trump is smiling. Easy answer. Trump is guilty as fuck of many things, including these 34 of 92 criminal counts related to paying off porn stars, hiding it for purposes of winning 2016 election. Receipt 1 of 57. No, you don't understand. They're shit posters. They don't care about the truth. They're just going to... They love that you take this seriously, and they're going to troll you now that you posted actual evidence and made a serious argument. Now they know that you're serious, and you're a perfect trolling target. These people only say this stuff for a reaction and engagement and money.
I need to open up a company for the transfer of all of that info regarding our friend David, you know, so that I'm going to do that right away. I've actually come up and I've spoken to Alan Weisselberg about how to set the whole thing up with funding. Yes.
We all knew this happened. By the way, it's just this is the new audio that came out of Trump, like, wiretapped basically, planning the hush money payments.
And it's all the stuff.
Organizing it?
All the stuff, because, you know, you never know where that company, you never know where he's going to be. Correct. So I'm all over that. And I spoke to Alan about it when it comes time for the financing, which will be...
Listen, what financing?
We'll have to pay you. So
Don't pay with cash.
No. No. I need to...
He's like, no. We cannot pay in cash. That's too obvious. We got to make it a little more... We got to do this the right way. To be fair, Trump has always had, like, people on his team that are really good at being crooked and getting away with it. So that's been a big part of the Teflon Don mantra for a very long time. God, this is funny as fuck. Everyone knows it's a Biden witch hunt. Trump is innocent. Pray for Trump. Trump is innocent. One thing about Trump, he don't look worried. Trump is innocent. Everyone knows it.
Hey guys.
And they attach this video.
Here with your favorite president. We're cranking out a couple mean tweets at the courthouse. Why don't you read that last one, because I think it's pretty
I think I'm going to put it out instead of reading it. But I know my son's doing very well on social media. I'm proud of him.
Stay tuned. It'll be a doozy. Hey guys, I'm here with...
Hey guys, don't let these people gain power again. Don't let these people step foot in the White House again, please. Please fucking vote. Please. Anyway. If any of this made sense to you or you liked anything I had to say, please consider dropping a like. It really helps a lot. Every single thumbs up goes a long way and boosts my channel in the algorithm, so I really appreciate it. Same goes for commenting, subscribing, and ringing the bell icon so YouTube tells you when I go live or upload a new video. And don't forget, if you want to support me directly and you've got the money for it, you always can, just by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. And don't forget, join my fan Discord, link down below too. It's the hub of my fan base and community. You'll always get notified for my streams and uploads there, unlike YouTube and everywhere else where it's very spotty. And of course, I host watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there. I'm actually doing a watch party immediately after stream today, so hop in the Discord so you guys can be a part of it. And yeah, I'm pretty fucking hyped. It's going to be a great time. I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. Nice, guys. How do you enjoy that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. I think that was topic number 4 or 5? I'm guessing topic 4. Oh, wait, no, I didn't cover that. Shit. Hell yeah, Delancer. I hope you join us for the Rings of Power watch party tonight. I really enjoy it. I really like it. It feels like being back in Middle-earth again, in the same way that, like, Lord of the Rings pulled off. Like, it feels like you're back in Lord of the Rings Middle-earth. Not like you're in The Hobbit's Middle-earth, though. Like, I felt a bit of this feeling with The Hobbit when I went to the theaters to watch it for the first time in IMAX at Mosey. The first Hobbit movie, The Unexpected Journey. I felt it for the first half, where we're, like, retreading ground we've already been on before. Obviously, the Shire, the Misty Mountains, Rivendell. We go to all these places that are familiar, and it feels... Okay, this is practically ripped straight from Mosey Has an IMAX. It did. It did. God damn it. God damn it. Oh, my poor young people. Oh, they'll never know. They'll never know how good Mosey was. Oh. Okay, Mosey is the Museum of Science and Industry in Florida, Tampa, Florida. I'm sure it's moved. It was in this big fucking building, like a massive goddamn complex that had a big paneled dome part of it that was an IMAX theater. And that shit is where I went to see The Hobbit: An Unexpected Journey for the first time in theaters. I saw it at the Tampa Mosey IMAX Dome in 2014. It would have came out in, I think. Oh, I loved the Museum of Science and Industry. I think they moved buildings, sadly, but if they were still in that same building, I would have made it a mission to go back there and go. It's still closed. Oh, it's just closed from COVID? It's the same building. It's just still closed? Huh. Man, I need that shit to come back. I want to go to Mosey again as an adult. Like, Mosey is the kind of place where, like, I've never wanted to have kids before, but, like, Mosey makes me want to have kids just so that I can take them to Mosey. You know, I don't know how else to put it into words. It's that cool. Anyway. That, so true. Seattle had a dinosaur exhibit back in the day. That was my thing when I was little. That and Woodland. Huh. That's pretty cool. Wingo, it's heavily scaled back because of budget cuts. The observatory is fire. They've scaled it back because of budget cuts. Oh, no. It's the Republicans, isn't it? Oh, no. The Republicans are destroying Mosey, aren't they? Man. Part of growing up is just, like, slowly falling into a embittered rage over everything that you loved as a child being destroyed by Republicans. Yes, Sanderhall, they are. It's a publicly funded museum. It makes sense that the Republicans would cut the funding. They have budget restrictions now, and, I agree with you that the Hobbit movies should have been a duology. Honestly, Delancer, they could have done it in one movie. Call me crazy, but I read... The Hobbit is a one-day read, easy. Like, if you start The Hobbit, like, in the morning, and you're just, like, reading it like one would binge a game all day, you can finish it by the end of the day. I've read The Hobbit in one day multiple times. Granted, the more times you've read something, the faster you reread it. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, but, like, even books, like, when you've read a book before, your reread of that book, especially if it was recent, is way faster. And the third read, faster. Fourth read, faster. Like, the more times you read a book, you read it faster each successive time. So, like, I could easily bang out The Hobbit in half a day at this point. I mean, it's been a little while since I read it, like a few years, so it might take me a little longer than usual. Like, it might take me 2 days, but it's not a hard book. Like, the fact that you can bang out the book in a day means they could easily have fit it into one movie. I read The Hobbit in 2 hours. Yeah, it could have been one long movie. right? I would have preferred a 3.5-hour Hobbit movie than what we got. Like, what we got was cool in some ways. Like, there was... like, something I've noticed is that when you introduce people who have never seen anything Tolkien before, they tend to prefer The Hobbit. Like, when me and Denims were friends, I showed her The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, and she preferred The Hobbit. I showed Ethan The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, and he preferred The Hobbit. And it's really weird when you introduce, like, young Zoomer, never seen anything adapted from Tolkien before to it. They gravitate towards the new stuff, and they don't see, like, the issues that, like, the people who have been following it for longer have seen. So maybe it's just a bias thing. Maybe it's rose-tinted goggles and the Hobbit movies are solid, but I don't feel like that's the case, because I feel that I would have hated Rings of Power then, right? Like, if it was just that I don't like The Hobbit because it's new, which is not even close to my complaints. I have so many, like, in-depth complaints about The Hobbit. I don't know. It's like, I feel that would apply to Rings of Power. I'd be upset about that, too, but I'm not. Like, Rings of Power feels more like Peter Jackson's work than The Hobbit did. So it felt good. Felt like being a kid again, watching Lord of the Rings, but being blind on what's going to happen next, because they remix like small things to kind of fuck with your expectations. Should I watch The Hobbit before Rings of Power? No. No. Rings of Power is the most prequel thing we've had adapted of Middle-earth's universe. If you're going to start with anything, Rings of Power is the place to start, like, in terms of the timeline. You are getting a slightly incorrect telling of the events, but you're not going to read the Silmarillion, so I'm not going to... I'm not gonna say, oh, you can't watch the Rings of Power because you don't know that in the Silmarillion it's actually this that happens, and then this character fights with this character, and this character is present. Yeah, that's not important if you're never gonna read the Silmarillion, because it's like reading the fucking Bible. I love the Silmarillion. I'm a fucking nerd. I would literally just, like, I'm not joking, guys. When I was a teenager and I broke up with my first girlfriend, it was really awkward. I was the one doing the breaking up. It was really awkward, and I didn't know how to, like, end the conversation, and she was crying, and I was, like, really uncomfortable, and I shit you not, I did the only thing I could think to do, the nicest thing I could think to do, you know, which was, would you like me to read you a book over the phone? I got The Hobbit right here. I offered to read this girl The Hobbit to cheer her up because I'd just broken up with her. We were teenagers, so obviously it was over the phone. She did not accept, but that is one of my funniest fucking memories to this day. Like, that memory continues to get funnier the more it's not even cringe to me. It's just hilarious. I bet she thinks back at that as, like, one of the funniest fucking things ever. I bet she tells that story and everyone fucking laughs. Like, yeah, I dated this boy once. He broke up with me over the phone, and I was crying my eyes out, and he asked if he could read me The Hobbit to cheer me up. That's actually cute. I was trying, dude. I was trying, okay? I did not know what to do, and I felt uncomfortable because I'd made a girl cry, and that's not... You don't feel good as a guy when you make a girl cry. If you make a girl cry... like, every, like, alarm bell goes off, at least in my mind, that makes me, like, it's the same feeling as, like, how I'd feel if I had just, like, blacked out and woke up covered in blood, having murdered someone. Like, it's like, oh god, I did something really wrong. I'm in trouble. Like, I did something fucked. Did I? Like, that's how it feels, right? So, I was very awkward. Breakups are hard. Funnily enough, have I ever been broken up with? Holy shit, chat. Like, I don't think I've ever been broken up with. I think every relationship I've been in, I've done the breaking up. Yeah. The only thing close to getting broken up with is, like, getting rejected. But that's not even being in a relationship. There was no breakup there, right? Like, yeah. Man, I've never been dumped. I can approximate what being dumped probably feels like, but yeah, I've never been dumped. I've been the one that... It's always been for good reason, as you guys know. I'm not someone to just jump to ending a relationship, but fuck, yeah. I could say something, but it might be in too poor taste. Yeah. No Elzan? Well, I mean, listen, I'm gonna say... The taste I've had in the past is definitely a fucking L, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. Definitely, my taste is an L. My judgment, also an L. L judgment. Would you ask the cops if they want you to read The Hobbit to them? I'm sitting in the back of the fucking cop car after I get arrested for something, and I'm just like, would you feel better if I read you The Hobbit? I'm sorry you're mad. Would you feel better if I read, like, a few chapters of The Hobbit to you? Lonnie's name started with L, you should have known. Honestly, yeah. Literally true. I think about it for a minute, I'm like, damn it, that rule is really true. If a girl's name starts with L, fucking run. Like, just get the fuck out of there. I don't care how many exceptions try to disprove the rule. Like, just play your bets safe, okay? Should have read The Hobbit to Keffels and she wouldn't have scammed everyone. Oh my god. You guys are fucking ridiculous. I've only been in one relationship when we were going strong. 8 years of being best friends and mutually pinning was like the trial run. Interesting, Steampunk. I'm happy to hear that. Sounds like you lucked out on your first roll. It's always a good thing. Lily is an exception? Fucking maybe. I don't know. I've actually never met a Lily, I don't think. Sams with men and names that start with J in my experience. Huh. Yeah, I do know a few cunts whose names start with J. I don't know any Sams. I think I was friends with a Sam once. I haven't met any asshole Sams, I don't think. But J is a name that tends to, like, J is a letter that tends to, like, start the name of an asshole, huh? Like James? Oh my god, I've met so many assholes named James before. Although, one of my favorite YouTubers is also named James, Uber Haxanova. My first ever, like, gaming YouTuber I watched. Oh, he goes hard. Yeah. If I can compare something to The Hobbit, it would be classic Dragon Ball and Lord of the Rings as Dragon Ball Z because Tolkien was Dragon Ball before Dragon Ball was a I don't know what the fuck that was supposed to mean, but okay. Alright. Ah, yes, I know what I'm covering next. Oh. Burp. Ah, James Somerton. Good example. I wasn't even thinking of him. Oh, good God. I forgot to delete the last stream's recordings. So that has been cluttering up that drive this whole time. Not cool. But no longer. All right. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. All right, everybody. I'm sure if you're on the left or you've been in politics or on the internet for a while now, then you've probably heard the term breeder passed around, like not like a dog breeder or whatever, but like used as a derogatory insult, usually for conservatives. I imagine you're familiar with this, but for people who aren't, it is a phrase that refers to like straight people that don't really seem like they actually love their significant other. They just kind of rush into a marriage and start pumping out babies because they've been taught from a young age that like having a bunch of kids is like the end goal of life, and that's what they need to do. There's actually a proper name for this movement. It's called the Pronatalist movement. One of the people most known for pushing this movement is Elon Musk. It's the reason he says he's got 12 children and growing. He says that for as long as he is able to, he's going to continue impregnating women and having children, because the idea is that if each of them can have as many or even a fraction of as many kids as he has, then within 6 or 7 generations, they will outnumber the rest of the human population, their bloodline. That's the argument that's being made, and mathematically that is true if you assume generations of potentially hundreds of thousands of kids choose to make the same decisions as the previous. It's not. I don't think this is actually going to be a real deal movement, but there's been this couple. They're called the Collins, and they've started getting a lot of attention as the forefront advocates for the pronatalist movement. And apparently a year ago, Piers Morgan had the wife on for an interview tell-all type thing to talk about her beliefs. And this is the wife, at least. I don't know if the husband is here, but this is the wife, at least, of this couple that is currently going viral and popularizing this whole Genghis Khan wannabe fucking pronatalist movement, where it's all about we need to mathematically produce 4 to the power of 10 children in order to create a powerful bloodline. It's some real weird shit.
Welcome back to Piers Morgan Uncensored. The UN says there'll be 11 billion humans by the year 2100, sparking warnings of overpopulation, risk famine, disease.
I love how simultaneously underpopulation, dropping birth rates, and overpopulation are going to end the world. It's which one? Which one is it? Or is it maybe the overwhelming scientific consensus that our population is actually going to steady out quite soon? There is a cap on how much our population is expected to grow. In fact, the dropping birth rates in Western nations that tend to be more developed is an example of how that population growth levels out. Because once quality of life is higher and you don't need to have as many kids, because sometimes it is a matter of needing to have kids, by the way, people tend to have less and things tend to level out. Ironically enough, populations tend to naturally fit into what the ecosystem, in our case the whole planet, is able to accommodate. If the Earth wasn't able to accommodate as many people, we would very quickly stop having as many people. There's not a shortage of resources or space or anything like that on this planet. The real problem is distribution of said resources. I mean, hell, look at how much fresh, perfectly good produce gets thrown out each year just from American farms and orchards, just because it doesn't look pretty enough to sit on a shelf and be immediately attractive. Oh, it has a bruise in it. Still perfectly fine. It literally won't hurt you, but it's not pretty enough. Throw it into the fucking pile to rot. Mountains of rotting food. And yeah, it's we don't have a shortage of resources. Everything has to be monetized, and there's a lot of people who can't afford those monetized things needed to live. We're estimated to max out between 8 to 10 billion and then shrink and settle down around 4 to 6 billion by scientists. I don't think it'll drop back down to 4 to 6. I think it's going to probably stay around 8 to 10 billion. But yeah, I have heard that 8 to 10 billion is when it's going to cap off. I have not heard that it's going to shrink down to 4 to 6, though. That's literally 2 billion less people than there are alive now. I don't believe that we're going to drop down to 4 billion people. That's unlikely. I mean, maybe. No, maybe. Because so much of the population is made up for by, a lot of it is India. And India doesn't have, or up until recently, had very low quality of, standard of life, generally, on average. And it's rapidly rising, the quality of life in India, one of the most populated, if not the most populated countries in the whole world. So that's going to bring about a drop in birth rates. India's going to have a massive birth rate drop, and I imagine China will too. I believe that a massive proportion of the world's population exists in Myanmar. Myanmar's quickly getting internet, and while they're falling into fascism, improving quality of life is going to mean less dropping birth rates there too. So I mean, if you look at these countries that are extremely low quality of life and which tend to have the highest populations as well and the highest birth rates, those birth rates are likely to drop as the quality of life in those countries gets higher. So maybe we do settle around 6 to 4 billion people when every country in the world is at a relatively high quality of life and people have like however many kids they want to have. It's very possible. China already has. Yeah, China's birth rates are dropping. Yeah.
Conflict and even complete societal collapse. On the polar opposite side of that debate, though, are the pronatalists, elite Silicon Valley couples who say birth rates are going to fall and we should all breed more to save humanity. Elon Musk is their most famous advocate.
Yep.
He's one of the smartest guys in the world. The world's richest man, and one of the cleverest, has 10 of his own kids and claims
he's also the first man to ever lose $200 billion.
Claims population collapse due to low birth rates is a much bigger risk to civilization than global warming. Meanwhile, down the road in Montecito, that...
God, remember when Elon Musk's entire grift started with the idea that climate change is like a big problem and his electric vehicles are going to stop it? Like, I was willing to look past a lot of Elon Musk's cringe for a long time because of how much he was doing for, like, the electric car industry, and he was, if anything, popularizing belief in climate change among his followers because he talked about it as a problem that he was solving, implying it's real. But now that, like, the majority of his audience are conservatives, he's completely dropped climate change being real. He says it's not real, it's a hoax. And in that case, it's like, why the fuck is he making electric vehicles then? Do you think he'll start pivoting to gas vehicles now? Coal vehicles? That would be hilarious. He fucking pivots to coal-powered fucking Cybertrucks or something. That would be hysterical. That would be genuinely hysterical. Like, you got a fucking steam engine that you got to constantly shovel coal into, and it's like, this is the Trump Cybertruck, powered by 100% clean American coal. Like, big fucking Trump smile face, like, just embezzled into the side of the Cybertruck.
World-renowned expert.
Fucking, what's the word for it? Embedded? Like, carved into? Embezzled.
On everything, Prince Harry told Vogue in 2019 that he capped the number of kids he's planning with Meghan to help save the world to 2 maximum, he said. He said, I've always thought this place is borrowed, and surely being as intelligent as we all are, at which point I'm afraid...
I think this shit's so fucking cringe. The people who are like, I need to have more babies because insert, like, world catastrophe thing, or I'm not gonna have any babies simply because of insert doomer shit about the state of the world. It's like, okay, if those reasons are the only reason you're having or not having children, you're actually fucking weird and insane. Like, I respect your decision to have or not have children, but this justification for not having children, like, we're only going to have 2 children because we don't want to contribute to overpopulation, and, you know, get over yourself. I don't think Prince Harry's, like, this piece of shit conservatives say he is, but, like, this is very cringe virtue signaling, without a doubt. I don't like when people try to make their family rearing into some sort of, like, statement about the world. Like, it's your family. Get the fuck over it. Like, it's not, like, no one cares. Take care of your family. Love your family and be a good, like, family member. That's all we care about. Hey, Zan, do you think Trump will be placed in jail after his New York trial? No. He'll be found guilty. No jail time. That's my prediction. I did cover the trial stuff, though, earlier in the stream, if you want to rewind. Anyway, let's continue.
Afraid he lost me. Anyway, let's move on from Harry's quotes, because once he says that, he loses the argument. One couple at the centre of the pronatalist movement and the backlash to it are Simone and Malcolm Collins from Pennsylvania.
That's
currently have 3 children, plan to expand their family to 7, and they join me now from Philadelphia. Well, welcome to both of you. So, Simone, let me start with you, if I may.
Okay. Is it just me, or do they dress like Nazi civilians? Like wealthy bourgeoisie Germans during Nazi Germany. I cannot be the only one that gets that vibe. From, like, their glasses to their hairstyle to their fucking clothing to their energy. That, or they're like spies. Also, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like, I think that this dude actually went, like, I think he underscored. Low-key. I think he married, like, under his league. I'm not even joking. I know she kind of looks pretty here from the side. I think this guy is actually more, like, well-to-do and put-together looking than she is. She has this freaky, like, crazy eyes look that's, like, really... unsettling to me. I can't, like, not be bothered by it. It really throws me off. Like, you'll see when she looks at the camera. She's got crazy eyes. He kind of looks like a normal dude. He kind of looks like, who's the dude that plays Vigilante in Peacemaker? He kind of looks like that actor. I don't know. He looks like a normal dude. She looks like weird and crazy, you know? I feel like he almost, like, married under his league.
Because you're doing the physical side of this intensive breeding.
Yes, you get what I'm saying now, right? She's crazy. She has crazy face. I don't know why, but I feel like she hits him. I feel like she hits him. Like, if there's any domestic abuse occurring in this relationship, he's not the one doing it. She is. If there's any, like... Yeah, if there's anything like that happening in the relationship, she's the one victimizing him every day of the week. The fuck is wrong with their eyes? I mean, his eyes look relatively normal. He's just, like, looking, like, happy to be on TV. She looks like... I don't know. She looks like she's, like, trying to blow someone's fucking head up with her mind. Like, this is the kind of face that, like, the head popper in The Boys makes as she, like, pops someone's head. Crazy eyes? You don't see it? You have not met enough crazy women, my friend. Keep an eye out, okay? Take my word for it. Don't learn the hard way.
It's very interesting because I've listened to Elon Musk about this, and he is absolutely adamant this is the biggest threat, actually, along with artificial intelligence, to mankind, is the reverse of what...
Elon Musk simultaneously saying AI is one of the biggest threats to mankind while making AI and promoting AI is... I mean, like, is he not just self-reporting there? That his interests do not align with that of mankind? I don't know. Interesting.
What most people think. It's actually a case of the population levels tumbling to a level which is going to endanger the planet. Explain to people who think that's ridiculous why that is a...
Wait. How do dropping population numbers of humans harm the planet? For one, the amount of resources produced are a function of how many people exist to work on the procurement and distribution and refinement and sale or further distribution of those resources, right? However, the amount of resources needed directly correlates with how many people there are that need resources, which correlates with how many people that can work. So typically, population to necessity to, like, workforce is always going to end up balancing itself out into, like, a pretty balanced, equal triangle. Like, that's just kind of how, like, the only way you can change that, I guess, would be if a nuclear apocalypse occurred and all of a sudden, like, 90% of humanity got wiped out. In that case, there would be far more people than there are, far more resources than there are people to use them up in a reasonable amount of time. I used to think, like, Fallout was unrealistic for there being so many resources still around for you to loot, like, 200 years into the apocalypse. But then you think about the fact that, like, what is it? 1% of humanity survived? When you think about the fact that the world, IRL, is filled right now, just sitting about, is enough resources to provide 1% to 10% of the world with enough to live off of for, like, God knows how long. Think about how far that would go. I know this is an extreme example, but, like, the idea that America or the world is in danger due to a dropping population numbers is insane. The decline in birth rates correlates with higher quality of life every single time.
Real situation.
Yes, as soon as societies basically reach a level of modernity where there is prosperity, gender equality, high levels of education, populations start to drop below replacement rate. That's a pretty serious problem if it seems...
Oh my God, she sounds like 2016 Lauren Southern. Like, in every way, shape, and form. She sounds like 2016 Lauren Southern. Holy crap.
Things like modernity and all the things that we consider to be good, like women's rights, like prosperity, like good quality of life, seem incompatible with flourishing humans.
It seems wild to me that we live in a world today where not a single country or culture, except for maybe Israel, has found out how to maintain a stable population alongside prosperity, gender equality, and education. This, as like a civilization, is probably something we should start talking about.
And I'd say once I heard I was having...
So, like, notice how it's all, like, canned nothing statements? Like, literally, it's just canned nothing statements. Just, like, modernity, feminism, equality means birth rates drop, and that's bad. How? In what way does a dropping population... of any amount, like I can understand if like 99% of humanity got wiped out. That's a pretty big problem. Although we're not talking about anyone getting wiped out, by the way. We're talking about, even she had to say, replacement rate. Replacement rate means somebody passes away of natural causes, or just a way they would have, you know, regardless. Are they replaced in a relatively short amount of time by another person being born to fill that gap in the census, in the total census numbers? At like, how long does it take for that gap to be filled, if ever? That isn't. No one's getting wiped out. No one's dying. It's literally just people are having less babies, and when you die, maybe it takes a little longer for like the population to recover to the point from your death where like your number in the census is there again, right? It doesn't affect you in any way, to be clear. Like, I've yet to see any evidence that underpopulation is going to be a problem, certainly in our lifetimes at all. Like, that's not been suggested, nor has overpopulation been suggested to be a problem. You know what has been suggested to be a problem? Localized low population. That is a worry. Localized population drops are a concern. That is to say, very specific areas might experience detrimental drops in population that can have an impact on local economy, agriculture, production, resource procurement, and even conservation efforts of that like area. So that's definitely a concern. But do you want to know what economists, sociologists, scientists, and like other ists all agree overwhelmingly is the best solution to that problem? Because the only other solution, quote unquote, is what these guys suggest, which is borderline eugenics. I mean, it literally is eugenics, actually. These guys have advocated for eugenics. Most of the pronatalism movement are publicly pro-eugenics. The only non-eugenic solution is immigration. Exactly, Ashroom. A lot of you guys already, you know, preempted it, but immigration. People are a resource, as Negan once said, and this has never been more true than in the realm of the market. The labor provided by immigrants, particularly south of the U.S.-Mexico border, is invaluable, especially because these are jobs that are currently not being filled by native-born Americans, nor are they being currently filled by automation. And the jobs need to be done. And the majority of those jobs are being taken because the only people who want them are immigrants. And that's not even touching on, like, migratory workers and stuff. Like, that's like, kind of immigrants also doing a bunch of that, like, type of labor as well, but it's more, it's not like, here is someone who is an illegal immigrant working under the table to, like, yeah. It's interesting. Like, the idea that these people love the economy and they love big business and they know the market and they know economics and everything, but they're also anti-immigration. It's because the culture war always, like, beats out economics and policy when it comes to talking about politics with this type of person.
You guys on as guests, I did read a lot about this, and it seems to be that the graph continues to rise, population, until around the middle of the century, but then it could start to fall precipitously after that.
Yes, if you look at fertility rates today, the only countries that really have above repopulation fertility rates are where the average salary is under $4,000.
Yet to have a way in which this is a bad thing explained, by the way. It's just like, isn't it scary that populations will drop? Because that, like, almost evokes the implication the implication that people are dying off, right? It evokes that feeling, that dread. Like, clearly something's wrong if populations are dropping, but it's literally a natural result of quality of life increasing in a given area because people have as many kids as they want to, not as many kids as they need to, were forced to, or incidentally had.
1,000 pounds a year or 5,000 USD a year. So you're really only seeing high fertility rates in desperately poor countries right now. If you look at the developed world, the average fertility...
Yeah, he's making the argument that we need to be paid less so we have more kids because quality of life has been going up and that causes birth rates to drop. They are arguing we need to lower quality of life in America so people are forced to have more kids, like in the old days. They're pro-eugenics, just a different kind of eugenics than what comes to mind when you think of that word, you know?
Fertility rate is only around 1.5, and we need 2.1 just to keep...
Their goal is less so than, like, suppressing, and I'm sure maybe they're in favor of suppressing and, like, sterilizing non-white people or whatever, or non-Americans, non-whatever they're in favor of. But their strategy, what they advocate for, is less so, like, let's wipe these people out kind of eugenics and more of a let's outbreed these people kind of eugenics. Like, let's just outbreed them. We don't have to lay a finger on them if we can just outbreed them, is the logic they're using.
Stable populations.
Okay, and Simone, I know that you're planning to have 7 children, I think. You've got 3 on...
What's fucking hilarious to me, by the way, is that, like, you hear Nazis and, like, white supremacists talk about black people and, like, non-white people just generally, like, groups of different races, like dogs, like dog breeds or whatever. It's really dehumanizing. But then when you really think about it for a while, they do it to white people, too. Like... that is just how these people think of race, similar to that of dog breeds or something. It's like really bizarre and weird. And they talk about themselves like this, like we need to breed more. We need to outbreed that. It's like, this is how, like some fucking animal logic. Like this isn't human. Like you're dehumanizing yourselves, not even just minorities at this point. Like neither non-white people or white people and non-white people are not dogs, okay? We don't need to be talking about breeding and outbreeding and birth rates and genetics and shit. It's not, I mean, obviously we can talk about it. Like, there's research to be done and science to be had. But, like, this kind of shit is not necessary. It's cringe. Kind of cringe.
Under your belt, literally. How fast do you want to have the 7? Is the clock ticking here?
Absolutely, yeah. We need to have them basically as quickly spaced as possible. So we're going in for our next round, essentially, next month. And we're going to have more than 7 if we can, basically, until my uterus is forcibly removed in a botched surgery. I'm going to keep going.
Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. I mean, she's gambling with her life, too. That's the crazy thing. If this is, like, she's had these kids. It's not a grift. It's not fake. They believe this shit. But, like, there's a good chance that, like, every 9 months or every year she's having a kid, I guess, would be, like, the cooldown. A few months to cool down before having the next getting pregnant again. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, at a certain point, is she not really risking her survival? I get that we've got modern medical technology and stuff, but, like, the way I think about it is, let's say you take an enormous shit, just an enormous baby-sized shit. That probably can't be good for you. You might not survive it, but if you do, why on earth would you voluntarily do it again? Like, put yourself through all that all over again. I cannot understand childbirth. I can't understand how any woman ever would consent to pregnancy and childbirth, even not knowing firsthand how bad it is. Like, I couldn't imagine it. I couldn't imagine it. Like, it's the only thing I can compare imagine what giving birth would be, is like giving birth to a baby-sized dump. Taking a baby-sized dump is the closest thing I can imagine. But frankly, I'm pretty sure the human butthole is meant to stretch far more than the human vagina does, right? Like the vagina tears oftentimes during birth. Like the taint will tear and stuff. Like, I don't think it's made to stretch as well. I mean, it's made to, but I don't think it often does it well, you know, as like an asshole can, right? You can fit 2 raccoons in your butthole. Apparently, you can fit 2 raccoons in your butthole. That's crazy, but it actually, I bet that's real. I'm sure that's actually real and someone's done it. But yeah, apparently that's the thing. Don't C-sections exist? That is literally open stomach surgery. That's open uterus surgery is what a C-section is. My mom had to have an emergency C-section to, like, birth me. She almost died. The C-section scenario is even more likely for her to die. So it's like, man, I mean, you do you, I guess, because if you just keep doing this, eventually the numbers are going to catch up. I mean, fuck. This is a dangerous game you're playing if you think the way it's going to end is a botched surgery and not near-death experience, if not worse.
I mean, it is. Look, we laugh about it, but there's a very serious point to this. And it's fascinating because the more I've dug into it, after actually Elon Musk said what he said, the more interesting it becomes. And look, it is an argument which is argued vehemently both ways. You know, there are a lot of people who believe the complete opposite, but there are a lot of smart people who think this is a real doomsday thing coming around the corner.
No, 100% Toast Malone. What she's advocating for is really unhealthy. It really is. I'm sure the Lancer in chat can confirm or deny because medical professional. You can fit 2 raccoons in your butthole if their heads fit. The rest of the body can squeeze and shift to fit. Oh. Well, I guess it's real. You can fit 2 raccoons in your asshole, I guess. Well, that just ruins my day. Anyway, just the thought of God, what would that feel like? Like a living, furry, claw and tooth having, angry and scared creature, 2 of them, in your asshole. And they're huge. Like, just imagine, like, apparently it's been done. Like, someone knows what that, or someone knew, I'm sure they're dead. Someone knew what that feels like. I bet that's what South Park parodied with, like, the hamster going up that one character's asshole. That's some disgusting vor shit. I'm disgusted too. It ruins my day. But, you know, I'm still bewildered. Peak Xanderhall stream as always. Exactly. Yeah, she's actively, like, spreading dangerous medical information, medical misinformation, or not even medical misinfo, just dangerous medical advice.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to look at how quickly fertility rates can collapse. When I started caring about this, I was working as a venture capital in Korea, and I had to constantly plan out the future of their economy. At South Korea's current fertility rate, for every 100 South Koreans, there will be 6 great-grandchildren. We're looking at a 94% population collapse. Coming back to places like the US and the UK, it felt like traveling 2 decades back in time, like I was in some sort of sci-fi world, and I got a chance.
I wouldn't take any of the numbers they bring up seriously, but, like, no, population drops is not, like, a huge, massive problem. And if you think it is, telling people to have more kids, no matter what situation they're in and how they can accommodate and provide for those kids, is not a good thing. I'm sorry, having kids for the hell of it is not, like, some heroic action, okay? Nothing about fucking and then carrying the baby to term and giving birth alone makes you a hero, okay? You're not a hero for that, all right? Providing that kid with a good childhood, a good home, good education, a good upbringing, and safety and love, that makes you a hero. That is impressive. That is good. But that takes work. And that's not what these people are advocating for. Nothing about this has been about how this is good for the children or how this is going to give these children a better life. Like, they haven't even tried to make some delusional argument about how the kids are going to have so much fun having so many siblings, right? It's going to be like having an entire school's worth of kids to choose from to be their friends. Like, it'll be like, I could find a bullshit argument for how this could be good. Like, imagine having 100 children. They could all break up into their own cliques, you know, and they could be their own friend groups of who likes each other the most, right? And they'd all still get along, I'm sure, but, like, it'd be like a whole school of kids to find who to get along with most. Like, I could find some bullshit logic for how this would actually be good for the kids, but they don't even try, because it's not about the kids. It's not about being good parents. It's about just baby making, I guess. Just making it, like, making number go up.
To try to raise the flag before it was too late. Because when you hit a place like Korea...
And if the problem was purely population numbers to them, they would be in favor of more immigration, which they're not.
Where now 60% of the population is above the age of 40, it's probably too late for them to turn the situation around. And then there's all these economic problems. You can say, well, we can solve this with immigration, but then what you're doing is you're making the developed world reliant, their economies reliant on keeping Africa poor, or the African countries poor, that have these high fertility rates. And that's not a good place to put the world.
Oh no, he's trying to do the left are the real racist argument. Yeah, if we, like, allow, that literally makes no fucking sense. How is dropping fertility rates in America, or dropping birth rates in America harming African countries? Dog, if you gave a fuck about, like, the plight of people in, like, sub-Saharan Africa, for example, where there's, like, the highest levels of poverty and lowest quality of life in the entire continent of Africa, then you would be advocating for it. Like, you would be talking about the fucking civil wars and, like, the constant strife and, like, large criminal gang activity that like, controls over swaths of people's lives there. Like, we literally fucked so much of that continent. Like, everything that is not the southern tip and northern tip of that continent, we fucked them. We fucked them. Egypt, I guess, you know, they're all right. They're doing okay, I guess. But, like, by we, I mean, like, colonialists, like, fucking nations, a lot of white people, a lot of powerful countries, Europe, European nations, Britain, America, etc., really fucked over Africa, like, set it back a long ways. Funnily enough, it's China that's investing in Africa right now. They've got, like, some initiative where they're going to boom their economy off of foreign investment into African nations. Like, it's going to have a somewhat mutual building effect, I'm sure, because that does tend to happen. But it's also, like, an area where China is getting ahead in a way where it's so easy for us to... Belt and Road is not good. It could have some potentially positive outcomes. One of them being, I've read quite a bit about the Belt and Road Initiative. The idea is that there is an argument to be made that the outsourcing of these businesses is going to lead to higher quality of life, because right now in many of these countries, the quality of life is so exceptionally low that even working in sweatshops is an upgrade. So while it's not good, it's like... It's like if you're dying, it's like if you're just laying on the side of the road dying of thirst and someone, like, dribbles a few drops of water from their water bottle in your mouth. It's not great, but, like, it might keep you alive a little while longer. You know, it's like, fuck, I'll take it. It's a debt trap program. It could be, yeah. It could end up being similar to the peonage slavery situation in, like, Qatar. That I do worry about. They could just straight up end up, like, instituting slavery. I worry about that, and they could end up they could do a genocide there or something. But, like, I'm willing to be somewhat optimistic, you know? I'm trying not to be too doomer. My point is, like, why not talk about these things if they actually have a problem with, like, what's happening in Africa? But no, it's birth rates have nothing to do with this. The most materially prosperous African nation is South Africa, which has a standard of living comparable to the West. Everywhere else is a couple of centuries behind the rest of the world. Yep. Well, not like maybe a century and a half, not a couple. Well, no, yeah, in some places a couple centuries, I'd say. Yeah, South Africa is very much developed, at least. Like, I had a friend that lived in South Africa, and she had high-speed internet, you know, and a good computer to play League of Legends on, so... You know, I never got the impression she was living in a third world country.
World in. And then you talk to the U.S. about this and they go, oh, we can solve this with immigration. But as of 2019, by the UN's own statistics, collectively, South America, Central America, and the Caribbean fell below repopulation.
Yes, and that is because of colonialism. For a very long time, South Africa had apartheid, and to this day, they have massive racial segregation. Well, not segregation, racial disparity, inequality, and a lot of racism. It's bad. Like, white people, despite being like 5% of the population or less or something like that, hold, like, all the power. Like, all of it.
rate. So I think people are they're not aware of how far this problem has progressed.
No, and the numbers,
a few countries in the world today.
Yeah, and the numbers are pretty startling, actually. I mean, Simone, the answer clearly is we have to go back to massive gender inequality, right?
No, I mean, the whole reason why we're advocates in this.
Ooh, these guys are smart with their branding. I feel like a lot of other conservatives would have gone all the way into like the, oh no, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. The birth rates drop because of it. But she's like, no, equality is good. She doesn't want to go like full on with the like anti-feminism angle. So at least they know how to keep the mask on pretty well. These guys are really good, or these two are really good at media appearances, by the way. I've watched a couple more of their like interviews and media appearances. They are fucking ghouls and weirdos, but like they're really good at peddling their message on TV and coming off charismatic to anyone who's not critically watching. They're really good at it. They're very charismatic to people who aren't watching critically.
Entire space is we really want a future in which there is gender equality, and if we don't take measures now, the future is one with massive gender inequality.
Right.
Yeah, guys, you see it like if you don't engage in our weird pseudo eugenics movement, then like Africa is being hurt and you're the real racist, and also women are going to be unequal somehow. Not going to explain how, but trust me, it's bad. I'm being really ominous about dropping birth rates. Just trust me. Like, there's not been a coherent argument made. I've yet to see them make an argument for how the dropping birth rates are going to hurt. Like, step by step, here is how dropping birth rates hurts America in a tangible way. Like, a drop in the average quality of living, for example, or I don't know, a drop in happiness or something like that. Like, prove to me that there is a correlation, or it's not correlation, causation and correlation between dropping birth rates and a bad thing that is measurable statistically. Because then you can line up two graphs and we can, like, see if there's actually causation.
Basically, the future of feminism requires on more feminist people having kids and raising them in a durable culture that is feminist.
And this is what was so...
This is so slimy. It sounds good, but at the same time, it's like, okay, but if people wanted to have kids and could have kids, like, in their material situation, they would. So you're basically arguing that a lot of people that, you know, a lot of, what is it, 40% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck? Are those 40% of Americans supposed to just have a bunch of kids anyway, even if they can't afford it? I'm sure these guys probably think that, like, welfare takes care of you entirely if you have enough kids or something.
Funny, there's... Yeah.
I'm sorry, I've run out of time. I'm actually going to get you guys back another time because this is a really interesting debate, honestly.
I don't think he ever had them back on, but they are getting big again, so maybe he will again, like more recently. God, listen, I'm telling you, she wears the pants in the relationship. This guy, how is he not gay? Like, do you guys think he might be gay? Like, I'm not trying to be like, maybe this is problematic or something, but like, he's got that like friendly, he dresses and like cleans himself, and he's got that like mannerism that I guess he could just be a somewhat flamboyant straight man, I suppose, who's really well-kempt, hygienic, and like, I don't know, like the whole excitement. That's gay, bro. I'm sorry, man. I don't care. Call me problematic, call me homophobic. I don't care. The fact that after getting complimented by Piers Morgan, this man had to, like, that's gay, bro. My theory is that this woman has captured this poor gay man after finding out that he has an insanely high sperm count. His sperm count is like the highest she has ever found, like Anakin Skywalker's midichlorians type shit. And she said, sorry, buddy boy, you little bottom twink, you don't get to be gay. I need your sperm. You are now going to be my breeding mule. And that's basically been this guy's situation. And he's just so friendly and so non-confrontational. He's just going with it, you know? This could be a really big prank. That would be fucking hysterical. What if they're both gay? What if she's a lesbian and he's a gay man and they're each other's beards? I recently learned that term. And this entire thing has been the most elaborate ruse to hide their sexuality from the public and their families and friends that has ever been done in the history of fake straight relationships. Not gonna lie, he kind of gives me gay vibes and she kind of gives me lesbian vibes. It's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little weird. They both kind of feel gay to me. Chat, all of you are gay. Literally every last one of you is gay. There's not a single straight person watching right now. All my straight viewers slowly fade out of existence. Thanos snapped. You guys would know better than me. Am I wrong? Am I delusional here? Am I homophobic? Am I homerphobic? Or am I on the money? Ace is a type of gay. If it's not straight, it counts as gay. That's just kind of how that gay's used nowadays. Let's be real. Damn, everybody in my chat is Ace. Zan, you are speaking truth. Thank you. Right on the money there, Zan.
I find this really intriguing, and you're a great guest. So thank you very much for joining me now. And we're going to do a bigger debate on this down the line after our coronation's out the way. But thank you, Simone and Malcolm. I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
God, what a weird couple. What a goofy, wacky couple. Do you guys think they'll be able to have like 10 to the power of 4 great grandchildren or whatever the number was? Like the plan is like after 4 it's like if each it's okay. They want to have no less than 10 kids, and then each kid has to have 10 kids. And that immediately gets you 1,000 children. And 1,000 children having 10 kids each. Yeah, it just very quickly you're like it's literally like in a few generations you've pretty quickly outnumbered the world's population. If assuming that like your 100,000 like great grandkids decide to have 10 children each without fail, right? Yeah, or any of them are born sterile, failed births. Like, yeah, I guess you'd have to have more that are just like, I guess it's, you have to have 10 children who plan to do that, right? Per kid. That exponential growth is wild, yeah. I mean, that is how rabbits breed, to be fair. God. Good God. Just, yeah, number the kids at that point. Like, you're going to run out of names. It's going to be like, hello, Charles the 587th. By Generation 3. Good God. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment about the weirdo breeders, consider dropping a like. It boosts the channel substantially in the algorithm, and I really appreciate every bit of your support. It really helps a lot, and I love you guys for it. And of course, don't forget to follow my social medias linked down below, comment, subscribe, and ring the bell icon. And if you want to support me financially, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or supporting me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch at the Streamlabs link down below. And don't forget, we're doing a watch party right after this stream in my Discord server, link down below. It's the main hub of my community. I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there, so please, 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 please join the Discord server. It's fucking awesome. Anyway, guys, with all that said, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed, and have a good one. All right, how do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Weirdo breeders, yep. I'm not joking, like, these guys are, that couple is going to be big in the coming months. I guarantee you, they're gonna have like a little explosion of popularity, and everyone's gonna know about them and be talking about them for like at least a couple months. I guarantee it. Like, they're just at the start of their weird roller coaster explosion in popularity. We're getting in the ground floor making fun of that couple. Shocked by the high amount of aces in chat. It's really like, I don't know, it's not weird. I don't want to describe it as that. It's just like interesting to me that like ace arrow people are like the highest like percentage of my audience when watching live, at least. I don't know. To be fair, isn't it a meme that Ace people have, like, all the time in the world? Like, I've seen memes where it's, like, going over to your Ace friend's house, and it's just, like, a million projects in progress. Like, every day there's a new quest or a project or something like that. Maybe a little bit of it is autism, but it's also the fact that, like, it's a meme that Ace Arrow people have so much time for stuff when they're not, like, dealing with sexual or romantic attraction muddying the water. Got one by watcher at least here. Nice, Caligfus. Okay, let me mark that topic out of the scroll. I've got one more for us today before we wrap up stream and go to our watch party. Literally making TTRPG terrain while listening? Dope. I want as many of you guys to come to the watch party after stream today as possible. Usually we get 30 to 50 people, but there's 200 people watching right now. That's literally less than a quarter of the people watching now that show up to the watch parties, even after I make my announcement in Discord. Come on, guys. Don't you want to come watch a movie with your favorite streamer, or show, I guess, this time, with your favorite streamer? Come to the watch party. It's totally free. It's a fun time if you got the time for it, and it's just fun. Like, listen, take it from everyone who's been to the watch parties. Once people have been to the watch parties, they tend to come back to them because they're so fun and they're, like, enjoyable. So if you do it once, I guarantee you're going to get addicted to coming to these watch parties. And make sure you show up early, too, because if we do hit the cap of the amount of people we can have in the theater, which currently is 150 people, the number can go up if we boost the channel. But, yeah. Is that a Hutch tweet? Yeah, it's a Hutch tweet. Hey, guys. Hey, guys. Not to brag, but, not to brag or anything, but, listen, not to brag or anything, but, look. You know, I'm not to brag or anything, you know. I'm sure, like, half of you guys know who Hutch is. No, Hutch is based as fuck. Hutch has been, like, perpetually based throughout time consistently, like, in every single, like, iteration and era of his existence on the internet that I've known of him for. So that's pretty cool. I heard there's going to be a watch party later. Damn right, Heavy Griddle. We're starting Rings of Power. It's going to be a fun time. Bring your weed. You better believe you bring your pipe weed. Bring your old Toby. Your old long bottom leaf. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1... action. Oh my god, guys. I have been wanting to watch this video for days, but I haven't been streaming since it came out. And I've saved it for a blind, partial reaction. Just a taste. Just a little bit of a taste for those of you guys who haven't seen the video already to get your appetites wet for the rest of it. So you go and click on the original video, drop a like, a sub, and a view, most importantly. Go watch the original video. Link is in the chat. Here is a link. Boop. Here's another link in YouTube chat. Boop. There will be a link in the description. Go watch the original, because we're not watching all of it now, but we are going to watch part of it. I think I'll have a lot to say on it, and not only that, but this guy makes fantastic content. Pillar of Garbage. Great channel. Massively underrated. Finally, he's broken past my sub count. Last I checked, Pillar of Garbage had less subs than me, which was really upsetting. Like, listen, I could get jealous about sub counts, but Pillar of Garbage objectively deserves more subs than me. Like, Pillar of Garbage makes such good arguments. It's like, please, get bigger, grow past me. I need more people to be watching you and hearing your arguments. They are so good and well put together. I love this guy's channel. Like, this is one of the few lefty content creators, or content creators in general, that I still fanboy for, because I have such a nice time watching every video, and the arguments are always so well-reasoned, succinct, and there's very little, like, cringe, hyper, ideological arguments. It's literally just, here's an objective breakdown of the lies of, like, these grifter conservatives. Anyway, made a video called Across the Grifterverse. It came out 4 days ago. Let's watch part of it. Like, maybe 5 to 10 minutes of it.
A lot of the worst guys online know each other. They're friends or colleagues or ex-colleagues. And they're all kind of...
This was the case, if not as much, maybe more so during Gamergate. I feel that is what made Gamergate so pivotal, is it was a wide variety of YouTubers, and content creators on different platforms, making vaguely, if not hardcore, right-wing content, all from different angles, different branding, different, like, it's a different voice and face saying the same shit, but it's such a wide net being thrown that just by sheer numbers, it's influential and massive. That's what Gamergate was, and that's what's been effectively recreated in this current era of online political discourse with the grifterverse, as we call them now, I guess. I love that term, the grifterverse.
Helping each other out. I made a video a couple of months back about that, starting with a few anonymous-seeming articles about how X-Men was going woke that were being shared around, and tracing them, the sites publishing them, and the writers penning them, back to a semi-organized network of right-wing influencers and moneyed backers. I'd recommend you watch that video. This is a fairly direct follow-up, but the nutshell version of it is that when it comes to the major online voices whining about wokeness destroying cinema or gaming or Kathleen Kennedy that, Sweet Baby Incorporated this, blah blah blah, pick out any...
X-Men was always kind of woke though, right? I mean, X-Men was an analogy, like the original X-Men run was an analogy, or not analogy, what's the word for it? It was meant to be, like, inspired by the civil rights movement. A lot of the villains, an allegory, yes. A lot of the villains are supposed to be, like, very heavy parodies of real-life politicians that were against the civil rights movement, while many of the, like, good guys that advocate for mutant rights are, like, stand-ins for real-life civil rights activists. It was a lot more on the nose in early runs of the X-Men comics, but that is the core of X-Men, is that, like, it is meant to be a representation of a minority group fighting for acceptance, safety, security, and rights, and autonomy. And that is fundamentally what the story of X-Men is about. No matter, like, how many supervillains they fight that are just cool bad guys, which is awesome, the origin of the X-Men, the point of the X-Men existing, is the mutants' mutual struggle.
Specific one of them, and there's a pretty good chance you'll find personal or professional connections to the rest of them, or even organizations like Glenn Beck's The Blaze or Turning Point USA, and so on. Here's a clip. Back when Eric was making his name, he was also pushed heavily by John F. Trent, who's now signal-boosting Delarose and Fandom Pulse, and who streamed with Nerdrotic, who himself, streamed with Eric, and Ryan, and Garrett, and Benny, and Gavin, and climate change.
To be fair, like, everything is connected, because, like, Gavin McInnes has been a guest on PKA, which obviously insufferable to watch, but PKA has had, like, everybody as a guest. PKA has had, like, fucking Hank Green on as a guest before, so, like, you could make the argument then that, like, there's a connection there, but obviously the case he's making isn't just they've had an interaction, they have talked, it's more so this is a support network. There is evidence of support, backing, and like shout-outs, right? The same argument was made back during Gamergate, and it was oftentimes met with, like, snide remarks and a refusal to take the argument seriously, as I'm sure it will be today.
Denier Russia simp Republican president.
See the comments of this video to prove my statement right, I imagine.
Potential hopeful Vivek Ramaswamy, you know, that sort of thing. That video got a pretty good response, I think. It's doing okay views-wise, you guys seem to like it. Dan Slott shared it. I know some people don't love all the stuff he's written, but I don't know, man. I bought a lot of his Spider-Man books when I was younger. Spider Island was the bomb diggity, so that was mega cool for me. The video even led one of the main goobers in question to EFAP it, his words by the way, not mine, and then falsely accuse me of deleting comments. But in some of the places that video was shared, a few responses...
I could assure you Pillar of Garbage doesn't delete comments. I've read the comments before. There are many old comments, like at any given time, like ones that were posted within an hour of the video's upload that are still there, hate comments. If he was deleting comments, he wouldn't just delete some, unless they were like doxing or something. I mean, that would be understandable, or like hyper abusive ones saying like, I'm gonna fucking kill you or something. Like that makes sense, but I don't think he's deleting just critical comments or even hate comments, because I've seen his comment section before.
Seemed kinda nonplussed. Some of you were kinda like, yeah, we knew this. This isn't new information. And, you know, I guess it wasn't if you had already gone down that rabbit hole yourself. Most people haven't, though. And the problem comes when the passive viewer hears these voices and doesn't even realize there's a rabbit hole.
Is that Taliesin from Taliesin and Evitel? Maybe they just look really similar. I don't know why. That guy just looks a lot like Taliesin from Taliesin and Evitel, the WoW channel, the WoW couple. They're like my go-to for WoW content, not gonna lie.
To go down. What I was really trying to do there was represent the odyssey of discovery anyone could go on from any given discourse flare-up. So if it wasn't related to one of those woke X-Men articles, I didn't really bring it up. And that's why I didn't go any further in that video, but this is a different video, so let's go just a little further and expand her web, which as we know, connects them all. First, though, a PSA. People trying to profit off...
Okay, Pillar of Garbage makes great content, but the stock footage is making me laugh hard. Okay, I assume it's not like a serious criticism, but like, I want you to imagine you're in a situation, and you want to make a video where you are talking about a topic like this. It's in-depth, you're going to produce, like, after editing, about 18 minutes of reading, of narrative, of like you're speaking on the issue. You can't just have yourself talking into the camera, or it's going to be boring, and you need to show things on screen. You will very quickly find yourself in a situation where it's like, fuck, okay, the video is just not catchy or, like, entertaining to watch in this state. I need to, like, make sure there is constantly switching something on screen. Unfortunately, that is the, like, necessary thing you have to do for your content to succeed online. Attention spans are short, and there needs to be at least a veneer of high production value, even if it is, you know, just simple stock footage being cut together. But these videos are high quality regardless. I'm just saying, you know, like, I feel like that's a very cheap criticism, or a cheap, like, issue to have with it. I don't know. It's not everyone does it. Yeah.
Of your attention and anger aren't the only online dangers. The only thing more valuable than your clicks is your data, and there's a ton out.
We'll let the sponsor play, because I want Pillar of Garbage to make money. I like when good people make money and the bad people are making the most money. And so if Pillar of Garbage, who is good, makes more money, then that will make me happier. Even if it's not me getting it, I just want to see someone good make more money than the bad people that are grifting millions off of YouTube right now. So yeah, go check out the sponsor. Click the link, actually. I think there's going to be a sponsor link. Wait, hold on. Can I? Oh. Wait. Make a crazy difference tab for trees. Check out my Patreon, YouTube membership, major sources, web pages, videos. No, I need the... There's got to be a sponsor link, right? Hold on, we'll wait. We'll see if what the sponsor is, and I assume it's going to be a VPN. I'll just click the sponsor link. That's all you have to do, and I think it helps. Aura.com/Pillar of Garbage. That's it? Ride the Rails just posted it. Here, I'll repost it in both chats so you guys know what link is the one. Apparently, that is the link. That is the sponsor link Pillar of Garbage is using. Guys, simply clicking that link and opening the page
and like having it open for like 5 to 10 seconds means that like the sponsor sees a high amount of engagement from this channel, and that means that Pillar of Garbage can request or even just be offered higher payouts from the sponsor and may potentially get more sponsor offers. All it takes is clicking the sponsor link. So please take some time to just click it, keep it open for 5 seconds, close it. It helps, even if just a few of you do.
There. That's where this video's sponsor, Aura, comes in. I googled my name, and right there is my employment data, school history, old social media accounts, and so on. And just imagine.
No, this is actually a good service. I'm sure maybe there are better ones, but like this is a good service. It's a data scrubber. These have existed for a while and have gotten more and more popular and easy to access. Chances are, over the course of like a million different companies' data breaches, a bunch of your personal info is just out there in the ether, and you could potentially find it, and it could be used by malicious actors, potentially for even identity theft. That's the scariest thing. So this program / company will scrub the internet for your data, and they will submit legal requests harassingly to places that are hosting your personal information to take it down. And it's just easier to take the info down than to actually fight it in court and to deal with the constant harassment, so they tend to go with it. So you can scrub like nearly 95% of your currently existing available data that's just out there off the internet, potentially. It's a valuable service if that's a problem for you, if that's a worry for you.
Imagine how much is out there that I can't see. Well, you don't have to imagine. Aura shows you which data brokers are selling your info and automatically submits opt-out requests for you, reducing the amount of spam you're going to get and protecting you from hackers who could exploit those brokers' laxity to compromise your accounts. You might have missed this, but AT&T recently revealed that over 73 million customer records, both existing and former customers, were released on the dark web.
Rip all Sony users, by the way. How many fucking times? Like, I bet my data's probably been, like, leaked by Sony data breaches, like, 8 times.
They recommended those affected use strong passwords, monitor account activity, and consider credit freezes. And guess what? Aura can do all of that for you, and way more. I mean, just look, way more. Protect your privacy. Go to my link at aura.com/pillarofgarbage to start your 2-week free trial. But anyway, time to return to that other set of online predators and go across the grifterverse.
Words are flowing out like woke Mary Sue objective truth. They
is that Pillar of Garbage singing? Holy shit.
Don't mean much, but nothing ever does across the grifterverse.
That goes hard. That goes hard. A custom-made little song jingle intro goes crazy. That goes fucking crazy. Lauren Chen. All right.
Lauren Chen. We'll start small. I noted some of this in March's longer video, the main X-Men were always woke one, but for the sake of completeness, last time we looked at 3 instances of article format pearl ringing, and while the first 2 slotted into our web from both an organizational and authorship perspective, Fandom Pulse and Bounding into Comics, John Della Rose and John F. Trent, we only really focused on that last one, the Blaze article, as relevant because of the Blaze, the Glenn Beck of it all, the links we see to other reactionaries via that platform. But hey, guess what also? Lauren Chen, the Blaze contributor whose words make up the majority of that article.
Do you think Lauren Chen is also streaming from an office that's like in the Blaze? Like, do you think the Blaze has like an office building? Lauren Chen streams and records from it, and it's also just like Brett Cooper's office, meant to look like she's just some e-girl streamer making videos in her bedroom, but it's actually just an office? I wonder. Her background looks far more convincing as an actual room's background to me than what Brett Cooper had going on. That was just so clearly a staged fake room. But like, I wonder, because she's part of the Blaze. That's a big organization. It's like Daily Wire sized, if not like a little smaller.
Content. She's also worked for Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA, same place as figures like Benny Johnson and Jack Posobiec. Also, we probably glossed over Chen herself a little too much. Like some of the other guys we talked about, she's a Christian nationalist. That's not my label, by the way, it's hers. One who's sympathetically platformed dudes like noted white nationalist Richard Spencer and Stefan Molyneux. Isn't that fun? She streamed with Sargon of Dumbname not long ago, she's worked with PragerU, making a video for them about feminism bad, and
I just feel like we should call him Carl. Don't let him, like, have the, like, pretentious historical figure's name. Like,
Just call him Carl. He's Carl of Bristol. Where the fuck does he come from? We should just call him Carl of and his hometown. I hope it's a funny sounding British town. Please tell me it's a funny sounding British town. Where's he from? Like Carl of Bristol? Carl of Wellington? Carl of Swindon? No way. No way. No way. It's Swindon? That cannot be the name. Swindon? It's Carl of Swindon. That goes fucking crazy. Oh my god. Oh. Carl of Swindon. Oh, we're calling him that from now on. Oh, he can suck my balls dry if he's mad about it.
I know this one's gonna shock you, but she's also streamed with Nerdrotic and friends a whole bunch. But alright, you probably hadn't heard of Lauren Chen or some of those other people. You want something juicy.
Carl of Applebee's!
Yeah, let me see what I can do.
Alex Jones.
Speaking of Nerdrotic and the YouTube gang, we can, through them, add another little face to our web. InfoWars' own Alex Jones.
I feel like Alex Jones and like his supporter base is the perfect example of how there is no like depth at which the bar can drop where the right will like disown you, right? Like you truly have to be gay and a pedophile for them to drop you. Being one or the other won't like be enough to do it. Like you have to be both. That is truly like the only case I've seen in which the right will cancel one of their own because of where they're just like, you've done something so bad we won't support you anymore. And that's only temporary. Milo Yiannopoulos came back from that. Zan, you said that, but Nick Fuentes, yeah, that's true. Nick Fuentes is gay and a pedophile. Yeah, that's true. Allegedly. Allegedly.
And I won't have to for a few years since I got food and stuff, but I'm literally looking at my neighbors now and going, I'm ready to hang them up and gut them and skin them and chop them up. And you know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
I will eat your
If you're new
leftist
listeners,
ass.
type in Pentagon-tested gay bomb on Iraq. I don't like them putting chemicals in
the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Now let's see how close I was.
the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Oh, crap.
I'm sick of being social engineered. It's not funny.
I'm sick of being social engineered. It's not funny.
Oh. It's so perfect because we have the same name, Alex.
Not just because he streamed.
My neighbors are probably terrified right now hearing my Alex Jones impression just reverberate, hearing it from the basement. I hope I've got good enough sound dampening.
With them, although yes, obviously he has streamed with them a couple of times, but because of a little channel called Nerd Wars. Nerd Wars is a channel shoveling out both generic shorter Chud content and these longer compilation pieces.
You know, to be fair, going from like AI slop thumbnails are less cringe to me now than those low effort copy pasted like one image from Google images and then kept like the black bar along like the side left corner or quarter of the screen and then just filled it with text for like this most simple 5-second thumbnail content farm videos you can imagine. Like these feel like they like even typing in the prompt feels like it's more work than like the average yellow flash or quartering thumbnail, right?
Which the channel very generously labels documentaries, largely compilations of clips from just all of the usual suspects. Here, this is the first 10 or so seconds of one of their big videos.
Even though we created this nerd culture, the Marxist colonists who invaded and bastardized everything are portraying us as the villains.
You're aware you're gatekeeping right now, right?
That sounds like...
God, I haven't seen that video since literally 2016. Holy shit. The last time I saw this video was in a Chris Ray Gun anti-SJW song parody video. That is probably unlisted now because Chris Ray Gun's embarrassed by a lot of those videos. Low-key. They're kind of bangers though. He should keep them up. They're kind of bangers. Like I feel like if he just did like a video making fun of some of the politics in them and just said, yeah, but they kind of go hard, so I'll keep them up. Just know that this is my position on them now. I feel like it'd be fine. But yeah, I have not seen this clip in literally fucking, oh my God, 8 years? Like it's been 8 years, right? Yeah. 8 years it's been since I've seen this clip. Fuck. What a blast from the past. This is peak Gamergate, like, content mill videos. I guess these will always get resurfaced time and time again. When do you think people are going to start saying, why are the videos so grainy? Like, when are phones going to get so good and cameras get so good that when people show a video like this, they start to wonder, why is the video so grainy? Like, why wouldn't it be higher quality? How old is this? That it's not like Ultra HD 8K or something.
Bring us as the villains.
You're aware you're gatekeeping right now, right?
That sounds like something a fake fan would say.
And let
Oh
me
my
just
God,
tell you,
Attack
once you've
on
seen
Titan.
one snippet of a Nerd Wars documentary, you've seen the whole thing. The tone of the following hours of editorialized clips and vague us versus them voiceover snippets, tying them together, is exactly what you're expecting.
Yeah, this guy just makes, like, incomprehensible meme compilations of, like, edited scenes from, like, shows that are supposed to be woke to make them look even woker.
One fun thing about Nerd Wars is the way they're a little more willing to say the quiet parts a little louder. For instance, in my videos talking about YouTube crypto-fascism, we've come up against the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory a few times, and the way it serves as the template for a lot of the generic anti-woke rhetoric. The way these guys will often take the Marxists have infiltrated cultural institutions and are destroying the West idea and kind of change the details. You know, the whole copy my homework but don't make it obvious thing. But Nerd Wars, they will just come out and tell you it is the Marxists, actually.
Our culture doesn't have a toxic fan problem. We have a toxic...
Man, isn't it hilarious how... I love that we're watching Rings of Power after this stream. I'm so excited for the watch party. I swear to God, my enjoyment of Rings of Power actually literally has nothing to do with the right's hatred of it. Like, I went into the show expecting to hate it. I watched episode 1, booted that shit up for the first time, expecting to sit for an hour and a half and be mad, just angry. I was expecting to live rage hate tweet about the show and how bad it is on my, like, as I'm watching it. And instead I was, like, engrossed, hypnotized, and my expectations blown away. I was not expecting it to be good. Man, I love it there's a season 2 and the show does well despite these people.
toxic creator problem, a toxic actor problem, and definitely a toxic Twitter problem. But ultimately, we have a Marxist problem.
So now, if you have an opinion, and if you have passion, and if you say anything that doesn't line up with it, you are a troll, and they're going to dismiss you as that.
So,
Geeks and Gamers has made combined video topics of Brie Larson and Captain Marvel. If you search that on his channel using keywords Captain Marvel or Brie Larson, combined hundreds of videos. No repeats. If you like all of the content he has that is ostensibly about Brie Larson, Geeks and Gamers over the last, 4 or 5 years, hundreds of videos on Brie Larson and or Captain Marvel. Hundreds. You can go to the Geeks and Gamers channel, and then you can go to videos, and there's a little search bar, like a little magnifying glass bar, search Brie Larson, and then just scroll for a while. And then when you're done, when it stops showing videos that have anything to do with Brie Larson, keep scrolling a little while longer, because sometimes more will come up and YouTube just gets weird like that and starts showing unrelated stuff, and there's more related to your search further down. But then once that stops happening, go all the way back up and search Captain Marvel, and then watch as hundreds of different videos from the ones you just saw scroll by. Some repeats, but most of them different. Because he has literally made damn near 500 videos combined about Brie Larson / Captain Marvel. And that's not even counting his other channels. That's just on Geeks and Gamers.
Points for straightforwardness, I guess? Look, I'm not going to break down all the content.
Funnily enough, Astral Flick Variety Show, I am actively playing through the Mad Max game off stream. And yes, I've seen the movies, all of them. And I have, although not the new Furiosa movie, because I'm not going to a theater. That's most people's. I'm not going to a theater, and that's why the movie's doing bad right now. The right's claiming it's because it's gone woke, but I have a feeling it's going to be one of those things where it comes out on streaming and everyone's watching about it, or watching it and talking about it, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, this show blew up after the fact. It's like, yeah, no shit. No one goes to theaters anymore.
of this channel. Even just watching all this stuff would turn me into a gibbering wreck of a man. I'm just gonna cite a video by Actual Fandom digging into the story of this channel, which is of course linked below, and mention the way it seems to have been established after an Alex Jones Friday Night Tights guest spot. The way the presenter looks a great deal like an InfoWars employee, or at least an InfoWars affiliate, and the way the channel's very liberal use of Chud content seems to have been allowed and endorsed by some within Nerdrotic's sphere. To be clear, the people featured here have all the tools they'd need on the YouTube backend to take these videos down if not. And yes, we don't have the receipts for all of the featured creators.
Well, no, it's all a big circle. Like, whether it's organized or not, it's always been this way. It's just that when the right is at its strongest, it's the most obvious that there's like a massive fucking community of grifters all working together. I feel during the anti-SJW community, it was far less grifters than it is today. Like, it was such an easy moneymaker that, like, a few people like the Quartering and No Bullshit originally realized how easy it was to content mill anti-SJW content, and they set the standard. They set, like, they were the example makers for everyone that would follow in doing this grift. During Gamergate, I genuinely feel far more of these people actually believed this shit and weren't just content milling for money than today. Maybe that's just rose-tinted goggles of the old days, but it felt more genuine back then.
Giving Nerd Wars the go-ahead for ongoing content reuse. It is certainly true that in theory this channel could be reusing these guys' content again and again without their knowledge in videos which reach hundreds of thousands of views. It might just be a coincidence that regular FNT guest Chris
No, I think InfoWars is effectively hiring these chuds.
Mayor has worked for Jones and InfoWars in the past, so you know what I'm gonna do? We'll do a different color line on the graphic here. This shade of green can mean, gee, it sure looks like there's a substantial link here, sure looks like this channel is a calculated astroturfing project designed to nudge that bumper crop of anti-woke audiences nearer to Jones' wavelength without advertising the fact, but I guess we can't be sure. Anyway, that's Nerd War.
I feel like that's a perfect point. The fucking halfway point, perfectly in, right when your appetite is whetted. I think that's a good point to cut it off. If you guys want to see the rest, you got to click the link in the description, go watch, and of course like and comment on the original video from Pillar of Garbage. This video has been fantastic so far. I can't wait to watch it off stream when I've got time, but for now, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you go check out Pillar of Garbage. I really like his content. It is some of the most well-researched, well-made, and just like, it just gets to the nitty-gritty of what these people are about and just says I wish I could think all of the things he's able to say, but he's writing the script out and he gets all the thoughts and points that I would make live if I could just think of them and keep them all straight in my head live, right? And I love it, right? He says everything I want to have said, like when I make an argument and I forget to. Like, he covers everything, all the points, and I love it. Highly recommend his channel. Go support him. Go watch the original video and click that sponsor link. It helps him. It does. Hit that sponsor link. Anyway, guys, do the same for me. Comment, subscribe, ring the bell icon. It really helps me a lot as well. Follow my social medias. Maybe donate, subscribe, or gift a sub on my website, or support me through my other links as well, like YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, buying merch, all that good stuff. And don't forget, we're about to do a watch party in literally 15 minutes, maybe less. So please, 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 before I wrap up stream, join my fan Discord. Please do it. Link in the website chat and in the description of the stream. Join my fan Discord. It's the main hub of my fan base. I do watch parties, call-in streams, and game events there and announce all my new streams and uploads. So please join. I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed. All right, before I read the last couple donos and we wrap up and get into the watch party, I'm going to use the restroom really fast because I really have to. Please stick around, though. I've got a bit more to say before I wrap up stream. I shall be right back, though. Allow me to relieve myself. You know, come to think of it, does relieve yourself mean jack off? Or does it mean to use the bathroom, or both? Because I've heard it used in both contexts. Like, I've heard that guy's relieving himself in the corner, and it's like a dude jacking off. But then I've also heard, yeah, I had to go to the bathroom real bad. Like, I had to relieve myself. I had to pee. You're like I've heard it in both scenarios. Both? It means both. Okay. I feel it's funnier to just use that term, because you guys can just... the joke can be, is he using the bathroom? Is he rubbing one out? I don't know. Bathroom, unless you're a degenerate? Well, we're all degenerates. You're in my chat. You're a degenerate, okay? That's just how it works, okay? That's just how we are. We love degeneracy here. Anyway, Lefty Jenna, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Said, anyway, I've been wanting to make some deeper connections with lefty folks in general, and I figured your community would be a good place to start looking, especially as I'd like to move out on my own. Oh, well, that's nice. Hopefully you join the watch party. It's a nice place to hang out and make new friends, that's for sure. I want to see you guys get more active in the community. I've been making the effort to encourage more activity in the community and reaching out to you guys and giving you more attention in the Discord. So I want you guys to make the most of it, you know? Anyway, we're going to be starting the watch party momentarily. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna make the stage right now. Rings of Power Watch Party. Start the stage. Alrighty, guys. The stage has been made. I want you guys to join. Hop on in. Hop on in, hop on in. Here, I am deafened and muted in the Discord, so you guys can hear me speak. You can mute the stream or close it if you're already in the Discord. Hop on into the Discord, guys. I want to watch some movie or TV shows with you. It's gonna be a fun time. We're gonna relax. We're gonna chill out. We're gonna enjoy some Middle Earth shenanigans, some Middle Earth adventures. There's gonna be wizards and dwarves and hobbits and elves and rings and power and it's gonna be raw. Hey, Apillo, what's up? Are you gonna join us for the Rings of Power watch party? Hell yes. By the way, now's a good time for me to say, we watch party Dune Part 2. I liked it a lot, and I think it's way better than Dune Part 1. I kind of do want to rewatch Dune Part 1 sometime soon, probably on a big screen TV or something. And just knowing where it's going and what it's setting up, re-experience it and see if my opinion is a little higher after watching Part 2. But I really liked Part 2, and I thought it was I verbally said out loud, you probably remember me saying, man, I already like this more than Part 1. Man, this is way better than Part 1. Man, this is so much better than Part 1. This kept, yeah. I like Dune Part 2 a lot more than Part 1, I'm not gonna lie. Dune Part 1 was a little slow, a little, aimless, it felt to me. But Dune Part 2 really knocked it out of the park with my expectations, which were low, to be fair. And, yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. But please, hop in the Discord, everybody. We've got 31 people so far. Hell yeah. Come on, we want more people. Come on, guys. I see 188 people watching the stream right now and only 31 people in the Discord. Don't you guys want to watch a movie with your Zan? A TV show, but still, with your Zan. We're starting a brand new one, too. You don't even have to worry about being behind or, not caught up on the show, because we're starting it, you know? This is the beginning. It's the beginning of the story, too. It's the prequel. Alrighty, guys. I think here's probably a good place to wrap up my stream. Hopefully more of you will come. I'm going to make an announcement in the Discord, so those of you guys who are maybe waiting for that can show up then. But with all that said, thank you all so much for watching today. You guys have been awesome, and I love you all very much. Take care of yourselves, and please come to the watch party. I love having more of you. Big numbers make me happy. But as always, have a good one, guys. I hope to see you there. Bye. Doo-doo fart.